Somali descent, because remember, this is the whole fraud thing. This is why we're going out there. Out of the 3,000 plus, only 106 people were from Somalia. Were arrested. I mean, that's good though. I mean, 106 people, if they were committing fraud, that's good. I'm not mad about that, if that was the case. But the interesting part is that the majority of these people did not have a criminal record. There was no criminal record, and they weren't from Somalia. The majority of them were from Ecuador. They were from there was Ecuador and some other place. Many Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras and Ecuador. But a quarter of them came from Ecuador. There was 30 arrests of people that were under the age of 16. And there was a child that was detained that was 3 years old. And then there was a bunch of people that were detained that were over 70 years old. This is the stuff that I would hope that if you are in support of the ICE, the way that Trump is, securing your border, because this is what you like, I would hope that you would at least be honest to say that a lot of this shit is bullshit, right? The way.
The 3-year-old being detained is bullshit from the left, from stupid sources that really don't say that. So when you commit a crime in this country and you are around your kids, and I believe the 3-year-old in question may have been the one where the dad ran off and left the fucking kid with the ICE officer. So I don't know what they were supposed to do. I guess just leave the kid die in the snow, because that appeals to your greater sense of nature. But whenever you commit a crime in this country, from DWI or anything like that, and you are apprehended while you have your kids with you, guess what happens? The kids are taken into custody. That happens to every American. But clearly, you use it as a virtue signal.
So I don't know what you mean by virtue signal. I mean, you think that it's okay to arrest children.
They didn't arrest the 3-year-old.
The report. There was a FOIL report, okay, and they what is it called? I'll get you the specific. The deportation.
They take into custody a child because the child is underage. They cannot keep it home until they can determine if it needs to go into government custody, orphanages, child welfare, etc. Or there can be another person to come claim the children that is not breaking or violating the law, such as a relative, a spouse, grandparents, a fucking uncle, something along those lines. That's what the police are taught to do, from federal to local, when it comes to children. Just because they take them in, it just means into custody. They are not arresting a 3-year-old.
Why? Because they gotta hold it. They gotta hold it and see if somebody gonna come get the damn children.
And they gotta make sure it's a safe place for child's
living in the 21st century in the country that we're living in. I would hope that there would be no, let's not do that. Let's figure out a better way to handle something like that. A long rest of.
What would be a better way than taking the kid into custody after the parents are being arrested? So let me see. Should we just leave them out and auction them off, put a sign up?
Wait 14 hours on the scene for somebody to get home?
Yeah, right.
If don't have criminal records, I would say, okay, make sure
then why would they be detained?
24 hours. Well, the majority.
If they're being arrested or detained.
That was the whole point. 3/4.
If they're being arrested and detained,
3/4 ain't got shit to do with Mexicans.
I'll be mentioning the article that 3/4 of
3/4 ain't got shit to do with Mexicans.
That's why I mentioned it. That was the whole point of me mentioning the article, was that 3/4 did not have criminal records.
3/4, that shit ain't got nothing to do with Mexicans. That shit was for slaves. So what are you talking about? Are you talking about the 3/5 situation when it pertains to back then doing slavery? Because 3/5 today don't pertain to fucking Mexicans with criminal backgrounds and them getting detained and their children getting taken by ICE. They ain't got shit to do with 3/5 as a person. So what are you talking about?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Who just said anything about the 3/5 in pertaining to?
I didn't say 3/5. I said 3/4. 3/4 of the 3,789 people that were arrested have criminal history.
So wait, they're still here illegally, so they can be arrested. That is a crime in itself. So again, they violated the nation's laws. So again, they violated the nation's laws, and you're screaming about deport them. It doesn't matter what you want to. It's immediately, guess what? Apprehensible. They can be apprehended and they can be taken into custody because again, we can get along just fine. Why don't you try to go become a French citizen? Why don't you try to become a Mexican citizen? Why don't you try to go to Ecuador and become a citizen? Why don't you try to do any of those things instead of telling me that I have to open the gates of my house and like let everybody in because you're feeling. This is why you're retarded and nobody actually gives you any cognizance in terms of your argument.
Look, no.
We didn't arrest children. We take children into custody all the fucking time. We do it for criminals. We do it for murders. And the 3-year-old in question, which KK already debunked it, was the mother not wanting the fucking kid and not opening the door. So you're worried about cops taking in and protecting young kids who can't fend for themselves and can't make decisions, but you want to use it as an optic. This is how retarded you are. And again, thank you for giving credence and power to fucking people who have normal thoughts and shouldn't have any fucking power or voice in this government because quite frankly, you bankrupt us anyone who would be fucking overrun. And again, you don't even open up your own fucking wallet or mine. You just want to tell other people and pose this stupid fucking philosophical point that has no bearing.
I'm saying
So look, listen, hold on, look. Be-Ma, listen.
honest with the way
listen.
shit went down.
Be-Ma, listen. I understand what you're saying, right?
She doesn't listen. She's just
listen. Why this cheese bread? Listen,
and
I
you're just a
understand.
horrible
Hold on.
dude, bro. You're just nasty. I wouldn't have supported that if that was
understand.
It would have never happened.
Listen, I understand what you're saying.
I didn't violate the laws, and if I did,
Right, but listen, hold on.
my kids would have been taken into custody.
trying to speak to both of y'all. My
kids would have been taken into custody because I violated.
Come on, you guys. Let Reed go. He's trying to get in there.
Right,
Go ahead, Reed.
I'm trying to talk to both of y'all points, right? B-Mo, you right about what you're saying, but bro is also right. What we're saying, because you say, okay, when people coming over here across the border, they stop with their children. You say that these people, they got 3/4 of these people that got locked up didn't have criminal backgrounds. But what he is saying, he said they broke the law first by coming over here illegally. So that alone can get you put in jail. That's breaking American laws. That's what he's saying. Now, the process in which and how they handle things, which you're speaking to, like, okay, if they're going to arrest the parents, then they taking the children into custody. That's not necessarily them locking them up, because you have to remember this. If you got refugees and people that's running from places, and let's say you get a family of 4, the parents get locked. What are they supposed to do with the children, and who are they supposed to look to as relatives for these children when they don't even know who the parents are? That's what he's speaking to. So it's just like, if we get these parents, then we find out exactly who they are, and they have criminal backgrounds in Mexico. They came over here illegally. We put them in jail. Then we left with the children. What are we supposed to do with the children? We supposed to go through the necessary channels, right, to facilitate these children and put them where they're supposed to be until their parents deal with their situation. That's what he's speaking to. But when you're saying, oh, well, no, they detaining the children, they locking the kids up, they have to take the children, like bro said, to make sure that if someone does come to get them, that they're not going to a dangerous environment, that they're being released to someone who's actually their relatives or actually someone who's close to them. These are the channels that bro is saying that we have to go through when we're dealing with these people and these children. Because again, these are still illegal alien children that we don't know what we're supposed to do with them. Do we put them in foster care? Do we put them somewhere to be held until their parents deal with their situation? That's what bro is speaking to. But what you saying is, oh, no, we're not supposed to do this. We can't lock the kids up. There's supposed to be a better way of doing it. And what he asked was what
and imported into this country. It's a massive amount. We'll just round it up to 300,000. You may have heard this in the headlines, but it was 291, out of which we had 175,000 missed dates for courts for these children. Furthermore, the Biden administration's in its infinite belief, because they followed the fucking logic of BEMA, gave a telephone number to these kids as young as 2 and 3 to call this service if they had any problems with the interior. The Biden administration received hundreds of thousands of calls, but never answered them. In fact, the number that was manned by one individual. That couldn't account for actually anything going on. We're still looking for these kids to ensure that they're in there. So yes, taking children into custody to prevent harm, to prevent further degradation to them, impoverishment, death, sex trafficking is what we expect of the police, particularly when they apprehend criminals or violators of our laws. Whether or not they turn out to be innocent or found guilty, there is enough to warrant an arrest, and they should take those children into custody to provide them a safe harbor and protection so that they do not end up starving on the street. But somehow, under BEMA's logic, that fundamental aspect of our law enforcement, which I wish they would do more of, is obviously a crime against humanity, and somehow we shouldn't protect children. But this liberal logic is the worst fucking bullshit that I've ever heard. This is why people do not respect the left, do not respect these idiots, and clearly you demonstrate the fact that you have no knowledge of this. As a parent, if I violated the law, I hope somebody get my kids and take care of them and protect them. I hope somebody would do that. But I never violated the law, so I never lost my kid.
Allegedly.
But you, I'm sorry, what? You fucking
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, aren't you about to have a mulatto baby because your wife went and had 12 guys?
I said allegedly.
I know you like raping little kids, but you're fake. I know you like touching little kids. You fucking fake minister.
You're a fake type.
Yeah, anytime you want to meet up, come in. Don't promise me a free body. I mean, I'd love that.
Give me the address.
Yeah, we're trying to get
Come on.
So the situation of the child being arrested, the reports, it was the one with they were taken out of a vehicle. It's not the one that KK was talking about. I don't know that one. This one is where of Elvis Joel Typin Ecavera. He was 2 years old. He was driving with his father, and they arrested the kid too. There's nothing that you're going to tell me that's going to convince me that the child, the 2-year-old kid, is better in an ICE detention center than with another family member. There's a million of other ways to handle something like that. There could be some sort of emergency, care system. There could be a close relative, a friend. I mean, there's a million different things.
Okay, hold on.
Putting the child into an ICE detention center, and so that's
BEMA. Now you got to look in the United States. We have a serious issue in the legal system with legalities and responsibility, right? So what can happen if the ICE agents all of a sudden say, oh, well, the aunt was inside the house, so we just left the child with the aunt, and all of a sudden something bad happens, the child gets hurt, gets killed, gets lost, gets kidnapped. Where does the responsibility lie then? Who does the parents come back at for responsibility? They come back at ICE and they sue. So here's the thing.
Yeah, so hold on. Let's synthesize this, because the bipolar schizophrenic split in the mind of the average American, where they see themselves as being on either wholly humanitarian side or the wholly practical side, is causing us to be collectively exploited. As a matter of fact, if you came into the country illegally, you've created a tremendously dangerous situation for yourself, for your family. No matter how humanitarian the concern, the problem was brought about by the person who violated the law. First and foremost, we have to support and defend the law. Both of us. That is, both of the parties who are arguing here, BEMA on one side arguing that there's got to be a better way to resolve this issue. We don't want to exploit children. We don't want children to be suffering. And then Brad, who's saying,
As long as they're not white.
But we have to enforce the law, right? I think collectively, we can't lose sight of the fact that the law has to come first. Now, as a matter of fact, ICE is not concerned with enforcing the law consistently and uniformly, or in enforcing the law in a way that would result in the greatest amount of justice per effort expended. They're interested in creating terror and driving the wedge between the cerebellum and separating the hemispheres of the American's mind. Ultimately, the law
By kicking out illegals?
No, kicking out illegals is not the most effective way to expend effort in consistently and uniformly enforcing Title VIII. Title VIII is much more effectively enforced when you start to recognize that the exploitation of these laborers is accruing wealth to private interests and not to the public. So whatever they cost the public,
So don't kick out the illegals.
paid by the public. But anyone who
I'm just asking for clarification. Don't kick out the illegals, or do?
No, every single person who's in the country illegally has to be prosecuted and convicted and punished. It's not simply enough to deport them. They have to be prosecuted for that. We
It's
understand.
easier to do it this way.
No, it's not easier to go and
Just
terrorize
round them
people.
up, throw them in handcuffs, put them in the car. Send them
It's
on
not
their
easy.
way.
There's
Super simple.
by President Trump,
people to Madagascar.
by President Trump's admission, by President Trump's admission, there are as many as 30 million or more illegal aliens in this country. The only possible way, not the only possible way, but the most effective way to address the illegal immigration with the least amount of crisis and trauma for everyone
If we
involved.
win in 2028, 2032, can't we do that?
Some of you,
next 11 years. Let that. I'm just asking for clarification.
Please stop interrupting.
I don't know why it's so hard.
As a matter of fact, the amount of guilt that lies with the family who illegally enters the United States of America is far less than the guilt of the person who is enjoying the benefit from exploiting their illegal entry into the country. We, as a matter of fact, can remove entirely the incentives, practically overnight, by holding accountable those people who are actively employing and profiting from that.
By removing free healthcare and secondary welfare and Section 8 housing.
Undeniably, populations coming into this country illegally who have not put down roots, do not have roots.
Yeah, we could prosecute the big businesses later, Dionysus. Get the illegals out.
Not later. When
Could we walk and chew gum at the same time, Dionysus?
Wait, Genesis. I thought you guys were
Dionysus.
We have finite.
Genesis.
We have
diabetes.
We have finite.
Can we walk and chew gum at the same time?
I can tell by the frequency of your interruptions.
Can we prosecute
don't have
one
an
argument?
before I shut the room down. I will close this room. All right. One mic. Hold on. Wait.
Thank you. So
The more you come off the mic, it gets all screwed up. Let's see.
No, I'm asking him, can we not walk and chew gum at the same time?
You to go back and
Companies.
as a matter of fact, the answer is yes. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. But this metaphor breaks down when you consider the fact that we're $40 trillion in debt. We are essentially bankrupt when we have to consider the unfunded liabilities. Would you shut the fuck up? Please, you stupid fucking nigger.
Gropers, crashing out, not even black.
Jesus Christ. Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna allow these mentally incompetent individuals to interrupt God's priorities as he deigns to provide us in gospel for the future of white America?
White America.
As a matter of fact, any human endeavor.
I can't wait to find out Dionysus like Mexico or Puerto Rican.
Click on my profile. My genetic information is posted. Okay, bro. Okay, can you shut the fuck up now so the adults can have a productive conversation?
I'm going to shit through Ancestry tree in like 5
on.
All right, let Diogenes
Amazing.
finish.
Thank you. That's I appreciate that.
Yeah,
So,
wake it up.
I love it. So ultimately, I want to address the concern that we're not able to walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Ultimately, we all know that any human endeavor is limited by the physical properties of the universe, which we accept.
No, it's America.
See, he just can't stop. He can't fucking stop himself. If someone will not silence that fucking dog, I'm not going to waste my time trying to construct more complex ideas, because it's rude not only to me, but most importantly to those who are trying to listen and verify that what I'm saying is accurate and reasonable.
Thank you, whoever kicked him down. Been done. Go ahead. You're welcome. We kicked
Okay.
it.
Thank you. Please, my thanks unending for the great rooms that you guys host and the time you invest in providing spaces for conversation. I'm not always respectful of it. I should be. The point is that he's bringing up this fake argument. And I say it's fake because it's not made in good faith. We don't have unlimited capabilities. We don't live in an unlimited world. We live in a world with finite resources and finite efforts made by finite people towards specific objectives. Finite objectives. And this, we have to consider, how will we expend our efforts to achieve the greatest return on that investment? And when we consider this, we can clearly see that what Immigration and Customs Enforcement is doing is not oriented in any meaningful way towards returning an investment. It's a waste, it's a useless expenditure that is enriching people like Christine Nome, while the general public continues to bear the cost, the overwhelming cost, of sustaining the illegal immigration population, while Donald Trump, the leader, the absolute unrivaled head of the executive, the Department of Justice in the United States, having been reified by the Supreme Court as being able to exercise his discretion in directing the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, etc., and all other federal agencies, says repeatedly, we are not going to kick out illegal aliens or pursue illegal aliens on the basis that they came into the country illegally. And that is the greatest source of cost. That is the greatest harm. It's the 30 million illegal aliens who are not committing violent crimes in the country, who do require assistance from the public. And so if we actually want to deploy the limited funding, the limited efforts that can be made, our delegated authority, as limited as it is, to the Department of Homeland Security, then Donald Trump only has to go and say to the Department of Justice, we want to return the authority to the states, the state and local law enforcement, to prosecute individuals for illegal entrance and habitation in the United States. But more importantly, the federal funding, the federal agents will go to the states and identify the people who are employing them in the tens, in the hundreds, and sometimes in the thousands in violation of Title VIII, a felony. And I tell you this, there was a Romanian freedom who said this. He said, if I was in a room with my enemy and a traitor, I would shoot the traitor. And I had one bullet. I would shoot the traitor. Because our greatest problem here in the United States of America is not illegal immigrants. It's the people who are employing them and incentivizing their continued immigration into this country. It's in continuing to try to keep them exploited, trying to keep them from ever having any real sovereignty or reason to remain in their country. We do everything possible to impoverish them. We arm their cartels. And then this is what we need to address. If we care about the future of the United States, and you have my absolute support, every single illegal alien in the country has to be removed. And not just removed, they have to be convicted and they have to be sentenced. There is a price to be paid for the criminal act. You don't simply restore the stolen property and say that things have been done. Society, every law-abiding citizen is being punished and has to be made whole by the conviction of those people who broke the law. But we will never be able to get them all. And we need to understand that in order to get them to leave, we have to punish the people who are employing them. And that's not happening. And those of you who are still living under the delusion that Donald Trump cares, you need to go and watch the clips of Donald Trump. There's 4, where he says we can't do anything about the because the hospitality, agriculture, and construction industries depend on them. So you, president, the man who is most responsible for justice in this country as the head of the executive branch of the government with complete discretion to direct the Department of Justice, is telling you that he will not prosecute the illegal aliens on the basis that they are here illegally. And that is the greatest cost. That is the most grievous wound to the public. So I want to answer the question, land my plane. Thank you all for your participation, and get the fuck out of Dodge. Should America have voter ID? Yes, absolutely. If you're going to cast a vote, not only should we have voter ID and you have to prove that you're a citizen, but you should absolutely have to publicly take accountability for the vote that you cast. And I want you to know, before I go, this is insignificant. Voter ID is an insignificant balm on a gaping arterial bleed when the president who would implement voter ID has already told you that he is not going to prosecute the most grievous wound in the body politic. Okay? Thank you so much, guys. Sorry for my harsh language. I hope that we'll work together in the future.
Matrix. It's too bad you got the Matrix there.
Mossad got in the Matrix.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is this is working with and being in the industry where you wanted to talk about construction and that can't thrive. That's a misconception. The trades are being invaded by low wage. We want to talk about, everybody wants to talk about getting wages up, right? Oh, they're picking vegetables. They're not picking vegetables. If you look at the median wage in the trades, they're making good money. There's electricians out there making six figures. Not even kidding. The average wage for, I think, plumbers, electricians, and even framers are getting into the 70s and 80s, okay? Depending on where you're at more. But what's happening is I know this because one of my clients literally had it happen. Air crews that put up our buildings, not all of a sudden, they had the same guys. 17 years or more, they've all been with me. All of a sudden, they show up down. One of them spoke English. Called him, what's the deal? I couldn't compete. What do you mean you can't compete? He goes, everybody else is using the immigrants coming up. They'll work for $12 an hour from sun up to sundown, Monday through Sunday. And everybody's okay with that. Let them do it. They're pushing down the wages. If you think they're only willing to do it in one trade, you're wrong. They're going to do it in every trade. They will come in, undercut you, cut your legs out. They bring the wages down. Hey, as a business owner, great. For you, the employee that's working for those companies, your numbers pulled, and they're slowly calling it. It brings the wages down. Construction workers are being forced out in their 40s and 50s after putting in the life of trying to build it where they're making good money and saying, go find a new life. So when we say that, it's just in these certain avenues, immigration isn't the answer for that. Immigration pulls that down. Oh, it also raised rents. Because now you have in a community where we have a hell of a lot of immigration coming in, rents literally doubled in a matter of about 4 years. Now, why? Because you have the same amount of places with more bodies willing to pay and having to pay rent. So, to say that, this is, they're filling jobs, I hate the narrative of any part of it about filling the jobs, because guess what? Every single job out there will pay what it takes to get the product out. We may pay more, but that's the cost of us wanting to pay a higher wage. People will fill jobs. There's a lot of open jobs here in America.
Real quick, I just want to say a president that's a real estate developer is not incentivized to go after illegal immigrants.
Why is that?
Because his companies that develop real estate and construction lay illegals because they're cheaper.
Is New York a union state? Do you know?
It depends on state to state. I'm sure it is.
Okay. Now, I just want you to go quick and do some work on how that works in the unions when you're talking about construction.
Well, most states in the South are right-to-work states. I don't live in New York. I don't really care about New York.
Well, that's where he does his development, so it might help to do a little homework.
Yeah, so what he does is development, and that matters, right? So you just made my point for me. Thank you.
I just obliterated your point because you were saying illegal immigrants. When you're union, okay, the way it works in unions, you have somebody coming in that's not a union worker, not union, guess what? All hell's going to break loose. And it's been that way since the days back when the mobs running the show up there. For fuck's sakes, it's always been that way.
Okay, well,
They
New York
just
is
decided
a
to be a
decaying
part of it.
city. Okay.
Right. But the fact is you're trying to sit there and bitch about Trump.
Trump is in Florida. He's a Florida man.
Show me the buildings he's building in Florida. Show me where he's doing all the major developments in Florida.
I could go look it up, but I guarantee I'll find it.
Look it up, please.
I'm happy to do it later. This is not a priority right now.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I try to do with clubhouse etiquette is not give oxygen to things that have no value. I think there's a lot of bigger things that we have to deal with in America versus thinking that the President of the United States, who happens to be a developer, is developing. So it's kind of interesting that this is what we believe. Yeah, Rico, you're correct, because ICE is correct here. You got to know exactly, do you think the president's sitting around thinking about developing buildings with illegal people right now? It's really sad for me that we actually think that the president right now of the United States of America is concerned about illegals building buildings.
Or his kids are. His kids run a real estate company, do they not?
Okay, Rico, like I said to you, if you, I just said to you, go do some background so we know exactly what we're speaking about. It's important, guys. Just because we're on Clubhouse doesn't mean that we should just say things because we think it's okay. There's truth and then there's fact. Facts are not truth, guys. They change. Truth is just reality. It doesn't change. Okay? And for us to be on a platform to where we can't even hear each other speak, the truth of the matter is, I don't understand you guys. I think all of us are old enough to say to each other, let one person finish, whether you agree with them or not. It's okay. We don't have to be like Clubhouse. We can run a house pretty smoothly, guys. But we should all be able to have a conversation without beating each other up. Because you know what? The last I checked, I tell my children, my wife this all the time, I am not a legislator. I'm not a lawmaker. I don't get to pass them. What I got to do is follow them to the best of my ability. So I appreciate each one of you guys. And Matt, thank you for letting me share the mic again. I believe the mic is a privilege, it's not a right.
Well, I appreciate you, Edward, as always. Always brings value to the stage. Need more of that. And yeah, Edward, I'll get you in on more. I guess I got a kind of a game plan. We're talking the DM there. Get you more in on the serious subjects as a mod. Right now we're just kind of free flowing, but yeah.
I want to ask the Iranians in the chat, do you guys think that Bibi Netanyahu is the true 12th Imam, the savior of the world? I got one vote.
Was having with Brad and you guys were going back and forth. But I do want to also remember, I think it's important that, guys, these things that we're dealing with are much more difficult when someone chooses to leave their country with their children to go to another country without invitation. That's going to create a whole lot of challenges. You guys, this is not easy. We're born in this country, and we have challenges. Just think about what it's like to travel thousands of miles to come to a country you know nothing about, you don't speak the language, from all over the world. And you're coming to a country that's trying their hardest to do what's by humanity-wise, and it's still hard. And unfortunately, we don't have people who have courage nor morality because we're taking advantage of the weakness. And to me, that's not good.
So I have a question. Ice, do you think that that you're born on the planet and you're entitled to a job regardless of where you're born to?
No, your only right is you got the right to live. There's no right. You create your rights, right? No, you don't have a right to a job. You don't have a right to all that stuff. If you're talking about just being born, you have the right to be here. That's it. Where you're at, where you're born, that's your right. Okay? They even allow people to come on vacation and have a child here and say their right is now to be here. That's how simple it is in America right now. So no, that person, no, they don't have a right to a job. They don't have a right to a house. They don't have a right to food. They don't have a right to any of that. The proof of that is nature. Nature proves this over and over all around the world. They have the right to be here. They don't got a right to a meal. Go earn it.
I want to places where you have a right to a meal, and that's like prison. I don't know.
Airports. Yeah, you have the right to 3 meals cooked for you a day in prison.
A bed, a cell.
That is more than people on the outside.
Don't you get cable TV, magazines?
Yeah,
you get it all.
Yeah, I like what I said. Even nature, which is unforgiving, guys. The rights of nature. If you violate nature, it will cut you in half. Any part of nature. So let's remember, nature even has boundaries, guys. And there's not a living species on planet Earth that would not protect their own. Not a living species. From the human to any animal, you try to touch their offspring. And I promise you, all of nature will come at us.
Yeah, I think that that's the problem. I think that people think that, I'm sorry guys, I think that people think that they put in their heads that we're like different and we're not completely and eternally connected. And then all this tribalism happens, right? Instead of understanding truly that, I mean, if you believe that every single human being on the planet is truly born with the same freedoms that you should have, the same protected freedoms, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. And I'll explain why. Ice, you said nobody's entitled to a job. Then you also said that the example of your friend, that the contractors, right, they're the problem because they're hiring people lower wages, right? You don't think that that should be between the employer and the person who's willing to do the labor? Why do you want to take the freedom from the contractor to contract with who he wants to freely contract with? Why do you want to take or think that it's wrong to allow the worker to lose their freedom to sell their labor? Why do you think it's wrong for a customer then to lose their access to lower cost?
To hire a bunch of kids.
Right for them.
To hire a bunch of kids.
Yeah, add 50
Hold on.
versions to this.
I'm trying to.
You don't have to have 50 versions of it.
It's not 50 versions.
You're beating a dead fucking horse.
Hold on. It's not 50 versions. It's not 50 versions. It's one breakdown.
Yeah, so you got
of
it. So let me answer. I'll answer.
Okay. Well, I wasn't.
You gotta shut the
but
fuck up, Lance.
because you can't control yourself, I'll let you go.
Because you keep. Okay. Here's the thing. Let me
No,
explain.
there is no. I didn't keep anything. I wanted to go through my little thing.
You wanted to go through the 57 reasons.
It
that are the
wasn't
same
57
fucking answer.
reasons. No, it's no. And you can't pretend like you know what I was gonna say because now you're justifying you cutting me off because you know that you're wrong. Instead of just saying I apologize. You could be an adult right now and just say I apologize, Bima. Go ahead and finish. But you're not going to. You're going to continue to cut me off. I have now understood that you have a need to speak, that you're fearful of whatever I'm going to say, or you're too
There's no
frustrated.
fear. It's just stupid.
Well, then you would have let me just go.
Go.
Well, then it wouldn't have been a problem because
Stop
that's just.
bitching.
Okay, hold on. There's one rule. There's one big rule in this house, and that is everybody gets to speak. I don't care who you are until you foul it up. Every day is a new day. But there's one thing we do around here. We let everybody speak. I don't care who you are. But if Bevan wants to finish and then Ice, you can go. That's fine. Let's just do this, okay? There's just one rule. This one little thing that I have, that just bothers me the most is when people can't finish what they're saying. It literally just drives me crazy. So go ahead, Bima.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate
We're
it.
doing that for Beaver.
You're an idiot. He's not even here, you dick.
He's always here.
Go ahead, Ice. I'm thrown off now.
The fact is my point to you, you were listing things that are all the same thing. Doesn't matter to me what you feel and what I feel. The law dictates in this nation, you need to fill out an I-9 form and be here legally to be employed. If you're here illegally, it doesn't give you the right, the privilege, or any benefit to come in and say, hey, I'm willing to do this for less money, okay? We have reasons that we have this in place. It's protections for our people. Okay? Now, with what happens when you just allow unfettered immigration to come in, you affect local workforces. What I said before that is we have a group of people who are wanting fast food workers to make $25 an hour. With $25 an hour, your fast food meal is now going to be $22. And I'm okay with that. Let's do it. But I don't know why we'd stop at $25 an hour. If it's beneficial to everybody, let's just go all the way up to $100 an hour because the relevance is the same. Whatever you push it up, it's going to be an equal pushback. Okay? So my point is the right isn't theirs to come here and work. They have no right to come here and work. That's my point. So we could have this long list about all the different things that they could provide or they could benefit or they could bring. It's all irrelevant. The only thing that matters is, can they legally work here? What does the law state, Bima?
I think that you've misunderstood the contention of my argument. My argument, when I talk about these things, I will never appeal to the law because the discussion of the depths of where I was going, right, is why the law became the law. And so if you can't defend the reasons for why the law became the law, then there's no capacity, there's no point in just appealing to law. Because that's all you just said to me. You said, it's the law, and because it's the law, it's the law. And that's circular. It gives me no depth. It doesn't explain to me why you're willing to take the freedom of the contractor, of the worker, of the customer, of rival competition, of rival companies that are going to compete, of determining, of manipulating the labor market, because now it's not going to be determined by consent and price. It's going to be determined by legality, like legal privilege and exclusion. Okay, so I'm going to need a better argument, sir.
You are already determined by those that are governed under the law. They actually consent to the laws of the land. They do it by voting, they do it by consent, and they actually apply those laws, which is why you are governable, because those that consent to it agree in the vast majority of the laws, regardless of how your principles are. And furthermore, why would I disadvantage somebody in America to import those because your ideological belief of fair competition needs to be done, when in fact it is not reciprocated globally? But I should somehow have to impugn myself into doing it in America because you feel it's there, which would be fine, except you actually benefit from the very laws that govern this, so that you are not out on the street and possibly losing 100 pounds a week because you can't eat McDonald's and Twinkies all day.
If only.
Brad, will you ever grow up, or do I have to just consistently expect that type of discussion from you?
In 2 weeks, she'll be normal size. Brad, in 2 weeks, she'll be normal size.
Edward and Bima had this exchange too. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah. Okay. So Bima, you clearly state that you personally do not care about the fact that it's the law. There's also a thing called self-government. If a person who chooses to come here, if they did not govern themselves, they don't have a right to anything in America, and the company doesn't have a right to hire them because that company is licensed in the state that they're in. And you know who gave them that right? The state, to have a company. And they have to follow the rules of the state. Listen, I have a company. I will not, and I clearly told you, I will never hire a person who does not have an I-9 form, and I cannot check their social security. It will never happen. And the reason why? Because I am American first, and I believe that Americans have a right to, I have to pay them. Doesn't matter. So I am going to do what's right as an owner of a company. I'm not going to lose my value
host of things that we're going to decide all of a sudden emotion dictates what we should do.
This is hilarious.
Let's look at a driver's license. Everybody should be able to drive then. You shouldn't have to have a driver's license. No, well, let's say that's not probably a good idea. Let's look at what's happened with some of the semi-drivers. Here in Florida, what we had happen was we had a semi-driver try to do a U-turn in an illegal place.
He's an anarchist.
So what we had is we had a series of laws in place for whom? Our protection, our safety, our security. We don't just allow anybody to come in because your job would no longer be in place, because I don't care if you own your own business. I don't care what you do. Somebody's going to come in and do it. She's all over. Right? So they'll come in.
She's an anarchist.
So what I heard, in contrary, the incredible contradiction, an exact oxymoron, maybe not oxymoron, it's inverse, it's the exact opposite. You said if emotion were to decide what to do. I'm arguing that what you're deciding is emotion. You're emotional about your protection and your ideas of what you have, and you get scared and you get fearful. I'm giving you principles, basic principles that apply to every human being, and you're telling me no, those are emotions. We gotta have these laws because, okay, so you're telling me we have to have these laws because for what? For what? Like I said, you're willing to take the freedom from all of these people, and then you're saying, well, people consented to it. Hold on. The state, that's a big argument, and that's one that I'd love to have, but I don't know if anybody's prepared to have that today, is no, we don't explicitly consent. A large majority of the population doesn't vote and don't believe in a lot of this shit. That's why it's happening, because people are freely associating and they're choosing what they want to buy. They decide who they want to freely contract with. They're deciding what worker they want to hire, and workers are freely choosing what labor they want to sell, and customers are choosing what they want to buy. And okay, so the point is that people disagree with you, and what you're saying to me is my emotional appeal, not me, I'm talking about you, okay, that I'm emotional and I get fearful and I don't want everybody to have the same rights, and whoever can dominate the leading narrative is who's going to be able to enforce their preferences on the other living human beings that have the free, that should, if you believe, but what you don't believe that every human being should have the free authority to choose to decide who to contract with and who to sell labor to and who to buy from, because this is exactly why we're kicking out the immigrants. Okay, so I mean, all I hear is emotion. I don't hear any logic. I don't hear any good argumentation. I hear the state decided it. Well, the state decided. Well, yeah, let's look at who
the state didn't decide it. The state was ordered by the people that voted them in and pushed for policies.
And the people who voted them in is a small percentage.
No, it's not a small percentage. It's an actually massive amount of governance.
Even if you want to say massive, it doesn't matter.
Now it doesn't matter because it doesn't fit your narrative, because you've been proven wrong.
Because I could go both
because you just keep going. It's just literally redundant.
Because you said the state, and the state are governed by the people.
You don't have anything. You argue from a place of emotion, and then you're saying, oh, everybody else is emotional. You're not. It's not logical. The people that are of the United States choose not to, in mass, overwhelmingly said, hey, we do not want immigrants to just come in the country and get a cookie upon entering, take jobs, take homes, have that capacity. We want them to come through a correct methodology, which is through a port of entry, follow through the immigration laws that we have in place, which, oddly enough, millions of fucking immigrant Americans have already done so. And somehow or another, your argument is from a place of, well, I don't believe, which is actually your fucking feelings. No, they have to comply with the laws, because guess what? Overwhelmingly in this nation, they want those laws enforced. They want that process. You have that voice. You've been outvoted, outgoverned, and actually appeal to the sense of what the immigration process is. They are done with it. You no longer get to go on the ass like, well, we want fair competition. No. America wants fair competition in its own borders. It does not want to have to contend internally for fucking people who come over here on an inner tube to coming out of your bloated ass.
Okay, well,
So the bottom line is, hold on. You went, he went. I'm
Can I just respond to
gonna
Viking before?
no, because this
Because
is
I'm
what
not going to remember what he said. Can I just respond
this
to
is
what
why
he
I
said?
wanted to stop you earlier, B, because you won't remember. After you go on for 12 minutes asking me 20 questions.
I wanted. He was responding to me. I wanted to respond to him.
My sentence would have been over.
You don't know what he's talking about is the issue.
Actually, Jacob, maybe you can do this real quick for me. Why don't you just read what I last put in there? It would be done in, what, 7 words?
Laws are based on reason, principles, and public values.
And that's what I'm challenging. I'm challenging them, and I want you to give me a better. I want you to provide
There's no better answer.
a better argument. I want you to give me a better argument to tell me what is better than stealing and thieving and taking the freedom of people who you say are free of all of those actors. Okay, but that's my point. Now, Viking, I want you to follow the logic that you're supporting. Okay, if at any time, let's say, because the people voted for it, that's the way that it is. You've been outvoted. You've been outgoverned. Those are your words. So in that same sense, tomorrow, we can have the majority of the people in the nation say, you know what, we want open borders. And then that's it. Now we have open borders. And now I would just say to you, hey, look, you've been outgoverned. You've been outvoted. And hold on, wait.
No, you answered. We actually went through that dumb exercise already.
I didn't interrupt
because
you.
yes, you do. You interrupt everybody. Constantly, and then you get mad when it's done to
I waited
you.
for you to go all the way to the
Biden actually did do the open borders for 4 years. And
I did not
guess
interrupt
what?
you.
I was
I did not
outgoverned.
interrupt you.
I was
did not
outvoted
interrupt you.
because you
I did
guys,
not interrupt you. I
fucking
did not
voted for that,
interrupt
and
you.
the
I
people
did not
rejected
interrupt you. I
it.
didn't interrupt you.
Basically threw
I
that out the
didn't
window.
interrupt you. I
So
read the
again,
receipt,
you
and I
have
didn't fucking interrupt you.
Alright, guys, just let Bima help me. It's just too much on my head right now. Just get one at a time.
Yeah, just let Bima finish what she was saying.
But Bima, just
No, these people are fucking idiot children. I'm out of here.
Yeah, you're a bladed EBT fucking recipient on that. So this is the problem with her logic right there, Matt and Pepe. We went through that exercise. It happened under Biden. We were outvoted. Since it's determined on a federal level, immigration, guess what Biden did? He catered to these fucking unstained twats that exist there that, thank God, no guy can penetrate the thighs to get her pregnant. They cannot fundamentally realize that the country en masse, not even close, not even with any kind of pause or hesitation, said overwhelmingly, we do not want this. You know how we know this? Because the Democrats didn't win a single swing state. They barely won any swing counties. To the point where they were going free zones, all this shit that Bima was espousing, that was their primary campaign speech, aside from Trump is a racist narcissist and we need to defend the world against him. But however, they rejected en masse. The number one issue that people wanted Trump to deal with was immigration. That was it. He locked down the borders. He's forcing people there. Mexico is complying because guess what? Mexico's stopping it on the southern approach. They don't even want these people. So now, if we have this actually going on, and every nation in the world has their immigration points, she is fundamentally either retarded or just has too much fat in her head to actually understand what she's talking about.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Pepe. You want to say something?
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I forgot I was on mute.
It's all good. I mean, I think we all kind of know like why Trump was voted in, and I suppose, yeah, we're just gonna people say whatever they say. I get what you're saying. I mean, I really don't know what else to say. It's like people don't see that we voted in Trump for this baby commission. What's that? Yeah. ATZ, what do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah, you came off mic.
You can rephrase the question if you want to talk to me. Oh, God, this must be the one guy that's willing to go to bed with Bima. What do I want? Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, you came off mic. You interrupted me, so I don't know.
Are you asking me what I want?
many times do I have to tell you? Are you slow today, or what's going on?
Yeah. What do I want? I want
Your
peace.
okay, peace. Okay.
You know, I would it would be nice. But as far as Trump goes, I DJ'd for Trump at Mar-a-Lago. I was around. I met him. I met his sister. I met the Koch brothers. Right? And all I gotta say is that these KK, do you have a problem?
But now you do.
No, apparently KK has.
Now you do.
ATZ, what are you from? You
don't even
Don't
speak.
you dare fucking talk shit to our good Asian princess down there. Shut your fucking mouth tonight.
Sure.
She's busy working right now. She's probably giving some nasty guy fucking
She's saying two voodoo.
I wouldn't do that either. I wouldn't do that either.
Never mind. What I said.
ATZ, I mean, I doubt you could even formulate the cognition to recognize the Koch brothers. I doubt you were down at Mar-a-Lago unless you were like.
I don't care what you doubt, you fucking
I didn't know he said brothers. I
You got care?
I mean, when did you meet the Koch brothers, dipshit? When did you meet them?
This is 2022. 2021.
2022. Someone remind me when one of the Koch brothers died.
I saw their golden statue in their yard.
Here we go. You were a yard man. Okay, gotcha.
No. I met them, and
Were you the cum rag that they used?
Viking, you're a little piece of shit, faggot, and I don't want to hear
I'm
you
6'1"
talk.
and a half, but you can. Yeah, I guess I'm a big piece of shit. So
English cleaned up.
Why don't you
I know, right?
Why don't you suck my big faggot?
Dude, grin and bear it, motherfucker. I doubt you can even find it yourself. That little bit.
You've never DJ'd for them.
You are a little Latino, Brad.
Shut the fuck up.
Know how to formulate a sentence.
Yeah, I know, right? This guy's got an IQ of 2, man. Fucking Big Bird can fucking put together more sentences than you.
I missed it. You got a
That's
call.
where we're going, dude. That's what you're.
Dude, yeah, man, we're going there, dude.
Wait,
We're rolling with Big Bird. That's
ATZ. You were a DJ at Mar-a-Lago?
correct. Yes, I was.
When was the first term, or when was this?
This is in between term 1 and 2. There's a Trump-supported Congresswoman, Reba Cheryl. She's in a wheelchair. She's she was running for the district of Mar-a-Lago in Florida. So I DJ'd a party for her, but he was there, and it's in Mar-a-Lago. Her stripper daughter tried to fuck me, and that's another story. But no, this happened. This happened too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't fuck her.
Okay, so you didn't fuck her, or you did fuck her?
I did not fuck her because
I love strippers.
Bro, the only way a stripper's fucking you is if you pay her.
Yeah, there we go. So,
okay, have you ever met a congresswoman's daughter that tried to fuck you?
Rich. Okay, so what do you think of Trump then? We didn't even get
Strippers like DJs.
What do I think of Trump?
Yeah.
Like currently?
Yeah.
I think he's the world's greatest comedian.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is funny that he does?
Everything he does is funny. What do you mean?
You mean everything?
He's the world's greatest comedian. Hello.
Wait a minute, Matt. I thought it was, what is that, Florida District 31 or something like. Someone could correct me wrong, but I thought it was Gretchen and Miller that was running in that district, and it was, the primary was between her, what is it, Maples.
Yeah, you thought a lot of things, and you were
But
wrong.
there's no Reba there. And I doubt her daughter was trying to fuck you.
Reba Cheryl?
I
In a wheelchair?
I doubt her daughter was trying to fuck some fucking idiot like you who can't formulate sentences. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Yeah,
I doubt some guy that has to use Uber to go 6 blocks and can't fucking have a penny to.
How many acres do you own?
22.
22?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Why does it matter?
Oh no. What's the matter?
Because he wants to throw a Goa Trans Festival on your property, Brad.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I doubt you can get up that far north. I doubt you even know where north is right now.
ATZ, was her daughter trans? No, she was a bad little bitch. Nope. She was nice. And I should have hit it. I make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. I had dinner with
Imagination's a wild thing.
I believe this guy.
the imagination is a wild thing. I'm being offended that you think I would.
You're offended and you think we care?
You're offended and we care. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're a bitch.
Did you vote for Trump?
was it? ATZ, who was this for? I missed that part. Who was this
Reba
for?
Cheryl.
It's
Reba Cheryl.
What, did you vote for Trump or no? What did you do? Were you Kamala? What's going on with Biden?
Is that your question, bro? Out of all the things you could ask me,
I don't know. I mean,
you're asking me that?
you're saying he's a comedian. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, what the hell is all that about? I don't know. But I mean, you don't have to answer. I'm just wondering. I mean, do you like Trump or? I mean,
I think he's the world's greatest comedian.
yeah. So did you vote for him or not?
I don't vote.
I knew it.
Huh.
I rest my case.
So I had to look up who this individual was. She wasn't a congressman. She lost. She lost.
Yeah, she did lose. Yes, and I DJ'd her party.
What?
I'm
I'm glad she lost because she hired somebody like you to DJ. Shows that she was not competent or selective in who
No,
she was.
she was not competent. She was
Yeah,
not
I know.
competent.
That's why she hired you.
I wouldn't say that's why, but I was just the DJ. I'm a DJ.
I couldn't even get that fucking part right.
I'm a professional DJ. I play music for people when they ask me to. Okay, so I DJ'd the QAnon event.
He doesn't get it, does he?
The one and only QAnon event on the Tampa Boardwalk.
Wait. You DJ'd the QAnon event?
Yes. Yes, I did. They paid me $2,000. What was I going to say now?
$2,000 to DJ a QAnon event. I'm fucking done.
Yes, that's how I got the gig at Mar-a-Lago, because there were people there, of Trump people and other people.
Did you have the show I see? Sorry.
No, but I did go, when I went to Mar-a-Lago, I went through 2 Secret Service checkpoints.
Well, the reason why he asked that is that this is the poll above. Do you think America should have voter ID? ATZ or no? Or is that too common?
I mean, of course we should have voter ID. Is that even a question?
Well, it is. I was just wondering. Okay, great. That's
I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? Like, the fuck?
Follow the.
Yes, you should be a citizen to vote on
Good man.
issues.
We're on the right path now. We're okay. Course correcting a little bit. Make sure you follow the house too, by the way. ATC.
Alright, I'm joining right now.
Appreciate it, brother. Okay. All right. Any more questions?
That was rough.
I got breaking news if you want. We got Keegan doing music.
Keegan is a DJ too.
ATC, I have a question real quick. What's your full legal given name?
For $100, you can get that.
No, I get your Google search. You can do it on, and I can research who you are and just find your name.
Alright, well then Google it.
Oh, nice.
How about you Google that shit? How about that?
You did with doxing yourself.
shitty or the thing you did.
Wrap it up.
Sorry? What was that?
That's too much. Come on, stop.
Hey, so
Very good.
Are we really surprised at his music choices, though? I mean, we all knew that, you know.
What's wrong?
The talk is this.
So, Brad, real quick.
That's a great song.
So you were going back and forth with, I think it was breaking earlier, right? So how come you're Rico, right? So you were going back and forth, and I think Rico was mentioning the mass inflation, hyperinflation, because I guess, so I don't know if it was somebody mentioning inflation that was caused during 2022, but Rico also mentioned about the CARES Act, pretty much the CARES Act, when he was referencing about the hyperinflation. But
I never said hyperinflation.
Well, you were referencing pretty much the CARES Act, where there was the situation with him signing that was the 6.3.
What did the CARES Act do to M2 money supply?
What's that?
What did the CARES Act do to M2 money supply, if you're familiar with that metric?
Well, that metric I'm not familiar with, but I do remember the wealth transfer that it caused. That caused basically the transferring of wealth to the rich, and also too the fact that they had all these stimulus checks that they brought out that caused mass printing, which caused mass printing. So my point is, that's not talked about this one when it happened under current president's tenure, or specifically the first tenure during COVID-19. Because how come nobody reads it? But then, you talk about certain things that come by this one detrimental. But I think that Trump is doing more when it comes to the mass inflation that we've seen in the last 70 years. Not people shit for being in town. But he didn't do much to nobody anything. And his first administration had come that's the right policy right now.
Wait, y'all follow Trump in here?
You got an issue? You got an issue? What's going on?
No, I'm trying to understand. Y'all like Trump? You think he's a good guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think Rihanna is the only one, I think, on stage that doesn't like him that I can see here.
I mean, I just think he's better than
Wait, you think Kamala would have been better?
No, I said he's better than what.
No, I was asking ATZ. Or Ants, or whatever his fucking name is.
For someone who hung around Trump and tried to solicit prostitution from one of his, I guess, people or whatever.
He is leading.
You don't seem to really be going to bat for Trump that much here. I don't know. Am I missing something?
You're in the middle. He might be inside Mar-a-Lago now.
He really is a Mar-a-Lago at this point.
He may be inside a hooker, let's be honest.
Same thing. No music, Keegan. You're coming out.
Viking, you're a little bitch, and if I ever...
Wow. Damn.
It's got some names. Like, if that Obama phone ever works, he's going to let me know.
You have no brothers. You have no family.
Actually, autism.
Shit, let me tell you this. Viking is a little bitch with a failed family.
mispronounced his.
Yeah, he's affiliated. Look, I can't control Vikings life, but he can, and he made bad decisions.
Mispronounced.
What decisions did I make that were so bad?
What do you mean? You know what they are. Do I have to spell it out for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You have nothing, dude. All you have is this claim of my ignorance, and it's disgusting, dude, to be honest.
Well, I'm guessing I'm pretty safe on that because you said, that there was a congresswoman named Reba who actually lost in the primary. She wasn't a congressman. She ran for an office, but she lost. So that doesn't.
Oh my God, she lost.
Secondly, you said
She
her
lost.
daughter
She
solicited sex from you as a prostitution who is a stripper, which there's actually no evidence that's provided that because, Google's free.
Dude, you suck evidence's dick every morning. You're like.
So
fuck DJs for free.
Yeah, and you did it for $2,000 at Mar-a-Lago, which I'm pretty sure Trump or even anybody in his administration wouldn't hire a shithead like you to DJ from an iPhone. They would probably hire someone
retarded because
someone a little more
I did do it, and I'm not happy about the fact that I did it. And I should have charged $20,000. You know how I feel
I'm glad you can regurgitate your mother's line. I'm really sorry I did it. I didn't mean to reproduce this one.
No. You're just a fool. It's cool, bro. It's cool. You're an idiot. All right. Let me look through my photos. Hold on. I might have one.
While he's doing that, just real quick, let's just not talk about the R word. There's somebody on stage that does have somebody that's that. So let's just not let's be respectful. Let's just be nice.
Can I just say Windex liquor?
Be nice.
Window liquor?
Wait,
Right, you're really trial.
Watch out listen that word because there is somebody on stage that is.
Why would I fucking lie about this? This is the lie that would hurt my brand. Why the fuck
I doubt anything could hurt your brand. Really?
Isn't ATZ? Is that the R word in this room?
Oh no, somebody else.
Supporting Trump, DJing at Trump for Mar-a-Lago actually hurt my brand. So in Jacksonville, after when I did this, when I DJ'd for that event, I had 5 weeklies for DJing in Jacksonville, Florida. Every event owner canceled me at the time. They canceled me, and so my the way that I make money by DJing was cut off completely from me DJing this event. So why the fuck would I lie about this? It's fucking stupid, dude. I did this, and it sucks. It sucked. Now, looking back, amazing. I'm so glad I did it. It's history. I was a part of history, bro. I did it. But why the fuck would I lie about that? It hurt me in the moment.
So you don't have a public page, you don't have a public profile. All you have is some SoundCloud uploads that exist off of some shitty tracks that you just decided. Because guess what? Again, Google's free. Google's free. It took me less than 30 seconds to locate you out of Jacksonville. So, again, there's nothing anything about this because guess what? On the Mar-a-Lago list, they register everybody. And for Secret Service, they keep those lists. You're not listed on any of them. DJ Ants. So, again, you're a retard.
That's not my name. This happened. Everyone here is very fucking.
He has 100K.
He's got Donald Trump is calling him right now. Donald Trump is calling him. He's like,
No. He can wait. DJ.
You're in the Matrix.
You're welcome.
I gotta mute you. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Okay, Edward, go ahead.
He's not representing the white race very well.
It's okay, guys. So,
He
Oh,
just
AGP, do me a favor. You do not interrupt me. Please do not do that. I'm sorry, bro.
oh, all right. Well, just don't.
ATZ, I'm not a comedian. I'm not in that lane, bro. Just let's keep it clean. Okay, talking about you. I'm talking about the title of the room.
No, you're just saying retarded shit.
Hey,
Go ahead.
ATZ, Edwards, he's a mainstay in this stage.
I care.
Hey, you're going down, dude. Look.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is if you let another DJ get it at Mar-a-Lago. Exactly. You jealous, Brad? So guys, what we don't see is that the whole establishment of our bureaucracy through everything at this particular human being. 2 assassination attempts, 93 felonies from all of different courts, from Atlanta to New York. 6 months in a courtroom. He made $7 million on his mugshot. We got a crazy man who knows how to take a negative and make it into a positive. So if you guys actually believe that any politician in the history of our country has gone through what this individual has gone through, we should all take a real pause and say to ourselves, we have a unique individual right now who knows how to handle himself when the country that he's from has decided to call him every name on the book, do everything they possibly can. And you know why? 26, at a time like this, we need someone who has the gumption to go against what's at America from all corners of the world, guys. We need somebody who's tested, not political, but tested by their own life. So let's stop thinking that we are all knowing. I tell people all the time, I'm the president of the United States, okay? I don't know what it's like, okay? And if you tell me that a party did everything they can to, and I'm going to use the term, cheat, to put a person in there that open our borders completely, so we have 20+ million people to cross the borders, guys, let's stop the nonsense. Because listen, he ran, and Brad said it earlier, guys, there's not a single state, okay, all of the quote-unquote battleground states, he won them all. Yeah, Rico, get ready for the popcorn, you're correct. Because I'm going to tell you guys, 81 million people chose to vote for someone that they knew that the establishment was against. Guys, we need less people talking about someone who battled the storm, and most of us will never even get. Most of us have fell apart just on the mugshot. Okay? Just the mugshot. Not everything else. So, I'm sorry, guys. I have to support the man who stood up against all the nonsense in the world that was coming at him. I land.
One quick thing. He literally need to stop immigration. It didn't pass. Hold on, Diane. Just real quick. He literally did nothing. But the day that he was getting inaugurated, that morning before he was president, they had already said at the border, there's nobody crossing. That tells you what just the narrative of what you campaign on can do. There was no policy change. That morning, immigration ceased. The day before it was there. So perception is everything. The man stood up against all of the fire. He was the David and he had Goliath coming at him and he stood up. So y'all can hate him, but the man is the only one that can say he's been through it.
Okay, so you know what I think is especially...
I'm going to ice in my iced tea right now. Thank you, Ike.
You know what I think is especially pathetic about this kind of defense for Donald Trump is that you are so limited in your conception about what is possible that you're willing to interpret what is currently happening in the West as not only possible, but the fulfillment of all that is possible. And that is so surreal and small-minded. It beggars belief. I can't understand. Are we so broken and destitute as a population that we think that the battle has been won and we should continue to defend someone who has absolutely failed to address the most egregious component of the illegal immigration? As a matter of fact, the only thing proven by the stoppage or the gross reduction in illegal crossings said it could be that it would happen. And now we're going to justify the continued violation of the law with the 30 million illegal aliens in the country because, well, he got part of it right. I mean, this is pathetic. This is absolute disgusting. Just what is wrong with you guys? You think he's not enriching himself from holding office? Before he took office, he told you who he was and what he was. But look, I don't want to argue with you guys about that. You guys seem pretty solid. I think the concrete is dry. You don't have anything to considering that things could be even better, and they're not because he's intentionally avoiding making them better. You seem to think, that it's okay, fine. How about this, though? How about you articulate clearly what success looks like? And then you measure the people you put into power against that failure or the achievement. No one would do that before 2024 when I told everyone Donald Trump was going to win the election. So let's just take that hypothetical. And then what was funny is that all the people who were telling me Donald Trump should win, that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, turned on me and said, well, you don't know that he's going to win. I said, yeah, I do know he's going to win. He's going to win because he's got this false nationalism he's bringing with him. He's not going to convict anyone. No one will be convicted for the claim that the election was stolen in 2020. No one will be convicted for illegally employing illegal aliens. No one will be convicted for any goddamn thing. And I asked those people who were the most stalwart supporters of Donald Trump, who told me that I was wrong to assert so confidently that he would be president. I said, articulate for me what failure looks like. Articulate for me what success will look like. Quantify it. As anyone who's been involved in management will tell you, if it doesn't get measured, it can't be improved. So let's go ahead and measure this. Now, we're unfortunately past the point where I can convince you not to vote for Donald Trump. The damage has been done. But let's quantify what success looks like so that in the end, in the next electoral cycle, we can look at this and say, you know what? I didn't get what I wanted. I was wrong. Let's agree that the law should be upheld consistently and uniformly, and that it is the duty and responsibility of the chief executive officer to carry that out. And then let's agree that 30 million illegal aliens should not be allowed to remain in the country.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask me a question.
Okay. So, is there anything that you believe that the executive branch should not be doing?
Anything I believe the executive branch should be sending ICE after the illegal immigrants. It should be sending ICE after the employers of the illegal immigrants.
Okay. So, you believe that the executive branch should not be sending ICE after illegal immigrants. So, in your understanding, what is the ICE acronym? What does it mean?
Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Okay, and who decides that?
I'm not sure what your question is. And
My question. Hold on. I just want to have a back and forth for a second here.
And I don't want to back and forth. You clearly still want to make some kind of point, but instead of making
No. Hold on. I don't want to make a point. I'm trying to find out your understanding. Hold on.
I'm going to land my plane, and you can go off and talk about whatever you'd like to talk about.
Well, hold on, guys. I want to make sure.
It's the electoral cycle.
Okay. I got you going on mute.
Hold on. I gotta meet you.
Knowing that things need to be quantified.
Just real quick, Just hold on. Edward doesn't have any. We talked about this earlier, Edward. He doesn't have any nefarious trap-like stuff. He's not trying to trap you. He's just actually probably genuinely asking you to clarify something, and then you can continue to finish up what you're doing, Diogenes. It's fine. Do you mind if he asks you a question or not? I promise you, it's a genuine question. He's not trying to trap you. Okay, he's not going to come off. You can ask your question, Edward, and then he can
figure out if he wants to continue or not.
This is to everyone. I thought in the United States we have 50 independent governors. We actually have local government. I don't know why we Americans continue to focus just on. I gave you guys something only because of the fact that what we put the executive branch through, I just gave you the information of what he went through. But I don't hear anyone talking about the different states that we all live in, the cities we all live in. Some of you guys don't even know your sheriff's name, nor your mayor. You don't even know your elected officials, your congressman or congresswoman. Some of you don't even go to the meetings. Okay? So us conservatives, I'm talking to conservatives, all the people who are conservatives, because my wife and I do attend them. Okay? And it's quite interesting of how many people who said they voted, but all they do every 4 years is go to vote, and that's all they do. They really don't participate in any change. So all I'm saying is we can point out that someone is not successful, we don't see anything. Guys, Donald Trump happens to be one person. He has a cabinet of people, and he still, whether we like to admit it or not, has to follow the laws of the land because there's committees, guys. There's a lot of stuff that we just talk as though he's up there just making rules on his own. Guys, come on, man. I don't know why we cannot as just be critical thinkers sometimes. I'm 62 years old. I lived in this country. I don't like all the policies that have been passed out in my own local city. I'm definitely not going to look at the states, man. Come on, guys. The state of California, out of control. I live in the state of California, guys. I'm not concerned about the federal government. I'm more concerned about the state house of where I actually live. So I land there, man.
Thank you. Of course.
My turn.
Diogenes always leaves. He never stays around. But we'll work on that. Was that Keegan or no?
Oh yeah. Can I just go ahead and have like
Are you the bench for Diogenes, or what we got? Go ahead. Yeah. Oh no, here we go. I guess we can talk to the intermission.
Others, and they took the soil, finding all the poverty became my heart's fire. Our hearts developed the Bible here and far. Hurrah for the Bible flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, for Southern Lights for more. Hurrah for the Bible flag that bears a single star. First Gallen, South Carolina, nobly made the stand. Then came Alabama and took her by the hand. Next quickly Mississippi, Georgia and Florida. All raised the high the Bible flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah, for Southern Lights the law. Hurrah for the Bible flag that bears a single star. Even a father colored on the banner of the right. Texas and Louisiana was in the fight. He was a good thunder and to speech far. All around the Bible flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, for Southern Lights the law. Hurrah for the Bible flag that bears a single star. Really, man? You're gonna let this go on?
Yeah, we learn how to stop.
What the
Please.
fuck is happening?
I knew he was gonna.
It's okay for 5 seconds, but
All right,
don't go
new
on
voice,
for 5
Abby.
minutes,
Thank
please.
God you're here. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I need to moderate this room.
Is that all you're gonna say? Shit. I thought you were gonna actually say something else.
No.
I've never heard that on Clubhouse before, but a KKK song march being played. I mean, again, shut up, faggot. Or what? What you gonna do?
That was
Get
not
off your mom's couch?
KKK. That was a Confederate song. Of course, you would have known that.
No, dude, because you guys lost. I'm a North. You guys got your asses whooped.
You need your music twice. That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
That is true. But
Maybe Pockets and I can switch
Yeah,
like
happy
every hour.
let's talk about national parks. How we should save national parks.
Is that an issue right now? This is right up Vikings alley, actually. What's going on right now? I don't know.
I don't know, but whoever runs the park accounts online social media is a lot fucking hilarious. You should just follow along.
They have a
funny person doing stuff on the.
Yeah,
all of the national.
they really get the boomers laughing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to watch it. Like one will say, "Oh, my fountain goes higher than yours," and another one will say, "I'm always wet." Similar to Keegan. Always being moist. So again, you got these complex shit.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we know how wet your wife is.
Your
Gangbangs in Africa and all, man. I mean, come on. I can't wait to see the Pornhub video on that one.
You watch a lot of porn?
I'm just looking for your wife, man. I just want to see the 12 guys.
You're a gooner.
Barney Blue in action.
I would say I was looking forward to Bart speaking. Bart, do you want to say something?
Yes, I have a request for the moderators. It is time for me to retire this PTR and choose a new character, and I would like the moderators to have a consensus.
Barney Blue.
I recognize that voice.
Barney Blue.
Where's the cowardly dog?
Which dog? Hold on, what's the dog?
Barney Blue.
No, it's a cowardly dog.
Yeah, but hold on. I need the first of all, it has to be a male character because I'm not tranny.
Urge is a boy.
Okay. But the cowardly dog. Okay, done.
Yeah, they're really saving lives every day.
Okay, done.
Yeah, Urge is lit, dude.
He sounds more like Eustace.
Eustace will be fun. No, but Eustace is a pessimist.
He sounds like one.
Oh no. I don't think Bart's a pessimist. I really think though he is trying to save people and they just don't believe him. And that's okay.
Someone said, "Oh, Yeller." Bart.
Nah, but I really think Courage is perfect.
Brad, that song that Keegan played, was that an actual KK song?
No,
They'll actually start marching. I guess Keegan wants to imitate me. But I mean, you won't ever be a man. I mean, you can't do that. Especially after what happened with you and Bonnie Blue. So Edward, yeah,
It's
like
actually
one
funny
of
he
those
says
marches.
Bonnie Blue. That's actually called the Bonnie Blue song.
I know, I was laughing
So,
at that.
Isn't that
So,
funny? That's pretty
I mean, well, I was just talking about your wife.
Like too.
I mean, the fact that you missionary
Just
support.
answer the question, guys. Stop interrupting.
So again, they play these like fucking gay marches while they march on highways. They have the rights, and then when they actually meet men on the bridges, they get their asses kicked. I mean, you can't picture Keegan actually being able to stand up to anybody.
The South had way higher kill to death ratios, though.
Yeah, and the South lost. Not even close. There's total decimation. Total decimation.
It's all financial.
Oh, it was all financial. You fucking white wannabes, man. Holy
the
shit.
North was losing, every single battle.
Yeah, Gettysburg was a fucking huge victory. I mean, fuck. I mean, shit, all that history books, they must have been wrong. South won every battle. Battle of Atlanta, Vicksburg. Holy shit. I mean, shit, they won the Battle of Mississippi. That's right. They were able to shield it in, right? They had those naval ships. But history's just fucking awash with fucking misconceptions then. All those fucking weird gay fucking statues in the South where you celebrate some fucking piece of shit wannabe lieutenant colonel that you guys do the Hail Hitler salute to. All of a sudden, somehow you think you won something. You didn't. You guys are the daughters of the Confederacy because you guys don't have a pair of balls between you. But yes, Edward, they played that in similar songs.
Gotta meet you, Pepe. You're not liking.
Oh, my bad.
You can answer this itself. Is this a song that you play because you want us to recognize the actual history of America, or is it because you want to go against the history of America?
Go against the history. I mean, no, it's just it's a good song. I mean, I don't know if you. I mean, it's just a good song.
you cut out. What did you say?
From the song, it doesn't support the Union itself, our republic.
You mean does a song support the Union? Is that what you're asking?
We're fighting for, correct? The Republic of the United States of America, correct? I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page and understanding the purpose of why you decided at that moment the song. I'm just trying to understand the difference.
It's a good song. I'm confused. I mean, it's again subjective, Edward. But for you saying is it the support of the Union? Does all songs made in America support the Union? Like when like a black man's rapping, he's like, I got my watch and I'm shooting at the club. My girl twerking on me. Does that support the Union or like? I'm confused.
Example you just used was so far away from what we call a patriotic song. It's so interesting to me. I have no idea why you went down that path. It's crazy. I don't even get that. Why did you choose a rap song versus a patriotic song? Because to my knowledge, the song you played was patriotic. Am I wrong?
So, I mean, again, it's subjective. So some people.
Okay, so it's not a patriotic song. I'm still trying to find out the motivation of why you chose to play that song while we're having.
I just said I asked Matt if I could have the stage for a moment, and he said yes, and I played a song that I thought was very good. Now, if you don't find it to be very good, that's okay.
Edward, you gotta understand, these are the latte lights of fucking white supremacists. They like to sit there and dance.
Well, don't you have to go deny someone's insurance claim? Like, what are you doing?
I guess so. I'll deny yours all day long. I'm denying your wife's STD test right now. I'm denying
after being in the Navy, is now what he does now is deny his insurance claim for hospital.
Your wife's
Just remember what Brad does. It's really manly job after being in the Navy.
I want to know what super gonorrhea is, how she was able to get that. I want to know that one. How she got super gonorrhea. And the fact that she has, like, what, 24 DNA tests scheduled on 24 different guys? Man, that's got to be a whole fucking thing. That missionary position actually worked. But, I mean, again, Edward, these are latte light, wannabe white supremacists. They do it from fucking Reddit. And then when they get out in real life and they start to say something in public, these guys drop their leaves and start sucking. They literally do. A lot of gay fuckers that want to jerk each other off. White benches.
Nazi, Keegan? You just admitted it?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I would punch a Nazi in his face. I hate Nazis as much as next guy. No, I'm saying I would punch a Nazi in his face. No, I said I would punch a Nazi in his face. So Keegan, hates Nazis. And I would punch a Nazi in his face. I hate him.
Really are.
Could you just do suicide? That would solve the problem.
Okay, Keegan, this is my question, Keegan. Are you aware of why the GOP got started?
Yes.
To them, they're pissed off about it. They don't understand the history.
So don't you want to know when the GOP actually got started?
Yes, it was started by Thaddeus Stevens and many others who pushed for an abolishment to slavery and actual civil rights in the first pass, who actually wanted to go ahead and provide equity in America, who viewed as the foundation was inept and improper at inception and did not believe America should have enslavement. Thaddeus Stevens clearly articulates this multiple times, and including the fact that he helped with the Underground Railroad. The great hero.
Why then did Lincoln's home state of Illinois pass the Corwin Amendment? If that's the case.
It doesn't matter what the individual states passed. Thaddeus Stevens was on the federal side, and he was pushing for it.
One second.
Do you guys know what the Corwin Amendment was? It totally debunks her worldview.
Okay, so Rico asked you the same question.
Okay.
Do you know why the GOP got started?
So why don't you tell me? emotional description that it wanted to end slavery, blah, blah, blah. But like I just said, the Civil War wasn't even about slavery. Because we had the Corwin Amendment, which was used to entice the southern states away from secession. And the North was about to ratify the Constitution to include that.
Well, you know who says that the Civil War was 100% about slavery? The founding fathers of the Confederacy. In every one of the Confederate documents, in every one of those documents, which are easy to Google, the leaders of the Confederacy said, we are rebelling so that we can preserve slavery forever. And it's not ambiguous. It's very
No. Yeah, actually, that is.
There's a thing called the
That's actually true, because it's outlined in the major grievances that they highlighted. In fact, in the majority of the southern states, it's listed as number fucking one.
There's a famous, actually, Lincoln.
I know you're going to give me some obscure outlier that's going to sit there and try to disprove the narrative, but Snoopy's right. The overall fucking impact was because it provided an economic boom to the top 10% of stuff. It doesn't have to fucking worry about it. It's a state amendment. It's not a fucking federal amendment.
The Corwin Amendment.
It doesn't matter because, again, that was a state
If it was about slavery, they got what they want from the Corwin Amendment.
No, it didn't. It didn't impact it the way you think it is. And a state amendment doesn't apply federally, and not every state
it is a federal. It's a constitutional amendment. The Corwin Amendment was a constitutional amendment for the U.S. Constitution.
The reason why the Corwin Amendment doesn't...
You don't know what you're talking about.
Rico, I know the Corwin Amendment. I never interrupted you, so allow me to finish.
Okay.
The reason no Confederates were willing to accept the Corwin Amendment is everyone in the South and the North thought that was temporary. And the reason they thought it was temporary was the whole world, the entire world, was in the process of abolishing slavery. This was not a uniquely American experience. There were more than 50 slave countries, and one by one they were giving up slavery. Therefore, it was obvious, even if Lincoln had reached...
How is it constitutional?
Why are you interrupting? Rico, why are you interrupting?
How would it doesn't understand what the Corwin Amendment was. It actually protected slavery. You don't fucking understand your own amendment that you're bringing up. You don't. Yeah, it protected it in the States and didn't allow it to go further out north. But you know what was really
protected in the South?
Yeah, it protected in the South, which was still, guess what, the U.S. government. And not everybody agreed with it, particularly those of us up north that sided with Thaddeus Stevens, who wanted to end it across the nation. Snoopy's 100% right. And it was temporary because the expansion out west would have brought more slave states to bear. But you asshats want to continue to sit there and actually say, we're superior. When in fact, you guys aren't superior. Stay trying to mine your 1 millionth of a Bitcoin and fucking shut the fuck up. Thank God you guys don't have power. Thank God you're just retarded, and we know how you actually think. You guys can barely function on your own.
The Civil War, Lincoln was a protector.
Hail Dixieland, white fucking power.
So Lincoln
fucking, hey, you know what, black people, I side with you. The sooner you kill the white people, I'm with you on that one. Anytime you need me, go ahead. I'd knock Ricos and Keegans and all these fucking latte fucking white supremacists off. I'm with you. Let's get shoulder to shoulder.
The angle I approach this from. I'm a libertarian. That's the angle I approach this from. The South wanted to get rid of tariffs. That's why Fort Sumter was attacked, because that's where all the tariff revenue was. The South was not submitting tariff revenue to the North, and that's why the North attacked Fort Sumter, because that's where all that tariff... Charleston was a big economic hub back then.
And that's why not the reason. That was not even... That's a fucking romanticized bullshit KKK fucking revision.
There's a painting movement.
It is not. The tariffs back then didn't actually apply except for the common man overall. And it was impacting the slave states because guess what? Northern people and Federalists who were like, hey, the Constitution isn't pertaining to all. Because dipshits like you wanted to keep fucking black people enslaved in chains. And this is why
so did the North.
The North fucking bodied you. And you couldn't even stand on your own. You couldn't make currency. You couldn't make a constitution. You couldn't keep a government together. You know why? Because the North bodied you.
The North,
thankfully, the North did it. Thank God that we burnt fucking Atlanta. I'd do it fucking again if your white supremacists ever rose to power.
The North
I would fucking slaughter you in your homes if you protected slavery.
In the South, yes. So you guys are bad.
Oh, yes, we should. We're bad, yeah. God forbid we end slavery. Thankfully, we did. And then you asshats tried to do it under Jim Crow, poll taxes, intimidation, slaughtering, hanging them, trying to do a whole bunch of shit and thinking somehow that was your legal right to do so, making separate fucking water fountains because you believed you could get fucking diseases from black people because God forbid you breathe the same fucking air. They had to eat out of the back of fucking restaurants. They couldn't ride on a fucking bus. They couldn't even take any of that shit because you asshats thought you were superior. But you know what? The economy still fucking fell under that because the only people that actually held on to money, that actually improved the economy there or had any marginal gains were guess who? Blacks and Mexicans. You white fucking wannabe supremacists provided actually zero value to the fucking nation in the South. You still provide zero value.
They couldn't drink on a water fountain. That's my replay of what Brad just did.
And I'm glad it's funny to you. I'm glad it's so funny. So the day you get bashed in with a baseball bat by a black man, don't be screaming, hey, here. And when your wife says, hey, I'm going to suck that black cock all night long, and he's going to pound me in my ass and go ask the mom.
What is wrong with you?
And then you can sit there and cry about it on stage because we already know what it looks like.
As you just stated earlier, if the black people want to just go ahead and kill all the white people, go ahead. And you,
I'm all for it. I think your asshats have just brought in something that doesn't exist. Somehow there's a genetic difference. You think somehow there's an actual difference. You think somehow that there isn't a universal fucking blood type that's given to both people that can both survive. You guys actually did it so bad that you turned aside race for the black community were fucking higher. Where in the fucking South because you guys still treat black women that are giving birth like crap. You allow the death of them. You allow fucking substandard care to be provided to black and Hispanic and Asian and Cuban people and whoever else comes across. You guys are like literally worst dismissing things, which is why nobody goes to a medical facility or a medical doctor. That's probably like a chicken or a left-hand KKK member because you guys don't have any power, which is thankfully the greatest thing that this nation did was fucking strip you fucking wannabe KKK people into fucking nothing but bitches on a corner to be turned out and butt broken. I'm all for it. I will literally stand shoulder to shoulder with black men while we sit there and pummel you into a non-existence.
What's the topic?
Brad, have you heard of the bluff?
I just want to rape all of them.
That's about all these KKK latte lights are good for is just to fucking squeeze one in and then turn them out on the street to be the whores that they are.
You guys should learn about the bluffing movement in South Carolina.
Pepe, can you clarify by all of them which ones you mean?
All the blacks and the whites.
Men and women, or?
Yep, both.
All right, got that over with. What did they come back to? Yeah. Anybody new on stage want to speak? Feel free to,
We would like to talk about how you guys are just fucking up everything for Canada. Yeah. What's up?
I need this one.
What's up? What are we fucking up?
You can't fuck up Canada anymore. Canada?
With the gas prices, okay?
Are you from Canada?
Yeah. So, did your president think thoroughly when he was deciding, I'm gonna go kill the fucking of Iran? Did he think about that?
Well,
Did he?
Yes, I'm not sure. Yeah, we put a dot on his forehead.
Did he do it?
You know what we could do? We could just invade that shit and pay forest there for all of the fucking wood and keep all your fucking neighbors here.
I got one of my questions. Okay.
people an open floor. That's what I get.
Well, that's what we said. But it seems like the same people want to my church people. I mean, I don't know. Are we in tune? I don't know.
Research the
Did
Bluffton
I find that at church?
What did Canada do to protect against rising gas prices?
Part of NATO, and NATO is helping
Okay, it's my
to
turn.
fight this war.
Hold on, I'm gonna meet the stage. It's getting big now. It's getting big.
Is Canada part of NATO?
Pause. Hey, pause back. Let her get it off her chest. What's going on, Big Law? What's going on?
I don't even like that. Like, these people want to, like, talk. They asked me to, like, say what I said. I'm saying what I'm saying. They're all interrupting me. Then they want to drop me because I'm not finished. I'm talking some real shit. Like, I don't even know. They're like,
Nobody
over
come
there.
off. Nobody come off mic.
Canada
What is
is part
Wait,
of NATO,
Cool,
and
you're
NATO
gonna find yourself at the bottom.
Like, see, I'd say one thing, and they start to have, like, their
So,
period.
what's your main point? Go ahead, get it off your chest. What's your main
I wanted to know, my main point is I wanted to know if your president thought about what he was doing before he started the war, because the gas prices, grocery prices they were already fucked. Now everything's getting more fucked.
Did you vote for Kamala or Biden?
Start this war. I'm Canadian. I don't vote for shit,
Okay,
bitch.
so you realize
What you guys do affects us. That's all I'm here for.
well, without us, you're nothing. You realize that, right?
Fuck up. We don't need you, pussy. That's what you want. That's what you want. Now we're that's real food, not fucking in the lab.
Hold on.
I'll let the next person take a shot. Is that you?
Next try, bitch.
Guys, let her talk. Okay, one thing. Let's just talk about this. You don't need us. Canadian whiskey. Where's Crown Royal bottled at? It's bottled in America.
And we took that shit off the shelves, bitch. Fucking fuck. We took all your shit off our shelves.
shit anyway.
We took all your shit. That's why Canada can take care of itself.
That's the lowest GDP.
That's a funny thing.
It can take care of itself because it has to run the world. It has to run the world. America don't have no trust with the world. No food in there, bitch. We dedicate our grocery stores to our farmers out here. We don't disrespect the farmers like y'all. Shut the fuck up. Go eat your organics,
Yeah. Go eat your kosher meal. Go eat your kosher meal, you Jew.
You can drink straight up the top in Canada. Your life is shit in America.
So we have a good reason to idiot give an attitude like this. This is how you treat your neighbor. This is how you do it. Like
Trump
you
is
have no
personal
business
neighborhood.
telling us about doing anything. We're just gonna spank you. Spank you.
This is how
Like
Trump treats his neighbors.
Does Israel treat their neighbors
You have the audacity of Trump. Are you okay that you have the audacity to ask the rest of the world, is this how you treat your neighbors?
Yeah, look at Israel. That's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta move it.
Our greatest ally.
Israel's really nice on this side of the war.
Yeah, they're showing nice to their neighbors.
David, may you continue with Israel.
Hey,
Can I say something?
No, Cool C is going next. Don't talk.
I don't know, can you?
Is Canada part of NATO, and NATO's already in the war? So your country's already in the war. What are you, dumb?
Talking about NATO is in the war. What are you talking about? I sure NATO is in the war. It's NATO against America. The audacity, the Americans, they have the ability to just override the laws. How are you following NATO? I mean, are you one foot in and one foot out? Make up your mind. Are you in with NATO or outside of NATO?
We don't need NATO. We only need Israel. Israel's our greatest ally.
Finances NATO. Amen. Finances NATO. Who's the biggest financer of NATO?
bullshit. I want a female. Listen, you selective. That's what I'm saying. You selective.
It's okay to be selective.
Jesus, this lady acts like we don't fuck. Hold on. This lady acts like we don't fucking pay the most in NATO. This lady acts like who the fuck really takes care of Europe? Because Europe's too much of fucking pussies.
Are you sure you take care of Europe? Or Europe is putting up with your bullshit. Europe is putting up with you because you're starting fire when it doesn't need to be starting fire. Europe is putting out your fires.
Because they're all pussies against
NATO's kicking Europe. NATO's kicking US out of Europe.
Ivan, you're from Europe, right?
NATO put a bunch of troops in Greenland.
I don't understand what you're saying. Your bullshit. Europe is right. Europe is so Caucasian. You can say Caucasian. You can wait.
Trump backed down like a pussy when NATO put a bunch of troops in Greenland.
So, Ivan, I do want to apologize. I do want to apologize from the sane Americans. None of us think like the MAGA fools that we have on stage now. Donald Trump is a total fuck up.
Welcome back.
So, to the world,
I agree.
the rest of the world, this is not how America is. There are still some people that are sane in America. There's only a small fraction that are crazy. That are crazy like the folks here on stage. So, from myself and all the sane Americans.
I like what he's saying, but I don't like his accent while saying it.
We apologize to the world. America has never been this stupid before. America has never been this stupid until we had this man become the
I
president.
enjoy my European ancestry. I like protecting my European brothers and sisters.
We are embarrassed by you.
I take you, Brandy. I understand what you're saying. But that's the thing, right? The thing is, yes, Russian world has to understand somebody like Ben versus the rest of them. We don't need to understand them. There is no need
You don't speak for America. Fuck Pennsylvania.
I like what Ben says.
So Ben, you're embarrassed by the No Kings. You guys don't represent us. You're an embarrassment on your side. And if you want to join your European partner here, this lady, you can. I mean, there's no reason for you to be in America. If you think
Matt, sometimes
it's a really embarrassment. The No Kings.
I wonder when I count. So Matt, I do wonder a lot when I count the collective brain cells of the MAGAs on stage here. I don't think it really amounts to nothing. Like the way you guys have defined.
We saw you at the No Kings protest.
Yeah. That could be. I wasn't there, but I wish I was there. I wasn't there, but I wish I was there. Coolsy.
Listen, we have to allow Ben to speak. Listen, guys, even if we all don't like his accent, we need to let Ben speak, okay? I for one, think what Ben is saying is very informative, and I think his opinion matters. Again, even though I don't like the accent, I like what he's saying, and I think we should hear him out.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
he's in America. Your voice is really.
Right now, America is like a leech. You guys are like a leech.
Hold on. Matt.
Ben, you have the same similar views as this European. How does that make you feel? I mean,
I don't understand how you guys switched so easy. You guys went from, Trump is a no-wars president. He doesn't start any new wars. All the way. He's doing this. We love the world. Let's send our soldiers and our American citizens to go fight.
They don't care. They don't care about life. They don't care about life.
You guys complain about gas prices and egg prices and grocery prices during Biden's time. All of a sudden, let's take one for the team. Gas prices being $5 is not a big deal. Fighting for $4. I think someone said something about
Taking the accurate team, don't you?
So we should the high end of the budget was 507.
He's going for his accent, like your accent.
That was the highest average.
You guys talked about. So I was on the call earlier today.
The thing that you got to remember, and they say that America is a leech. Now I would explain something. 22% of the budget, about in both NATO and UN, about 22 to 25% of the budget, except for
That's not the only thing America covers. They cover.
Are you the doctor right now, Rice?
No, I'm in the gym. 70% of the defense budget is covered by the U.S. So it's not just the budget that we normally are paying in for the day-to-day operations. 70% of the defense budget around the world is covered by the U.S. So who's leeching? Now, we pulled out, and guess what? Right after Davos, two leaders of other countries, I can't remember who they were, but you can look it up. They came out and said, we may not like what he's saying, but he's right. We got to start stepping up. Most of them have agreed to do that, to raise what they're going to pay to try to keep the U.S. in. Spain, I believe it is the same. We're not. So let the UN deal with it. The U.S. needs to say, that's in your backyard. Stop. So what we need to do is say, guess what? Your backyard, you guys start taking care of it. Hey, if you want the threats, you guys take them. We're over here. We're here if you need us. But stop it before it turns into something big.
Please do that.
You bring a lot of
I don't want to hear a word Ben says. I don't want to hear a word Ben says unless he knows if this punk can't bring some facts, then he can just go ahead and get on his knees where he belongs. And I'm not going to shut up because you don't come in here and say it. Bring your receipts. Bring your receipts.
Ice. You're making ice. What are you talking about? Bring your receipts. You out there killing off your own individual human beings. You're killing off a whole America. You're doing it to yourself. Ain't nothing that he has a business. They know how to do shit.
If it wasn't for America, remember that, Europe. If it wasn't for America, y'all be speaking fucking German. Get fucked, you dumb cunt.
But listen, we're talking in England.
Are you a Christian?
It was in England, yeah? So you ain't talking to me, and it's okay for the rest of the world, yeah, to have a different type of language. So what happens, yeah, if we all did speak German?
Yeah, like 20
times. What happens? We'll have the same fucking dialogue. You can understand me and I can understand you.
Yeah.
Rather than you telling me I have an accent, I have an attitude, I have a situation. Like, that's the only bullshit they up with. Come up with something better than that. You have an accent.
Hold on, sorry.
Imagine that. The brother Ben, yeah, has a whole accent. How did you not ask him, yeah, does he live in America? Do you even...
I get that a lot from this team, so it doesn't bother me anymore. I get that a lot. That's the only thing that they act, oh, you're not from America, this and that.
Are we going to hear some facts, Ben, or what?
No. I was going to bring up the fact because
We've been waiting for some facts. Let's go.
I said some bullshit. Can you guys just let me talk to my fucking friend?
I was trying to answer your question.
That's what happens to allergic people. That's why I said they are leech. They're leeching from the rest of us. Yeah, he's a leech. Continuously, I dare you to say, I don't want Africa. I don't want Europe. I don't want this. I dare you.
Okay. Fucking Somalia, fucking all those fucking trash bags are fucking leeches.
I dare you. I hope I see no shit over there. I hope I don't see no fucking bombs and airplanes. I hope I don't see no none.
Alright, shut the fuck up. Sora's gonna go. He's been trying to get in here. He's a mod. Don't come off mute. I'm just gonna sit you down. Go ahead, Sora. Ask me your question.
Ben, are you a Christian?
Why does it matter, though? Why do you want to know that?
Because it matters. Based on
why
the
does it
second
matter?
question. Because it determines the second question I'm going to
I'm a
ask.
Christian. Yeah. So,
Is your family Christians?
yes.
What part of Nigeria are you from?
Why does it matter?
Because I'm familiar with Nigeria.
Exactly, but why does it matter, though? Why does it matter in this conversation?
If you're familiar with Nigeria, talk about your section.
Yes.
Talk about what part of your language.
I got some friends over. I'm very familiar with the Nigerian geography, so that's why I was trying to figure out.
I'm saying, but why does it matter, though?
Well, you'll see as the questions unveil. So your family, what tribe are you?
Igbo. Okay, let me indulge you. Igbo.
All right. So you have pretty strong critique. So this is one of my first questions. With your critique of Trump, how do you feel about what he did with the bombings in Nigeria?
I didn't feel like he did shit. Trump is a paper tiger, first of all.
But I'm saying specifically to that event.
What did it achieve though? He bombed Nigeria, or he bombed someplace in Nigeria.
The people that recorded the videos, they were thanking Trump, saying
exactly. But what else does it
achieve? You want me to answer it your version, or you want me to answer?
He asked me a question. You see, you heard what he just said? He just asked me a question. He said, "What did it change?" Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
The people that were there, the ones that recorded videos, like that pastor, I'm pretty sure you saw the video. He was saying, "Thank you, Trump," because those people was up there killing the Nigerians.
But there's a lot of ignorant people in Nigeria that's on the internet and Trump, even though he's a dick and an asshole and a clueless asshole up there on American stage. There's a lot of people that are ignorant that come up and thank him every day.
So what type of ignorance did they display through just conveying their thankfulness for someone who was thankful?
Because they don't know the shit that the guy is doing to the folks in America. They don't know how dumb he is in America. Like he's.
But do you have to be smart? Do you have to be smart to say thank you for saving my life?
What the fuck? How did he save my life?
Because he killed them.
How did he save my life? How did he save me?
Wait, who the hell did he kill? Like, you look at him and he killed up a bug. What type of bug did he kill up?
It was a Muslim bug.
So if it doesn't affect you, then why would it affect them how he's treating people here by what you said? If it doesn't affect you, that what's going on and how he helped them, and you said it, no, hold on, brother. I'm just calling you on what you said. You said it doesn't affect me what's going on over there. So by that same idea, why would it matter to those Nigerians that he helped in this situation? Right. Why would it matter what he's doing over here by your acknowledgments? Does that make sense? You're not ascribing things to me. I just poked a hole in your philosophy.
I think you guys just picking one sound bite though. A pastor thanked him on the internet. You guys just picking one sound bite trying to generalize.
Philosophical idea, and then you couldn't actually give me an answer in response. So I think you would say, beg to say that you're not making any sense.
Is there still bombings going on? Are they still killing people?
You can ask your question when it's your turn. My question that I want to ask, since we got a Nigerian up here talking about how horrible Trump is for whatever Trump is doing, I'm trying to figure out, how do you hold that position when you have people from your country that practice your religion on camera, 4K, sending videos, thanking Trump for saving their life? I'm trying to reconcile that. How help me out with that, brother?
He said there was people that was stupid. What type of help do you need?
Okay, hold on. Let me talk to A-Man.
Retarded people?
Okay, so A-Man. Okay, we finna make it make sense, okay? Explain to me, how dumb or smart do you have to be to just say thank you for saving my life?
What? Oh my fucking God. The thing is, you guys sit on here. I bet you've never talked about.
Hold on for a second. I'm talking to your spokesperson, Ben, not you. I'm talking to A-Man.
So let me answer it in another way. It's the stupidest thing, to ask an African person, how to handle their own country, I don't ask America how to conduct itself. I didn't ask America, why did you get Donald Trump, as your representative? Because that don't make no sense.
Because they voted for him.
No, it don't make no sense, because Africa has females as president.
The females were saying thank you too.
You see, who is backwards? No. You asked me to finish my sentence.
Can you start with my question?
Go ahead, so
what I'm saying, start with my question.
Answering your question.
Okay, well, let me restate my question because you didn't. You're a third party. We're both looking at this from the outside. Someone from a country who just had his kinfolk, the people of his nation, was just saved by the guy that he's complaining about. And the things that he's complaining about has absolutely nothing to do with him.
So help me to reconcile.
Okay, so I'm gonna help you. The people of that country, yeah, the people who promoted that guy to go up there to be the PM or the president or whatever in power, yeah, the people did not ask for that, yeah. The media, the media made what it did out of the scenario because obviously you need two parties to go against each other, i.e. Christians and Muslims.
But haven't y'all been saying Muslims
that have to be the only one, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the fact that you guys are trying to pick one person that said something on the internet and trying to generalize that's how a whole country of over 200 million people feel about this idiot.
Imagine that.
But you took one word. Very little of your thinking capacities. Seriously. Kusi, why don't you go sniff some of that your truck smoke that you keep sniffing every time you hear the man talk?
Kusi, let him go and then Kusi, let him go.
Kusi, go on.
Kusi, let him go and then you can go after.
Yes. I just don't know how you can. Can you? Are you done sniffing the fumes for your truck? That was in this country.
Okay, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you guys try. I could easily say, that's 33%. I feel like it's less than 33%. There's 30% of America that is still too dumb to support this guy. So because of that, the whole of America feels like this guy is doing a great job. While there's 70% of America that absolutely disdain this guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's clueless. I brought up several points this morning. You guys were the party of no wars until Trump started the wars with Iran. You guys were the party of, gas is too expensive until Trump started the gas price. You guys started with the party of, the GDP is so low, we're not creating any jobs per month, even though we're creating 160 jobs per month, 1,000 jobs per month during Joe Biden's time, until Trump drops it down to 5,000 jobs per month. You guys were the party of that. You guys were, what else? On and on. What do you mean?
It was the rest of the world. The whole of the EU was involved in that. You had Britain involved in that. You had Germany involved in that. You had Sweden involved in that. You had Canada involved in that. You had a whole bunch of EU countries that were involved in that. What is involved with Iran? Iran looks like it's running. No, it's running.
Muslims were killing you, so Trump came to help you.
I know.
Muslims are not killing us. Madam, you need to be careful because in the Arab world, it doesn't.
That's what the Africans say.
But you see, you keep listening to freaking media. That seems like a disease.
I listen to Nigerians on this app.
Kofi's gonna go.
Oh, sorry.
So he was talking about the one-liner. Trump being a paper tiger, he's using that same one-liner everybody else is using. But also the fuel prices under Biden hit $118 a barrel in 2022. Fuel prices over in California were over about $9 a gallon. So you're talking about the same thing. It happened before. Biden did it in 2022. He sold off half of America's fuel supply just to try and get the gas down again, but he caused more of an issue.
Why did it happen in 20? Can you tell us why it happened? Why these fuel prices went up in 2022? I'm waiting.
Because of Biden and the.
What did Biden do? What did Biden do? Tell me exactly. And what happened? What
He cut off the Keystone pipeline.
Bullshit.
He blew up the European pipeline.
Okay.
From Russia to Germany.
Okay. Let me give you a little bit of facts.
Guys. I'm confused. I'm concerned.
Hold on, TC. Hold on. We're gonna get you there.
This land, Kofi, then Jazzy, go after.
More than 70% of Americans do like Trump. Or about, you're saying 70% don't like him, but there's 70 million voted for him, and I'm pretty sure at least 60 million still like him.
You must be talking about 70% of America.
Can you stop cutting him off?
Yeah.
Jazzy, can you shut the fuck up when I'm talking?
No, don't do
It's
that.
not your turn, bro.
Jazzy, he trying to kamikaze himself.
So he can be out of hands. He can do whatever the hell.
Amen.
Three quick answers. It's pausing new oil and gas leases on federal land. 2021. Biden. That's what did it. Stricter environmental regulations. Biden. That's what did it. Pipeline and drilling approvals. Slower than ever. Biden. You want to know why they went up? They started pushing against oil. There you go, your answer. Go look it up.
So you forgot to add to the price. You also forgot to add
My turn.
war that Ukraine and Russia started. You also forgot to add the COVID thing. But I could make it very easy. I could give you a very, very simple answer.
We're talking about policies. We're talking about policies,
I
Ben.
could give you a
Policies,
simple
Ben.
answer as
Policies,
to
Ben.
My
what is
turn and
Policies, Ben.
price spike to
Policies,
one
Ben.
word.
Okay,
Policies, Ben. Policies, Ben.
One word, Iran. Your dumbass president started a war and jacked up the price.
Is it my turn or not?
To start the war.
Man, you have no respect,
Go
bro.
ahead, Princess Jazzy. Princess Jazzy.
I don't want you to, but you won't stop. Go see, we're done.
That is not even an American.
Okay, Jazzy, you're up. By the way, the war started a long time ago, but go ahead, Jazzy.
Right.
You're
Mahoney.
after.
To be fair, I want to say one thing. The Keystone Pipeline was cut off, but millions of Americans asked Joe Biden to stop drilling and stop fracking until they had better regulations on these companies that were like poisoning people's water, right? Giving people cancer through their water supply. So, he did it for a reason. Do I agree with it? No. But you made a good point. Gas prices were the highest, for a while under Joe Biden. Also, I want to say Africans on this app are very dear King Solomon. I don't know if you guys know him, but he's told us before, and so has Sugar Belly. All these people have told us that Muslims are killing African people in Nigeria. Extremist, radical Muslims were going around murdering people. So Donald Trump stepped in to help because the government was doing nothing. Apparently, it's still going on even after Trump's bombings. But I think you should have answered that guy's question. That's all the time I'm going to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazzy. Steppy, you're up.
Guys.
Awesome.
My turn. It's my time.
So we're not.
I don't care, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, fucking go start something. But anyway, so
I'm sorry, what did you say?
go start something. Get fucked, whatever you want to call it. So anyway,
Why would you say that to me?
okay, there you go. Enjoy it. Enjoy the
Yeah. But why would you say that to me, though?
But anyways, like I said, Biden.
Yeah. So why'd you say that to me, though, bro?
I don't know, because I can't eat a dick. So anyways, fucking Biden, he was so retarded that he slept so much, and his staffers fucking targeted and did what their personal agendas were. Also, if you look at our defense underneath Biden as well, fucking he appointed a Secretary of Defense that had no accountability, and then he also he allowed generals that they wanted to make decisions, but they didn't understand what fucking plumbing they had. And they were so proud that they had transgender fucking generals. Now, coming from a military guy myself, how can I accept the decision from a higher commanding officer who doesn't know if they have a dick or a slit? I mean,
How could that possibly happen? How could that happen?
ATZ.
No.
ATZ.
I
Come
know.
on.
No. I'm responding to him. He opened his mouth, and I'm opening mine.
Can you wait for him to finish, though?
No, I can't. I've been listening to multiple people. What he's saying
Then you
It'll
can
be your turn soon.
There you go.
So,
After he's done, go ahead.
so when we look at the reality, and by the way, amen, I want you to really process this. The United States doesn't need NATO. NATO needs America. Why? Because if you look at the amount of money that we put into
Now I have to address it.
if we
Now I know
look
the
into the
name.
amount of money we put into
Tell that to
Hey,
yourself.
man, you trying to kamikaze yourself? Hold on for a second, Steppy. Hold on for a second. Hey, man, come on. Why you trying to
to kamikaze yourself. It's easy
Well,
if y'all just wait and talk.
He said I
Y'all
need
trying to,
you
why y'all,
think about it.
y'all doing this on purpose?
God, I didn't
That's when fun.
Hey, but don't get triggered. They'll do that to you. Don't get triggered.
All right, go, Stephanie.
Awesome, thank you. So, like I said, we don't need NATO. NATO needs us. And when it comes, people say about Greenland, they're trying to Greenland. Well, listen, guys, if you guys do a little bit of research, you'll understand that we have a military force that's been in Greenland. And when it comes to NATO, we don't really need NATO. We're the one that has a higher footprint in Europe for personal defense. And when it comes to England, I don't care about England's opinion because England doesn't care about its own people. You can see the Muslim crisis going on in England. You can see that they don't even care. The Prime Minister doesn't even give a fuck about its own citizens. How many women have been raped or beaten? How many times? Think about that. Dude, I live in America and I can research that because they don't care about them.
Their prime minister said I grab women by the pussy. Like, you see, you is not the one to talk. Ain't no way you're talking to us about what type of man you need in the parliament. No. Shut up, bro.
Okay, just quiet.
All right, my plane is landed. There you go.
Yes, that'd be appreciated. Now we're gonna do ATZ Europe, and then Edward, you're after ATZ. Go ahead, ATZ.
Okay. When I was asked if I support Trump earlier, about an hour or so ago, I said he's the world's greatest comedian. Now, I committed to supporting Trump years ago, and kind of ruined my life. When I DJ'd Mar-a-Lago, faggot in here. Anyways, I DJ'd for Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and then I also publicized it on Facebook. And all of the venues that I DJ'd at to support my family, they all canceled me at that time. Now they all support Trump because they understand that it's tax law. Now they got greedy. Oh, now you're greedy. Now, because these are venue owners, they're bid owners. So now you're okay. All right, now you're on that side. So I got canceled, and then I got reimbursed. Okay, so I don't want to hear this shit about I'm anti-Trump, this and that. All right. That being said, I think that if you support Trump, I think there's a little bit of delusion. My question is what do you want? What is it that you're seeking?
Does somebody want to answer that? You can if you want. I don't know. Short.
Yeah, I'll take that. What's the question again? You said what?
The question is why? What do you receive?
I was surprised you remembered you asked that question. It was very suitable for you to answer it now. But go ahead. What were you saying?
Are you going to be condescending or are you going to answer my question?
A comedian. But what was your question?
Yeah. I said, why do you support Trump?
Because he's doing a bang up job.
He's doing
what he said. He's doing what he said.
That is so banging. Is he well received from the rest of the world?
Yes.
Is he well loved?
Yes.
We love him.
Yes.
I love him.
Yes. Yes, you
I
do.
love him all the way from
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
The bang-up job Saud is referring to is that he is hiding the Epstein files because his name appears over a million.
Oh, he hiding it like the last, all the other administrations since 1998,
Yes.
right?
Correct. That's correct.
So can you hold them all accountable and not just Trump, or only Trump has to pay for hiding them?
I've never really seen anybody that claims. I've never seen anybody that claims. Yeah, exactly. Take a cue from the.
Wait, what did she say? What did she say?
Hey Ben. Respect, bro. Respect.
We're taking the
Respect.
family. Yeah, the mother, the brother, the sister, the ever. Yeah, we're taking all of them down. Whoever said Epstein
a million times. I'm just going to take Ben at his word. It was mentioned a million times. He raped people. There's evidence. There's all this stuff. And I just want to know, they spent over $1 billion just trying to beat him in a campaign. They spent tens of millions trying to defeat him with a fake Russiagate. They spent tens of millions to try to prosecute him in New York. They spent tens of millions to do these things. And guess what happened? Guess what? ADZ, stop. No, here's the deal. I want you guys to all look at how much it costs to have those cases. And then I want you to ask a simple question. I want you to ask yourself a simple question, and I want a genuine answer. And I need to know you want to talk. I'm agreeing with you. ATC, shut the hell up and listen. Okay, I know it gets hard. I know you're smoking right now. But right now, what I'm going to ask you is, you have all of the evidence in the world, and for 4 years, you could have buried Trump, and he would have never been a problem. And you didn't have one single charge against a single person from the DOJ in 4 years. I just want to know, if there was so much overwhelming evidence, why has not one person been charged with a single thing?
Choose why you're done. Because you think that I'm the opposition to you.
My name is Alex, and you don't understand that it's deep, well and deep.
Wait, hold on. I go one at a time.
Let me talk. So, Ice, you think I'm in opposition to you, and that is your...
You must still be in your kayak in the Caribbean. You should kayak.
We can hear you. Repeat yourself one more time.
He's so goddamn tuned out.
Shut the fuck up, Aggie. You've never grown. I've seen that. Shut the fuck up.
I see why he thinks he played at Mar-a-Lago.
Leave him alone.
I do know something bingo.
Wait, hold on, Ben. I want you to go, but I want to let Amen. Were you trying to answer the question I asked?
No, I'm saying, let him go, because the other guy, he cannot say anything because we can clearly see that he has signal problems, right? But I see you people reacting and saying, I got it correct. But I don't understand. How is that an answer when you answer the question? Is the answer being like, I'm in the wrong?
If there's an answer to the question, there's an answer to the question. If he asks the question, if there's an answer, then there's an answer.
That is amazing.
Why are so many drunk people in here?
All right, let's go. Ben, can you answer the question, please?
I mean,
if you need him to repeat it, then you know.
What does the color green smell like when it's sleeping furiously?
is that from Ice? Is that how you said that?
Ben, if you can't answer that, I don't even want to guess where your intelligence level is. I asked a simple question.
I come on stage. You come on stage and you talk fast and put out some bullshit number.
Every number's right. Everything is pulled up with the facts in there. Here's the thing, Ben. Your fucking brain comes on with your TBS. No, because you come in here and you want to pass stupid shit up.
You've used your very important yes. Do you know any more fucking opportunity? Yes, this, that. What else do you want to call me? Ice, before I can say.
They can't call you shit. Go on, Ben.
No, Ben, come on, brother. We want you to talk. We just want you, before you go off on your diatribe and talk about something else, we were just trying to get an answer to the question first. That's all. Can you answer his question?
Is the question before, why didn't they release the Epstein files?
Nice, go ahead. Answer
that.
Was that the question?
Yes.
Nah,
that was the main question. Now you can see
That's
what you holding shit.
I'm gonna ask my question again.
Why don't you say something?
Because this is comical. Because the comprehension level is elementary. It's not even elementary.
What would you say to that?
Make the question short. Don't go on a diatribe, Ice. Make it short so we can understand. Our comprehension level is low. It's low. So
give it to him on the short line.
Very, very slow, Ben. I'm telling you, Ben. It's so slow. Yes, it's a word.
Why is Trump caught in the Epstein files? And my question, but I wasn't speaking at the moment. I said, hey, what about all the other people that hit it since 1998? Can we hold them all accountable? And you kind of skipped over that part.
I apologize. We're going to come back to that. I apologize.
The simple question is, I'm going to just let's say we all agree with you that Trump's name is mentioned, as he says, there's 3.5 million pages, but Trump's name is mentioned millions of times. Okay, so with it being mentioned millions of times, let's just say there's video, there's all this evidence that you got in these Epstein files, which nobody's presented to anybody online, nobody's done. If that's all there, why didn't the DOJ in the 4 years of the Biden administration not charge him?
I don't know why.
Seriously.
But then is the one who's supposed to answer this. You've been the opportunity.
Then again, J.D. Vance campaigned on, we have to release the Epstein file. Cash Money Patel campaigned on, we're going to release it. There's a lot of stuff in it that we need to make the world see. Dan Bongino campaigned on it. We're going to release it. Trump campaigned because I remember when they asked Trump,
but you know what happened?
Can I finish? Can I just finish?
Get in after that, Jazz. Get in after that. It's all good. Get in after that.
You Americans don't know what happened.
What happened was
They couldn't give a straight answer on whether he was going to release it. Now, Trump becomes president. And Bundy comes out, I have the binders on my desk, and he gave some influencers the binders on TV. Then Trump puts 1,000 FBI folks on payroll.
It's like a bunch of retarded
on his files and scrub his name.
That's not what happened. Can you prove that happened?
Wait, hold on, Jazz. If the king is talking, he only allow his queen to interrupt. It's okay. That's what it is. That's what it is. Come on, Jazz.
Trump is not gonna date you. Why are you getting so upset?
Yeah, just let us go.
My question for Ben is, can Ben please provide proof that Donald Trump put 500 people on payroll to look for his...
Hold on, please. We can't just, Jazz, you know how it goes. Sometimes certain people only like to allow people to agree with them to interrupt. It's all love. You're going to get in there right after that. So, go ahead, Ben. Let you and your queen can talk. No, it's on Ben, and then you go after.
Miss Jazzy, look, I'm going to put the link in the chat once I'm done. He puts 1,000 people to scrub his name on your taxpayer dollars. Then, I've never seen somebody that claims that he's as innocent as Trump is. Yet putting out all these defenses.
I promise you, no one
putting out all these defenses to block Cash Patel, block Pam Bundy, block Dan Bongino, block everybody else that needs to release this, block. And when actual evidence comes out, like when he signed his name on the private part of that lady in the picture. You guys put on your blinders. I didn't see that. So I didn't think 2026 was going to be a year where the MAGA folks are defending PDS. The MAGA folks are championing war in Iran. The MAGA folks are okay with gas prices going through the roof. The MAGA folks are okay with having less than 5,000 jobs per month.
Yo, can you fucking land plane, dude? Like, what the
Jazzy, why are you always in buckets?
Fucking land your damn plane. I don't even like Trump. Land your fucking plane. I don't even like Trump, and you are annoying the crap out of me.
Go ahead, Jazz.
Shut up.
Did I trigger you, Pocket?
No, I don't even like Trump. You're just annoying me, bro. I don't even like Trump. You're annoying me. You're annoying me. Shut up, then. Shut up, then.
All right, it's Jazzy's turn.
You've been talking for like 20 minutes.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Let someone talk, Pocket. Jazzy's going, Ben.
So,
subject to their own question. I've never met anybody being
Matt, like, I'm getting heavy, bro. I don't get it.
Don't come off mute.
This lady's drunker than a bitch. So long story short, bro,
I want to let her be.
Yo, put the bottle down. Long story short,
Get that big mic. I wish you could get
I
yours.
just want, all right, let me get my mic.
Yeah, get the big mic, please, because they're not going to stop bringing up the
No
number.
worries, hold on. When I'm done talking, I'll unmic, but for now, this is it, so I can just overpower everyone.
You guys are ridiculous.
So, I wanted proof from Ben that Donald Trump hired 500 FBI agents to find his name, because I found his name in a database on a government website. All you have to do is type in anything that you want to know, anybody's name, and it pops up in these Epstein files, right? So I don't think you need to hire 500 people to do that. Also, Pam Bondi was being questioned by Congress, and she asked him a great question. Why didn't you ask Merrick Garland these questions when he was in my position, right? Perfect question. Why is Pam Bondi and the Trump administration receiving heat for the Epstein files? I know he said he was going to release them, but I don't think you guys know about the powers that be in this country and in every country that kind of run the world without you knowing their names. They're not going to let those files be released. There's lots of people in Congress. Pam Bondi also showed us that they were searching for their names, right? Because they released the unredacted files to Congress only, and then Pam Bondi was monitoring their computer. So they were looking for their own names, because a lot of them have connections with the Epstein files as well. So, like I said, the problem I have is Donald Trump. Someone brought up a good point. He ran for president. He did all these things, and they didn't want to tell us he's a pedophile. Like, that would nipped it in the bud. Just put that out there. Instead, they brought up grabber by the pussy and 34 business fraud that he'll never see a day in jail for, or prison, whatever. It just seems like a witch hunt. So I just want you all to start.
You're in the matrix, at least for me.
So for those that can read, I put the thing in the chat. You guys can read it. For those that can read only.
You're in the matrix. I'm just gonna. Edward, are you there? Why she gets fixed? I don't know.
I want to make sure she's complete.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute. Okay, there she went on mute.
With the government shut down for no good reason at all, right? But for some reason, you'll let that go and you'll focus on Trump. Very weird. Also, I want to say Trump is receiving intel on the war that we're in now, Israeli intelligence. The same Israeli intelligence that told him that we obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons capability, and all of a sudden we didn't. So I'm not going to blame this all on Trump. This is a system that works together. We have a crazy man named Pete Hegseth using Bible verses. That's the reason we're in Iran. You know? There is a crazy thing going on right now. And Donald Trump is not the spearhead of it. They've been talking about going to war when he wasn't in office. Right? For some reason, it's just now coming to fruition. I don't know why. I'm not a psychic. I don't care. But let's stop focusing on Trump only so we can actually fix the government and not keep it so corrupt. Thank you.
And I want to say, Mr. Edward, you gave a speech earlier. Just want to tell you that.
It's really interesting of hearing different people from different countries focus on America. It's kind of interesting. The last I checked, it says we hold these truths to be self-evident. The United States is ran by the people. Even though we have elected officials, the way we operate America is we the people. I don't know if you guys understand that. We hold these truths to be self-evident. I live in the United States of America, and I will always focus on my own individual rights, which were not given to us by the government. So you guys are all focused, the person, personality, Congress, which instead of self-governing your own life as American, and I don't like Georgia said, is this. Let's all be honest with each other. We only know what the mainstream media, the talking heads, or what you guys call influencers. Okay? Because I don't believe that anyone should influence you more than your own voice. If your own life is not being influenced, I don't know what to tell you. But if you believe there's some influencer out there, or even a prime minister or king, or even Donald Trump is the one in your house, we've already lost, guys. We got way too much going on. Take care of your house more than the White House if you're an American. Because you know what? At the end of the day, your situation room is much more important than the situation room in Washington. I pray for those in Washington. I want to make the right decision. At the end of the day, they're not making any decision for me and my wife. We got to do it ourselves. So, Matt, again, Pepe, Sword, Bieber, hey guys, much for allowing me to talk on the mic. I get the mic is it's not a right, and I don't take it like that.
Thank you, Edward.
We the people.
Thanks for Edward.
Was Edward talking to we the people?
Yeah, you don't sound American to me, so.
But I don't know if you understand our documents, but we have 3 documents that most Americans.
I'm American.
You're not American. You're probably American citizen, but you're not American.
Let's cut with that bullshit. I'm actually more American. I'm actually more American than some folks on stage, but I'm not even American. Maybe I don't know about you, but I'm actually more American.
I'm just gonna tell you.
We're the descendants of slaves. Our blood's in the ground, brother.
How you doing?
He mentioned it.
You flew here and you're acting like you're one of us.
Pepe, aren't you Mexican, Pepe?
No.
Aren't you Mexican?
No.
So what the fuck you got a Mexican name? Pepe.
He is Mexican. He lied to all these people. He's Mexican. Told him he's Corsican. You too, Mr. Edward. Hello. I hope everything's well. This is a good room.
You know, work the 4-letter word. And we get paid for that word, so I got to work every day. Because you know why? As a conservative, I got to go to work. I can't go around being an activist every day.
That's true. That is actually true. Good point. Hey, Dr. Mitch, do you want to step up to this conversation, or I don't know, you just keep up on stage? See if he comes off. Guess not. Raj, you want to come off? You've been saying some stuff. Do you want to?
No, I'm here. Thank you. I got to say that you've been running this room for about a week now, and it's very interesting. It's entertaining. It's heated. You know, this is it's just an interesting time in history. It's almost like a vortex. There's so much shit going on. We don't know, like pretty much everybody that talks to us has proven to us that they can't be trusted. We have to try to piece things together ourselves, and people are trying to not just make sense of things, but people are trying to figure out how do they survive in a world that should be kind of peaceful and stable when you've got all these people in power that just keep kind of shaking things up to keep us off of our balance to you know, and I think it's working because I hear the heated debates in here. You know, it's really it shouldn't be between us, right? It should be between us and the people in power that are doing all this stupid shit. We should be kind of, you know, getting together. I you know, it's very frustrating though. It does feel like, you know, as the American public, I certainly don't feel powerful. Even if I was a billionaire, I don't know if I'd feel powerful. A lot of people pulling strings, and it's gross. The world could be, we have everything we need to have a wonderful world, and, you know, people concentrating power are not allowing that to happen. That's all I'm...
Facts, doctor.
Well said. Edward, did you want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you. I saw you come off mic. If you want to respond.
You know, we still have the freest opportunity in the world. People still trying to come here. And I personally believe, is that we do have elected officials who need people to help them understand the role of government, especially in the United States. Because the only reason our government instituted the U.S. is that they honor our rights, which has not so many people think that the government is the answer, when the government is not our answer, guys. The government's our problem. And that's why I see it. And that's why you have that pit in your stomach, because people keep looking to central government somewhere, they think that's their answer. And that's my observation. The two parties, honestly. I think it's this whole idea that you have to pick, between worse and worse. Independent candidates don't seem to get any traction. Third party, libertarian, Green Party, whatever it is, it's just they've got a lock. I mean, I think the idea of choice is an illusion. If that wasn't the case, they're calling elections before you even vote. So I think we could take it back. I'm with you, Edward. People do have the power, but we have to take it back. We can't just take whatever's thrown at us. I don't know, two horrible candidates. How did that happen? And a lot of the country, I think, they're not going to be as aware as we are, right? We have people in this room have high levels of awareness. No, I agree with you. But see, Dr. Mix, this is probably for me to teach my children and our grandbabies and their spouses. You said, when do American individuals have enough courage to take government on themselves? Self-government. See, if you have enough understanding of who you are as an American, then you will not allow the elected officials. You just said it clearly. How many people in your state or my state have been in politics their entire life? Okay, we have a governor in California that's never had a private sector job in his life. This is what we have. And the sad part about it is that most people are not even looking at this. We have people in politics, and that's all they've done their entire life. That's why I say, and you correct, Dr. Mitchell, until we, individual Americans, get back to we the people, we're going to keep having what we have. And that's I don't care what anybody say, our founding fathers believed in. And we're the only constitution out of 195 that has in its constitution limited government. We do not want to be ran by the state. I will tell everybody, July 5th, July 4th this year, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We don't want to be run by a president, a king, a queen, a kingdom, a dictator. We do not want that at all. Guys, take control of your own life in America. I land. Friend Dante, she's actually running for Congress. She's never been in politics. But she's just discussed it. She said, what's my message? I said, your message is you don't want to run for office. You have to. Good people in America don't want to go into politics because when they get in that buzzsaw, their whole life changes. The lobbyists, K Street over there in D.C., all of the things that makes people just vomit on themselves because people just want to be left alone. And if we go according to our three documents, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and our Constitution, and we go back to self-government, I personally believe that we can do much better as individuals. And get everything down to 10%. You know what? If you cannot live on 10%, the government can't function on 10%, we don't need government. Let people take care of themselves. The libertarian ethos, the government that governs best governs least. Excuse me. But the guys up there in Congress have effectively bankrupted our nation at this point, including unfunded mandates. We're probably over $150 trillion. There's
because this other guy only lasted 20 days. It's a mind trap, and we fall for it. And I think every person, every individual that we give power to, we should judge on the merits. The other thing is, where are you focused, right? Somebody you see people in different rooms either supporting, a lot of anti-Trump, a lot of pro-Trump, but it really depends on what they're looking at, what their issue is, right? So, if you have an issue that this government is supportive of, you're going to like it. And I don't think we should be, marginalizing and excommunicating the most vulnerable people, taking them off of food stamps so we can pay for more weaponry. I mean, to me, that's really, really ugly. They're talking right now. Congress is talking about reducing more medical benefits to pay for the war. I don't want to talk about people's individual circumstances. Those are supposed to be safety shields. And a lot of people in this country are, 2 or 3 paychecks homelessness. This government should be rising us up. And sometimes in order to do that, the government creates support programs, food stamps, right? Anyway, I know that's a hot potato, but I see the most vulnerable people in society struggling a lot, and that number is increasing. The number of vulnerable people in society. In California, you could make $200,000 a year and be broke. So that's because the currency's been devalued. These are complicated issues. I got to give it to Edward. Just say, the idea of us, trying to take our power back is a powerful idea.
So, Doc, I have a couple questions for you, if I may. And this is the first question. Where in our documents does it say that the government's supposed to be the taker care of individual people in America?
So the answer is the way this country was set up was very, very different than any other country that's been set up. It's almost set up like the citizens are stockholders in the U.S. corporation, right? It's set up that the citizens actually own the assets of this country, but they're not getting to us, right? The government's charging us to operate. People have argued with me before, no, it's not a business. It is absolutely a business, our government. They buy and sell oil, energy, land rights. They accept fees for visa applications, all these things that our government does that generate money that never gets to us. So they're not taking care of us. I'm not talking about, so quite frankly, if things were being managed properly, we should be getting dividends like they do in Alaska with the oil, or they do in Qatar, or some of the Middle Eastern countries. They give the citizens a portion of what they do, and our government doesn't do that. They do the opposite. They take our stuff, they sell it, they give it away, and then they charge us for it. It's not, that wasn't the idea. The idea here is the citizens. Right. Citizens are sovereigns. We're kings. We're supposed to have a government that manages our assets. So that's the answer. It's we already own the assets. Where's my dividend? Why am I paying the government? Why aren't they paying me based on what I own as part of this experiment?
Okay. So there's a couple of things that I think that I want to make sure we're on the same page. So first of all, the government was never designed to pay us. Okay? The government's supposed to be limited. Okay? This is just my observation, right? We have allowed the bureaucracy to get as big as it has. That's our problem, Doc. Our problem is we the people have been on the sidelines so long that we have allowed the monstrosity of this. I don't even know what you want to call it. It's unhealthy. I always say just because something's big doesn't mean it's healthy. Our government was never supposed to be top down. It's supposed to be we the people, the bottom up. Why? Because there is no central government anywhere on planet Earth that's going to care about you or me more than ourselves. I am not believing that my congresswoman or my congressman or Governor Newsom here or Donald Trump is thinking about Edward. I'm just not going to do important in the private sector, we have completely lost our way. And I am not looking for dividend checks from the government. What I'm looking for the government to do is leave us alone. Period. Let us govern our own lives, because that's what it says. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident. Okay? This is not us having a conversation about what government's supposed to do for somebody. No. Listen, if you govern your own life, you should be able to manage yourself. My dad and my grandpa, who are both American, taught me something when I was 12 and a half years old. I'll never forget it. Son, your biggest problem every single day is going to be the one you see in the mirror. Don't blame any man on this planet. Do not have excuses. Find solutions. Because you got to go to your own rescue. This life comes without a parachute. And you know what, Doc? I've been living that way. I'm 62 years old now, and I'm going to keep it. I keep it to my children and my grandchildren. This country owes me nothing. I owe Edward everything.
All right, so Doctor, I'm sorry, Doctor, can you hear me? Dr. Mitch, can you hear me? I started speaking prior to you, brother. Thank you, sir. You raised some interesting points, right? The truth of the matter is, even if we agreed with your perspective, the United States runs at a deficit. So there wouldn't be any funds, leftover excess funds to be distributed amongst the citizens. That's just the reality of it. What we do have is the world's reserve currency, the petrodollar, all the above. And that allows us to have the super high standard of living that we enjoy. America is never going to be number one on the happiness index of countries in the world. That's not what America's about. America, universal health care, I personally don't believe it could work in the United States. I don't think our system is set up for that. I don't foresee it working. I don't think it's a viable option for us. But I do think by far, hands down, and I'm happy to debate with anyone about this, the United States is the greatest country in the history of the world. The ideals that it stands on, the ability to transform itself in a relatively short period of time compared to countries that have been around a lot longer than us and very little has changed in the society. I think the diversity of backgrounds of the people in this country, I don't think any country comes close, all right? And this is why we are the most desired destination in the world. There's people that risk life and liberty every day to try to come here. Every day, all right? I don't think there's a huge debate about this. With all of that said, man, I think that people have gotten polarized, and we're at the point where people hate Donald Trump more than they love America. And they are actively rooting for our downfall. They want to see us fail. And I think that's a real sad state of affairs, and I think that the discourse has gotten so bad that it's going to be really, really hard to close the gap.
Submission, and I think that the conversation that you have is true. Why are we, as Americans, deciding to go against our own country? Is the life of me. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Who decides for you every day? Do you guys think that someone in your local government, your mayor or your sheriff or your congresswoman or congressman or your local governor, which some of you, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of you may not even know their name. You may not even know the operation in your city. And the reason why is because we're all focused on the mainstream nonsense, because it's just information that's being provided to keep you distracted from what's happening in your local area. I don't time to make sure you get a job or educate that you need to take care of yourself. And Doc said that earlier. I live in California, guys. And you know what? Every single month, 360,000 Californians choose to walk out of California, leave this state. The reason why? They have a right to choose to go wherever they want. That's the beauty of self-government. You never have to stay wherever you are. If things are too high, there's other states, and now there's countries to live. Some of my friends from California moved to Malaysia. Some moved to Taiwan. You know why? A lot less expensive. Do you know other countries can't do that? You as an American go wherever you like. You're free to go to 194 other countries as long as they're willing to let you come in. What I'm saying to all of us, let's stop thinking that someone's coming to our rescue. They're not. I don't care who you fight for. MAGA, MAHA, liberal, the people say there's no kings, all this other stuff. God, at the end of the day, I have no idea what they're talking about. To my knowledge, every president we ever had was elected by the Electoral College. So for you to even run around a city with a sign, no king, you are telling me we are living in a war of delusion. No, you are responsible for your own life, guys. I'll land on that, man. Again, Pepe, Sword, Beaver, I just appreciate all of you guys. Let's have conversations about life versus us just yelling at each other. Because listen, at the end of the day, guys, you still have a family, you have your life, and we gotta all still live on this planet together.
So the beauty of what you just said was something I actually had did some stuff on, and the illusion or delusion that is out there is the whole king thing. The fact that you're protesting in the streets a king tells me that you know there's not a king, because if you protest a king, it's off with your heads. You don't get a protest a king. The fact that they say there's going to be a flip at midterm tells us that they believe there's going to be an election. If there's an election, that tells us that you believe there's a democracy and not a monarchy. So everything that they do screams, I know he's not a king. I just want to throw a tantrum that my side lost. My team lost and I'm mad. Now, California, as you mentioned, we are free to move where we want. California, on the other hand, is trying to make it so they can tax you when you leave. They're trying to tax businesses when they leave. It's an exit tax. These are the things that are happening because so many people are choosing to leave California. LA County had the most set a record for the most people, I think it was in a year and in a month, of getting out of there, because it's out of control. And what happens is as societies, they work, they build up, they get strong through, capitalist means, and then the heart starts to set in. And every empire has risen and fallen the same exact way. And we're on the same pattern. Now we have society that believes I deserve, I have the right, you owe me a handout. I get this free. Earlier, somebody had said, you have the right to have a job. No, you have the right to go get a job. Nobody has to give you a job, right? So this is the mentality. We've been trained as a society to be a victim. The book QBQ, Question Behind the Question, everybody should read it. It's great. It literally hits that. And when people want to bitch about Trump, they want to whatever. I don't care who the leader is. The thing is the boss doesn't get to be the boss by being everybody's friend. The boss becomes the boss because he holds you accountable, and maybe makes you show up to work when you don't want to, makes you do a job you may not want to, but he makes you do it, and the company benefits. Being the boss is not a position where you get to be the most liked person. Most places do not like their boss.
I just want to add ice to your thing there that there's one thing you typically can't do to a king also, and that is try to impeach him. So just want to add that to your little list there, because
it's a good point.
You wouldn't be able to impeach or get to that point if he's a king. So enjoy that.
Listen, I just came back home, so I'm not pointing. These words, they may have been mentioned by somebody before I came in, so I'm not trying to purposely trigger anybody. But there's certain talking points, and when you hear these words, you should go on high alert. When you hear the word disproportionately, your ears should perk up. When you hear the word disenfranchised, your ears should perk up. When you hear the word
marginalized. Your ears should perk up. When you hear the word entitled, your ears should really perk up. People, listen, there's certain concepts that we have to be really, really careful of. Prejudice and racism comes in many formats. One of the ways is it comes in the form of low expectations. I don't advise their free speech right and honestly telling me what they perceive, people that look like me to be about. That I'm cool with that. I meet that head on. We can have the conversation. Then I'm getting a phone call.
I have to deal with this on a regular basis, right? And I've learned this in my life. I'm 62 years old. I taught my children. We live in Orange County, California, and one thing I always say, if someone doesn't like me because I happen to be ethnically black, why would I want to work there anyway? I mean, guys, I have a right to choose where I'm going to go. No one can't tell me, we don't want you. Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for making me aware of the fact that that's your issue, not my issue. This is the challenge that we all have. Like we're going to be on. I mean, where do we get this concept from that someone owes any person anything? Okay? To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, when my mom and dad got together, they decided to get happy and have me. It wasn't the government. So why am I going to think that the government's going to take care of me when my parents was the one that got me here? It's their responsibility to give me all of the possible training that they could possibly give me. Going to the school is not where I should get my morality or my standard of living. I should go there back in the day and learn reading, writing, and arithmetic so I can compete with the rest of the world. But my values and my ideology really should come from my home. Like when people say, well, Edward, you're indoctrinated. You're correct. I am 1,000% indoctrinated. I am, as an American, because that's where I was born. I believe that my rights come from God, do not come from the government. I believe that we were founded on that principle. All men are created equal. No person, no government ever created Edward. We were created equal. Doesn't mean we have equal outcomes because we're not born. I was born to two parents. Some people were born to one parent. Some parents gave them away before they ever see their face. So I think what we should do is look at how we interpret words in situations versus us trying to put our identity or our situation on other people. That's how I see it. And listen, guys, again, you don't have to believe anything Edward said. You know why? Because at the end of the day, my 24 hours are my 24 hours. Yours are. I got to make sure I navigate 24 hours as well as I possibly can. And one thing I'm not going to do is let someone I never met, don't know, dictate the terms of my existence. My biggest influence every single day, like my grandpa told me and my father, the two honorable men, the person who's going to be your biggest problem every day, Edward, is the one you see in the mirror.
I've been listening to this conversation. Edward, can I ask you a question? So when you hear Americans complaining about the stuff that they're experiencing on a daily basis, the layoffs, lack of money, and all the other stuff that goes along with it, whose fault do you think that is?
The company didn't have enough money to pay me. It's someone's fault. It's just the way opportunity. No one guaranteed anything. Companies come and go. Okay. There used to be an 8-track. No more 8-track. There used to be cassette. No more cassette. All these things. I used to go to Blockbuster. My wife always told me back in the day, hey, can you pick up a couple minutes from Blockbuster? It doesn't exist anymore. I mean, what am I going to do? Y'all know my business. Used to be Sears. Guys, listen. At the end of the day, the only person who's responsible for Edward is Edward. And if I have a company. If my company don't do well and I go out of business, I'm going to blame the consumer. I got to blame Edward because I didn't meet the customer. There is no system anywhere on planet Earth that's supposed to take care of the people, even though they try. Communism tried, socialism tried, but at the end of the day, if I don't have enough, what I call and my dad were born at a time when America was at crossroads. My dad married 58 years. They both owned property. My dad was in the Air Force. My grandpa was in the Army. And they loved this country. And you know why they loved this country? Because they believed this country had opportunities for them that they could not get anywhere else. So I appreciate your question, Kyle. But Kyle, hey, when do we, as individuals, have a checkup from the neck up? Okay? Like my daughter and son, I told them they were growing up. If you don't do your homework forever, that means you're working for your home. Okay? They decided they're going to do their homework. You know why? Because I told them they can't live with us forever. Because at some point, we're going to put them out. But now they're both married, they're raising their own families, and now when they talk to their mom and dad, they say, you were right. Yeah, you know why? Because responsibility, I can't use the language, guys, but you know responsibility takes a lot of work.
No, I mean, no, actually, I agree with everything you're saying. I guess the reason why I asked the question is because, from my vantage point, yeah, I own a business as well. You know, I do feel that the government really puts us in a position where it's very, very difficult to run businesses, right? You know, I mean, but I live in California too. The taxes and stuff you have to pay, and you know, it's crazy. But anyways, but the reason why I asked the question is because I feel like the government. Now, you kind of worded it, or maybe somebody did. I think the government, it seems, inhibits the ability for people to succeed in this country, right? Even if it's like you said, like the layoff, right? I mean, personally, that's the way our commerce system. You either run a business or you work for somebody, right? That's the only way, right? When we have a situation where our government is sending those opportunities outside of the country, how is that? Well, I guess I got to be better. I remember I used to listen to a guy named Tom Hartman, and he's a liberal, and he would call it a race to the bottom. Because if you have people like Bill Clinton, with the what is it called? It's not Glass-Steagall, but it's NAFTA, free trade agreement, right? If you're providing opportunities for these other countries at the expense of Americans, at some point there's only so much that people can do, and I think that bubble, that proverbial bubble that we always talk about, I think that bubble's about to burst, if it hasn't bursted already, and now we're just watching the air escape. So again, I agree with what you're saying 100% as a businessman myself, but I also understand that, if I want to be able to function in a way where I can be held myself accountable without you infringing my abilities to be the best man I could be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. It makes a lot of sense. And I agree. I'm in for 38 years, right, Countdown? And I always say that all the boards we have here in California, not one person on the cemetery board, the funeral board, or cremation board know anything about our profession. But they do try to make laws in reference to our profession. So we have to go there and educate them so they understand. Just because you created the board doesn't mean you understand how business works, okay? Remember, they work for the public sector. That means they are working at the behest of the taxpayer, right? So one of the things you said about the fact that America is investing in other countries. So one of the things I've learned when I started a long time ago was that Americans have the opportunity in my business to ship human remains around the world, okay? Well, I didn't know that when I first started 38 years ago in this business. So you know what I decided to do? Start traveling. I've been to 54 countries and asking other countries, how do I get your business from the U.S. so when people come to this country and they happen to pass away, that my company gets called to ship them around the world. You know why? Because that's commerce. It's opportunity. So I don't look at everything that the United States is doing to invest in other countries. I want to find out ways I can work with our government to be the person that procures those opportunities so that I don't have to be a business just selling to America. climate change. I always tell people, okay, even if you change the climate, who's going to be here to enjoy it because you give people needles? Is that good? If you give people needles to put drugs in their arms and they're dead, they OD, the climate change, but they're not going to enjoy the climate. So there's all kinds of different things. To me, when do we take our own lives and say to ourselves, I know the government's already there against me, so why should I try to do anything with them in the sense of, let's see how I can participate. Small Business Association, I don't know if you guys know this, but they will give you all kinds of free information if you want it. Okay? It's really, really powerful stuff. Most people today don't do that. All I'm sharing with you guys is this. We got the best thing going right now. Okay? There's so many opportunities. Too many of us look at what the government's doing. I look at what Edward can do. What can I actually do every day that's going to cause my family, my children to have a better life? That's what I try to do every day. And listen, guys, again, I don't have all the answers, but I do know in my last 38 years, for me to have what I have, it did not come by the hands of the government. It came by the hands of Edward getting his butt up out of bed every single day, going to work.
Very well stated, Ed. And it's something I wish we just heard more often, man. Like there's so many people, Polly. There's so many people that blame the government for their circumstances. There's so many people that feel like the government owes them something. And I think that, it really handicaps people. It really hurts them, in their quest to try to, self-actualize. You'll never be the best version of yourself thinking like that. It's like, it boggles my mind. It frustrates me. I'm not special. There's nothing special about me. God didn't whisper into my ear and give me, all the information. The harder I work, the luckier I get. I understand for some people that's a foreign concept. I understand that, for some people they feel like, they should wait and collect something from somebody else. I get it. But they're really not doing you a favor. All right? I'm going to land with, it's far better to teach a man how to fish than to just give a man fish. Far better.
Can I touch base with you? Edward, can I touch this with you?
One second. Steph. Let me just answer, respond to you. So Anthony, you said something that I think is very valuable. And the reason why you're not going to hear that on these platforms is because personal responsibility is a foreign concept to people in the United States. And you heard what I said, in the United States, it's a foreign concept. And the reason why is because people today don't want to be accountable or responsible. They want to blame everything. Okay? Even people who get divorced, they say, oh, that's irreconcilable differences. No, you knew you were different before you got married. Come on, guys. Now we're going to go to some guy to tell us, oh, we're going to split everything. When do we look in the mirror and say, you know what? Like I tell my wife all the time, babe, I'm sorry. I blew it. I missed it. My children tell them the same thing. But I also tell my children that they have an opportunity to me. My daughter, when she was young, Anthony, said that she wanted to be a lawyer. Okay? Guys, in 2026, there's only 1.3 million attorneys in the United States. My daughter happened to be one of them. My son, who's great at engineering, decided to become a mechanical engineer. But you know what I told him? You're going to get a job that most people, really, really need help in. That's the difference. So we did not put our children in basket weaving and going out and fight, activism. No, we taught our children, if you want to have a skilled job, you're going to have to work hard at it. So my wife and I, Anthony, had to make some decisions way before we had children. Where are we going to live? What school district we're going to live in? Why? Because we have to be proactive. And unfortunately, Anthony, people don't want to take that kind of responsibility. People don't want to show up. I've been doing the same thing, Anthony, for 38 years. People don't understand it. Some people right now, 25 to 35 years old,
dialogue with you. So I hear what you said, and I agree with what you're saying, sir. But I also so I I was in the military for 23 years, and I had a gunnery sergeant tell me in my earlier NCO beginnings that you got to project leadership. Leadership is not just as a role, but you also project how society should be. Whether you got to be a role model, and I see with a lot of these younger men, a lot of these younger women, that the image of reality and is watered down, is diluted into, I call it the quick life, the quick buck. And so when I ended up making staff sergeant, a lot of these young men that have come in that were off track, I made sure I presented an image of responsibility, of morals, and they would react to that and then project it in their life, not how I presented it, but in their own choices. Accountability, morals, discipline, respect, and those individuals still to this day they still project it into their communities. Where you as well, Edward, you project that image in your community and your engagement with others. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that, in their own way, but that's what society's lacking these days. I'm 43 years old, sir, and so I had a lot of good images when I grew up. I grew up in a farm community, so we saw, work ethic, reliability. Your word is your word. It's a value to it. And so when we would leave our communities, you would continue to project up. But we see that societies these days where it's not about moral compass. It's not about responsibility. It's not about, projecting good leadership and entrepreneurship. It's about who got the best laugh, who can do the best troll, who can bash and slash. And that's what we're seeing in the newer generation. And sorry for rambling on.
Great. I mean, you made a lot of good points. But one thing I do want to ask you, you said you served how many years?
I'm 23. I'm 43 years old.
Thank you so much for your service. I want to take you back. Could you please explain to the House what motivated you to volunteer to serve this country?
I was in the family. I come from a long line of service personnel. I mean, all the way down from, all the way down. We date our family lineage down to 1725, down to our lineage, but I don't know, friggin'. I saw that, I remember 9/11. My community answered a call. I mean, it felt normal. It felt right. And Lady Liberty needed us. And my graduation class, when I graduated high school, was 55. And out of 55, I think 40 of us all joined the armed services. That, in 2001 into 2002. So, I love my country. And
I appreciate that, because I want other people to understand that America has an all-voluntary armed forces.
Well, Edward, I retired from active. I transitioned to reserve. So technically, I'm a weekend warrior. Technically.
Thank you. No. Listen. Thank you very much. Hey, I had the privilege and still have the privilege of traveling all around the world, 54 countries, 5 continents, because people like you, people like Brad, other people that are, even the officers, I don't take it lightly. That was not my route. I chose to go to college because my professor told me that I had the ability to do that. But
Edward, I want to put this out there. I have a lot of individuals that they get depressed because they didn't choose that route later in life. They didn't choose it. And I like to remind people, we all have a role in society. Some choose the military, but, remember, bullets don't fly without supply. And people need, whatever you chose to do in your life benefited America in a way, whether it's working at 9 to 5, at the slaughterhouse, or going to college to learn logistics or business. It all goes together in the centipede, because when someone goes, I went to college instead, but I started a business, it's like, yeah, but you going to college, you started a business, you paid taxes, which got GIs, some MREs, or some shoelaces or whatever. So you did your part, Edward. Everybody in their way does their part for America, whether you're pro-America or against America. Like, I'm going to put this out there. There's a lot of people in the veterans community. When someone says, how do you feel about someone burning American flag? Hey, they're doing it the right way. It doesn't bother me because they're expressing the right as an American to place, to have questions against their government. It's their right to peacefully protest. Whether I might not agree with their reasoning for it, but they're exercising their right off of the American soldiers that paid that price for freedom of expression, freedom of questioning, freedom of religion, etc. Sorry for interrupting you, Edward.
No. You served 23 years, man. I'm not taking any light of that. I'm glad that you have a voice, man, because so many, I deal with veterans every single week, man. I actually speak at veterans events here in Southern California and other places because I'm in death care and I have to help them. It's not easy, man, especially when a lot of them have trouble going to the veteran hospital and different things. The resources that they have to go through. And guys, I don't take it lightly, trust me. There are people in our country that have made great sacrifices. And I even thank you for thanking us for, paying taxes and trying to do the role that we can. Together, Americans are better, okay? There's no, what I call easy, what's the word I want to use? There's no easy access to personal responsibility, guys. Self-government's very, very, very real. And unfortunately,
my daughter's in the military too. She's a combat medic, my 20-year-old.
Awesome. Tell her we thank her for volunteering and following in the what I would call the legacy of your family to want to protect our freedoms, our liberties, because there are really foreign and domestic enemies that would like to take away our way of life. And I don't us Americans really understand that in its entirety. We think it's just about people talking and talking on these platforms. But guys, there are people on American soil that would love to see the ideal of America collapse. To me, that's dangerous. That's why we the people have to stand up, guys. We have to really stand up and say, nope, we're taking our country back so the individual can stand up tall. And again, July 4th, guys, 250 years, our Constitution, the supreme law of the land, we have the longest Constitution where we, the people, get the right to determine our own determination. Okay? There's no government that's going to do that for any of us. I know we like to hear it, but reality, it's not true, guys. And as a person who happened to be born on American soil, my wife and I always say, we are grateful that we are part of this experiment in the world, not other experiments.
I think maybe I just again listen to what you're saying. I'm in agreement, but when you say it's not the government, it is the government, because it's what the government is doing right now. If we want to talk about what we can do to usurp that, the stuff that the government is doing to inhibit the ability for look, even the stuff that you're saying, Edward, right? What you do in your business, right? The fact that I'm sure it might take a lot of money, a lot of certificates, a lot of things that is required in order to get into your business. That is something that the government has put in place that kind of gives you a protection, right? Same thing like with my business, right? I'm a party rental business, right? So even though mine might be a lot more easier to get into, it's still a lot of like certificates, insurances, stuff like that that you need. That is just not easy to get for the average person. Now here's the point. When you say, well, if something's not going, if something happens or whatever, I think you talk about, or when somebody did, somebody having to change positions 8 times, or having 8 different jobs. I mean, then you got to start all over. When you got to start all over. You start back from zero. I think about Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan won his last championship, and the Bulls went to break up that team, Michael Jordan said, "No, I don't want to start all over again." Right now, I get it. Sometimes that happens, but again, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that I think this country is great. I think it can give people opportunity to succeed. I also feel like at some point the government has overstepped its bounds and inhibited people from doing, from being really the best people that they can be. So, like I said, and it's the have, you can say the have and have-nots, and the law protects the haves from the have-nots. Because if we want to just really get grimy with it, it's all, I don't care how you, because that's kind of like what I don't care how you do it. Now you open up a whole new can of worms, right? Because a lot of people that maybe could have the ability to go and take from the people that have, but don't do it. Why? Because the government has put laws in place to protect the people that do have, right? So we all are some people, from it more than others. And that's why I said earlier, when we were talking about a race to the bottom, you said, well, yeah, you can just go and see about getting contracts from outside, well, that might be good for your business, but my business, I don't need to get no contract from that's not going to work for me, So, but the thing is that like my grandfather was a foreman.
So let me ask you a question.
Right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
This for anyone can answer this question. Okay. What do you think that you can do in your own power to increase your value to the marketplace?
Go and learn more skills.
Okay. Thank you, Sword. That's one. Anyone else?
Get free and unbiased Medicare health.
Yeah, I mean, anyone else? Marketing, you could market yourself better. That's always my thing. Put your name out there.
Connect Americans have been conditioned.
Hey, Jenny, your mic is open. You got a hot mic.
Oh, I was about to answer what you got.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Kaka. Repeat that.
I'm just chiming in. I still need to finish my point though. But
okay, go ahead.
I'm just chiming in.
You're in the matrix second.
What was your question? Could you repeat it?
No, the OG was gonna let Countdown finish, and then he was gonna go after.
Yeah, but let me answer the question, because what can we individually do to add more value to the marketplace as individuals?
Gotcha. Okay.
Somebody said you can those odds said you can get more skills, better.
Going into the mix, but it's all good. And I think the gist is going to be pretty much similar. More skill sets, learning more marketable skills, blah blah blah.
solve problems.
Yep. Assess what the market needs and provide it to it.
Right. Right, Sword? If I find a problem in my field, I'm in debt care, guys, and we see a big problem, and right now we're trying to solve it as a profession, okay? It's everywhere. My mentor says this to me all the time. He's been my mentor for 28 years, okay? He says, Edward, opportunity has a unique way of presenting it to the world is to be recognized. Do not look at things that you have zero influence over. Look at things that you have influence over. What do you control? What can you do? What's in your power? What can you implement to solve someone's problem? Guys, all of us are either on an Android or a smartphone. Okay? iOS. You know what? Someone solved that problem so we can all communicate with each other. And you know what we all did? We went on and bought it. So I'm a firm believer in the free enterprise, but I'm not.
You cut me off, bro. I mean, I answered the question, but
no, you were in the matrix. Calm down. I'm sorry. I would never do that. My apologies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I just want to summarize my point of what I was trying to say. Okay, is that again, we still have to operate inside the confines of a law, right? And it sounds like when I'm listening to you, it kind of leans more toward anarchy, where I'm going to do, if I see opportunity, you got to take it. That's true, but you still got to operate within the confines of laws that are set in place, which is protections to prevent from people that maybe you see an opportunity where you can take some from somebody else, but you can't do it because the law is protecting that person. And that law is implemented by government.
But what would be the benefit of having that type of mindset? You can't build your own house. You got to go and take a brick from somebody else.
Can I clarify the initial question?
Yes, 1 second. That question from Sora was for you.
Go ahead, Jenny. It's all good. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so when you're referring to how we can, as an individual or a business, contribute to the market, are you referring to the GDP or are you referring to just overall transaction? Okay. By infusing our money into domestic entities as opposed to foreign entities, we're conditioned, really unfortunately, to buy cheap, maybe subpar products because it's easier and we're looking at our own cost of goods sold and we're looking at what's best for us as opposed to what's best for the collective.
Based on individual contribution, or do you think collective, just the collective all by itself?
I'm sorry, when you started the question, you were in the matrix a little bit, so the first part cut off, but can I get you to repeat that?
Collective is made up of the individual. So the person in the United States have a right. That's their choice, right?
Absolutely. But if we're putting it, if we're truly looking as like, a Trump America First country and looking at things as America First as individuals, then our buying power is how you vote, right? You vote with, I don't like this company's ethics. I'm not going to support them. I don't like this. I'm not going to support that. They're sending money to the cause that I don't believe in. I'm not going to support that. So voting with your dollar is almost more important than voting with your votes.
You made a comment. First of all, this is America. Trump happened to be president. He just happened to be one American. I know that people like to keep using his name a lot, but the last I checked, I've never met the guy. Don't know him. Don't know anything about. I hear what they tell me in mainstream media. I heard what the talking heads tell me. I hear all that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything in my house. Okay? I just love how we start to. I like America. That's how I hear it, guys. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm not from Egypt. I'm from the United States. I want America not excluding anyone else. I don't want to exclude anybody else. They can do what they want in their country. That's all. But when I hear someone who wants to United States say, I want America to be first. And you know what? When we make that statement, guys, we all don't even know what that looks like. It takes a lot to want to do that. So I believe when he says, I want America to be first, he talked about Edward being responsible for Edward. He's given me the truth to be self-evident. That's how I hear those words. I don't know how anybody else hear those words. But I hear the words, America, want to be great. Edward has to be great in his own stuff. Edward has to do a great thing. Edward can't cheat on his wife. Edward can't go out and do a bunch of substance abuse. Edward can't say, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to take somebody else's stuff. A friend of mine asked me a couple of weeks ago, he said, well, Edward, if your family was hungry and, you got to just feed your family, wouldn't you go just steal? I said, no. I should have enough friends, enough of the people in my community that would want to assist Edward and his family in that time of need versus Edward having to be morally corrupt to go and take something from someone that's not mine. That's how I was taught. I hear a lot of people not look at personal responsibility. They really want something from someone else.
Well, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. The only reason I mentioned Trump is because really the name of the room and the house, so I thought that was kind of, a like-minded situation. But no, I agree with you. I think that everybody has personal responsibility, but when we're talking about contributing to the overall market, the overall financial health of the, and I mean, that leads us into the tariffs conversation, right? So I think that it's an important thing. I agree with Trump's policies on the tariffs to try to drive economy and revenue back to America, and that's where I put in America first, right? Like, because we should be building our own GDP. If you think that other China and Iran and everywhere else is not preaching the same thing, I'm certain that they are. They don't want people spending outside of the country, and it's because they want to build a sovereign nation that is financially sustainable. This is just a business. So I don't think that, Trump being president is the reason why we should spend in America. I think because we're American, we should want to support, yes, we are all individuals, but we are also a collective. We're a country, and we have one thing in common, which is we are all Americans. So I think that we should all put the American people first.
So Jenny, I know you weren't in here earlier, and I talked about it. There was they did a study.
Let me just answer her. So Jenny, do you think that you and I want to put America first, but if Americans don't put themselves first, how do we help people who don't put themselves first?
I mean, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. But what we can do as people who are God-fearing people who believe in what's right and what's wrong, we can do the right thing as our own households, as our own independent purchasers, as our own business operators.
But at the same time, you and I both know this, unfortunately, and I'm going to use the term, guys, we have a lot of freeloaders who want to freeload. They want something from them else. Redistribution of other people's stuff is not good. Go ahead,
I agree.
Not at all.
Yeah, so I said this earlier. There was actually was a speaker speaking in Greenville. So he used Greenville, took the population. And if each person, so this goes back to why I like the tariffs and making America great again and spending in America. I don't know if you guys, local communities ever do this, but I know one that I was in, one of they own like 70 different stations, but the guy who ran one side of the operation would always, like the head guy, would always have these little things that he would teach. And one was the local spending and how much that dollar recirculated in the community, and $1, what it really equates to the community. They did this with Greenville. If each person that lived in Greenville spent $20 a week at a local mom and pop shop, the local cafe, local hardware stores, that kind of thing, it's your small time car wash rather than a big chain, right? You do that, at the end of the year, it would equal an additional $300 billion or $300 million in the local economy. Now, imagine that on a larger scale as the United States. Imagine that when we had Apple report 252 billion profits offshore. Now, we didn't get 10% of that. We didn't get 1% of that. We got 0% of it. Of the 252 billion profit from Apple. Now, where did they sell that? Here, right? So what we do is we chase companies out. And we have the narrative that say, well, we're just going to put the prices higher in our pockets. Those same people were the ones that say that the fast food workers should make $25 an hour. Cool. $25 an hour. There's a reason you aren't getting a Happy Meal for $9 or $5 anymore. It's now like what, $8, $9, $10. Get a double Whopper. It's damn near $20, right? The reality is it does cost more to make stuff here, but your reciprocal or the turnover in that dollar means so much more. That puts so much more into the system. That gives us more opportunity for our Social Security checks. 93% of manufacturing companies provide insurance, if I remember the number right. 75% of them are under 20 employees. You know, you start looking at bringing back manufacturing, everybody assumes it's got to be massive. But the reality is look at how many, in South Carolina alone, go look how many auto manufacturers there are. There's a line. You literally have to test to get a job at BMW to apply. There's a line of people.
I agree. I'm in South Carolina too. It's 100% facts.
Yeah. So what it did when they brought that manufacturing, so you know, being down there, when they brought that in, what it did to the Spartanburg, Greater Greenville area. That, to give you an idea how well America can do manufacturing, BMW America is relatively new. Okay, it's been around for what, decade and a half, something like that. I don't remember. But BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturer in the world. Their chip plant is in Spartanburg. They're going to probably start making their transmissions for BMW, Bavarian Motorworks in Bavaria, in Spartanburg. They're talking about potentially the engines. Now, think about that. Everybody's telling us we can't produce, but the Germans are saying, you guys seem to do a pretty damn good job. He can tell you what BMW has done for South Carolina. Unbelievable. We can do this more. The whole idea of the tariffs that people forget about isn't to keep prices cheap. It's to encourage us to buy American. China, this was years ago, I did a study on it, and it was the Jeep Wrangler, $43,000 at the time. In America, it was $96,000. 106,000, I think it was, in China. That was the amount of tariffs they put on it. Why? Because they don't want you to buy the Jeep. They want you to buy their car. And this is all Trump is saying. Go ahead.
I was going to jump on the bandwagon with you.
That the rest of the world buys, yeah? What is the American car that we buy? What is it in Africa that we buy from this?
British bitch doesn't know what a nation is.
Hold on one second. So Aiden, we actually have a queue, and this is what we want to do. When I'm a moderator, I like for us to actually hear people speak. So if you could.
But I get thrown out a lot of the time.
But listen, hold on. I'm speaking right now, okay? I hear you loud and clear. I invited you up. I saw it. You said you wanted to come up and speak. But could we do it kindly? Let people finish, and then we give you an opportunity. It's okay. Everybody has a voice. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was going to jump on with ICE. If you look at the local small town communities surrounding these plants, they're growing. And that's these small town communities. You can just drive through some parts of South Carolina, and you'll go through these small towns where work has been stripped away, and with the domestic growth growing, you're reinstilling the life back in. Where I'm at, I'm from a really small township, okay, and we have a manufacturing plant that has literally started growth again, and we're seeing the decrease assisted living. We're seeing the decrease government aid, and you're seeing the growth of independence coming back in. We're seeing budgets, township budgets for public services grow better because now there's revenue coming in. All the way down to boys and girls clubs, community fundraisers, and this is just within the time span of, I like to say, Trump coming back in and really pushing these tariffs on. That's bringing back domestic growth, and everybody's thinking about the big metropolitans, but they're not realizing the
is the neighboring small communities that finally got the defibrillator pumped on them, and they're now coming back to life.
Can I jump in as well?
Let me finish this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he's saying is the impact is felt far and wide. So that's one, and now that's just one manufacturer there, but it impacted that greater area from Five Forks to you name it, all the way around. It is massive, and then what that does for the state is bring in a massive amount of revenue, tax. It's putting people in great jobs with benefits. Oh, by the way, the people can drive a new BMW I don't remember if it's 6 months. Oh, and if you got a clean record, I think BMW carries the car insurance for you. So, I mean, these are the things that can happen when we bring manufacturing back. So, the thing is we got to get American dollars spent back here, because that's how you make America great again. I think it was Edward that said this. It's not about America only. It's just about America first, because I said this once before earlier. I don't know if Edward, you were even in the room then, but we rise to the top. All empires rose to the top by what? You fight to be the best, and that is that industry. You rise by creating capitalist societies, make the money, and then our emotions get involved, and it's the socialist side of us wanting to reach out and help, and it's that empathy that never stops that all of a sudden causes that fall, because we don't know when to pull the hand back. We've seen kids drive their parents bankrupt because they won't stop. All these people are the same thing. All we're saying is America first, and the rest will follow. We spend a fortune around the world when we could be providing. Real quick, and I'm going to land. In 2020, we were $5 trillion in debt. At the end of 2025, we were $38 trillion in debt. What could have been done to make America better with $33 trillion? And tell me what has been done.
So, and I think this is an interesting point you bring up.
We got to make sure.
Sorry.
No problem. Amen. How do you pronounce your name again? I just make sure I get it correct. Ayman.
And
are you there? Yeah, man. You want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So a couple things. To answer the quick point, like, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said, Ice, up until the point where you said, imagine what we could do with that 36 trillion. Like, as a libertarian, I'm like, man, imagine what we could do with that money if it was turned back over to the people, which is where it should be to begin with. Like, the government driving up the debt and all that, like, it's crazy to me. Like, Edward's talking earlier about, well, if my business goes under, then that's my own fault. I need to figure out how to, like, and yet we have a government that does pretty much the opposite, where, I mean, the government fails time after time after time, and yet still people continue to vote based on what can my government do for me? I'm sorry, if your approach when you go into the voting in your local voting place is to look at the politicians on that list and go, what can these people do for me, even on a local level? I would challenge you to change your approach. The reason I wanted to speak more, I agree with virtually everything that the last couple of people were saying. I think it also the United States is reaping the benefit of the last certainly 20 years plus of telling every single kid they need to go to college. And so, like, I love the fact that we have people out there like Mike Rowe and these other type of celebrities who kind of made it cool to go to trade school again. And, this is something near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up here in the great state of Maine. The largest employer in the state of Maine for the longest time. I think it's a healthcare company now, but the largest employer for the longest time was BIW. It's a General Dynamics company making destroyers for the U.S. military. And again, the trades are near and dear to my heart. So I can tell you straight up that the amount of kids that are going to college, getting these 4-year degrees, and going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this degree? Is crazy to me, especially when, even it doesn't even necessarily have to be the trades. If you look at these fields on demand, like nursing and these other fields, like, it's crazy. Like, they're lining up around the block to hire these people, and yet we have this stigma, and I've certainly seen it here at Clubhouse and across the board in a lot of these higher income areas, if you will, that you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer, you need to go to a 4-year, you need to do this, you need to do that. Like,
I've seen kids getting out of high school immediately starting as a welder. Within 3 or 4 years, they're making six figures, like easily. You know, I mean, like a lot of these places, the retirement, these trades are they're retiring like crazy. I know members of my own family who walked onto a construction site and said, "Hey, y'all got a job for me?" And they said, "Do you know how to swing a hammer?" They're like, "Not really." They're like, "All right, cool, we'll teach you." Like it sounds like it's that simple. It really is. Like I understand it. Like if you're poor in America, I understand being poor in America. But if you're permanently poor in America, like it doesn't mean it has to be a forever job or anything like that. But like for goodness sakes, like there's so many people that are dying. Like if you have a teachable spirit, if you know how to say yes and no, and you know you're a decent human being, and like you're not a complete asshole, I guess is my point. Is like people will walk through fire to hire you, and they're begging for it. So it isn't just the 4-year degree. It isn't just that. And look, there's obviously a wonderful place in this country for doctors and lawyers and everything else, but there's also this huge percentage of the workforce that to the gentlemen that they were speaking, like this manufacturing that's coming back in the United States. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, I'll end with that. But yeah,
I like to jump on Ben's bandwagon. I love the bandwagon. So like I'm in the reserves now, and dude, I met a guy in the reserves. He makes over $600,000. Okay, and he still loves serving for his country in the uniform. And the guy's rolling bacon. He started off going. I think he spent like $8,000 learning how to weld. And he turned around and he went out to the oil fields, started his own business, and he has like 20 employees, and they're all welders, and they do DOD work. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So I'm just giving you a prime example for the listeners. It's not about a college degree is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Their society needs those in-depth thinkers, but you also need individuals that got swagger and they want to go out there and be trades workers, because I grew up in a time frame where they would beat you in at school saying you ain't going to accomplish nothing in life financially without a college degree. And then, you know, there's kids coming out of trade school and with a little swagger, little moxie, you know, they can turn around and, you know, make over $800,000 in a couple of years by just thinking outside the box and with a trade. Sorry, Ben.
You're good. I'll just finish, and I'm gonna have some dinner shortly, but I'll just finish this by saying, like, half the shit you can learn online, and like you see it, like there's TikTok channels and Instagram channels and stuff like that are blowing up right now. There's one that's like I saw it advertised on TV, and I'd seen the guy on social media, anyways, and it's literally like doing stuff like basic trades around the house, like. A lot of this shit, like if you learn how to do it, like learn how to be practical, learn how to swing a hammer, learn how to use basic power tools and stuff like that. It's like this is stuff that's going to save you a pile of money. Learn how to troubleshoot when your washer or dryer breaks. That way you don't have to hire a technician to come in for $400. Like I know what those technicians get paid, and I'm telling you, like you want to have somebody come into your house to fix a hole in the wall in your drywall, it's going to cost you a couple $100 up front, like just to get them to walk through the door. Right, like that's you know a trip to Home Depot and $50 tops, like that, and that's if you're doing it wrong. Like you could do it for $20 or less. Like for goodness sakes, like we live in the golden age of everybody's here on their phones. Like you can look shit up super easy. This is like bring back working with your hands. Bring back destigmatizing getting a job that involves working with your hands.
Let's see, so BlackRock is introducing, I think there's a movement in the trades. I think Wells Fargo is dumping in a ton. And the reason is because BlackRock knows what their development is going to be, just theirs alone. And they know what the government is not the government, but the U.S. is going to need. And they see a massive shortfall. So they have been donating tons of money. Mike Rose got a fund for that too, for kids to go into trade schools, stuff like that. There is a desperate need for it. And to give you an idea, I did it once. I just looked online. My washer was giving me a code. It was $250 to get him to show up.
And then they told me, I said, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this, and that's going to be 500, then 100, another 150 for labor. So it's almost going to be $1,000. I got online, I read the code, pop the top off, unplug it, pull these 2 wires, let it set for 30 seconds, plug the 2 wires back in, put the top back in, and plug the dryer or washer back in. And you know where the dryer back, it's washer. And you know what? It took me about 10, 15 minutes, and it worked. Never had a problem again. I could have paid $1,000. Instead, I fixed it for nothing.
Or go to school and learn how to be that guy, and then realize the fact there's plenty of people that are more than happy to pay that money to get you to come out. Because again, that person, like the reason that they're charging what they're charging to come out is because they got a laundry list of clients that are lined up around the block who are willing to pay that amount. So bear in mind that like you may be in the boat that the gentleman that just spoke is about. But if you're sitting there and you've got the time to do that because you don't have a job or you've got stuff going on in your life, like you don't have enough going on in your life, I guarantee you there's somebody out there that's willing to train you, take a 3 week, 6 week, 10 week course to learn how to do that.
You got a subcontract.
So you're making that money right away. Like it's crazy, man. Like there's so many opportunities out there.
Oh yeah.
So, hold on.
You all remember learn how to.
Okay, hold on. Let me just share. Simon, I'm gonna let you go after me here. So Ben, Ice, and Steph, I appreciate the dialogue that you guys have, and I think that we're proving a point. My wife has a saying: just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right temperature. So you still got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to handle yourself. You got to be able to do certain things. Okay. So just because you decide to go get a degree doesn't mean you know how to interview well, how you work with others, how you get along, maybe have a supervisor. There's a lot of stuff, guys, that makes an individual work. That's why I said at the beginning. What can you do? What are you capable of? What are your skill sets? And if you don't have them, Ben clearly said it. There are people out there that will train you now. Just when you guys get a chance, just look up all of the trades, plumbing, electricians, all of the military right now. How short are we on all these things? Guys, I live in California, right? You guys heard about the fires at the beginning of 2025, right? Do you know who they did not call? They did not call people with degrees. They call linesmen, people going to the ground polesmen. They call fire departments. Why? Because they need laborers, man. They need people who can come and swing a hammer, cut a saw, how to use power drills. There's people that come from all over the country to California just to work because there was so much work. Why? Because they had the skill set. And you know what these companies did? They put all these people up and they paid them. You know why? Because these were not with degrees. These were contractors from around the country. What I'm saying to you guys, and we all know this, I'm going to tell you, every year there's going to be tornadoes. Do you guys know America is the only country, the only guy that has tornado alley? It happens every year, guys. And fires happen. And you know what people do? They build all these things up. I will promise you. AI is built by people. That means it's going to also fall by people. Nothing's going to replace you as an individual person. Just remember that, guy. You have so much in your hand that you keep thinking about the internet that you should prompt yourself to go find a skill.
Yeah, and the irony is now that with the advent of AI and and the messaging we get about what it's going to bring is the safest job. Well, it's a plumber, electrician, someone with a set of skills that involves their hands as well as their brains, because AI can't do that. But that's just an aside following on. So absolutely. And I have my own business. Yeah. So I'm a capitalist at heart. But what I know to succeed is you also have to be adaptable. So in the world economy that we have, China obviously has an advantage because it has a cheaper labor than the West, which is why the top 80 brands in the West, all have factories there because they make more money because the labor's cheaper. So what happens? You have to adapt. You have to make yourself competitive in other ways. So in my country, we used to have a big manufacturing, mining industry. This completely doesn't exist there anymore. And we've struggled, but we have to reinvent ourselves. We can't be reliant on anybody else. You have to make yourself competitive in the market. You have to be good at what you produce, and you have to make yourself competitive, and that can be not just on price, but it can be on quality. It can be on innovation. So we're all faced with the same issue. So we've got to get ahead of the Chinese that way.
Can I chime in after you, Sword? Yeah. One thing that I was going to say, speaking to the trades, because right now, as we speak, we have a significant issue with not enough people going into the trade. So much so to the point where they've incentivized women to come into the trade. But you have certain states that the prices have gone up 5, 10, 20, 30% because the wait period is so long to get people out there. Now, you to come out and actually see it do the work. And then once you have people to come out and possibly assess the situation, the wait is so long because businesses can choose which customers they want to put first based upon how much the customer is going to pay and the margin that they're going to receive on the job. Now, as a customer, you might have a salesperson to come out, but then, companies in this day and age, they have more salespeople than they have operational people that can actually come out and do leasing. So going back to the example that Ice brought up, or the drywall situation, you might just need a piece of drywall, but that salesperson might come out, especially if they recognize somebody who don't really have enough knowledge in this industry. They're going to say, oh yeah, you need a full replacement. So something that could have been, $50 fix or $200 fix. Now, you got lines all on your shit. You got to pay $4,000, $5,000 for something. And it's just because, you got to hustle. So I say all that to say, and this is actually one of the initiatives that I'm, looking to kick off because I'm a board member in a local park here in Atlanta. Two things that I'm working on doing is getting the police involved in the park. So that way parents can be more educated on how to get home safe and the kids can develop a better relationship with the police department, and then also partnering with various, it used to be called home improvement, now they call it home services. Because I've traveled this country working with all types of home improvement companies, and it's not really hard. You'd be surprised. A lot of people that own these businesses, some of them, a small percentage of them have never swung a hammer or nail in their life. Like one of the largest roofing companies in Florida, the guy never installed a roof. He just knew how to market things, and he ended up building this would have been in 2019. He was at like $30 million annual sales revenue then. So I can only imagine where he is now. I walked in the offices and people with just sandals, shorts. I went in to do a sales training. These guys are making $400,000-$500,000 a year. And I was looking at myself like, damn, I'm in the wrong line of work. I got a degree. I got my suit on. I got all this shit. And the people I'm talking to, they got dirt in their nails and, kind of how people characterize me these days. And they making times the amount of money that I'm making. And they're only working 4 hours a day. So that was a reality check for me, but I was never really pompous about going to college. I just was unaware. I didn't know that you could make that type of money in the trades. I just never knew. So whether it's HVAC, electrician, waterproofing, like wherever part of the country you live in, figure out what's going on.
You just brought up my fucking Chisholm sword, dude.
Go ahead.
Hey, so real quick step. Before you go, I just want to is it Piedmont Park or the Reservoir Park? Either one of those?
The park where I'm at?
Yeah.
No. It's in East Atlanta.
Okay, cool. Yeah. East Atlanta. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, dude, you guys fight by Chisholm. So I got 9 brothers, guys, and I would say 3 of them, they all do contracting and construction work, all right? My kid brother, he's one of those guys that sorts joking about saying he's never swung a hammer. But it's about the hustler and swagger. My little brother went to a trade school, got his HVAC license, all right, with no intention of actually being an HVAC tech. And I questioned, it's like about 8 years ago. I was like, why are you doing it? You're not going to get involved. He goes, because HVAC, you can upmarket everything. I mean, all the way down to subcontractors. And so my little brother, he has a primary job, but he started a business as HVAC, just so that way he can go out there, do bids, and then turn around and then upmark the product, the material, and then subcontract it out to licensed contractors. And that's all he does. I think he made right about $400,000 last year. He's never touched a unit. He's never even, like, he went to school, got the license, and he's completing. He just completed his electrician, so that way he can subcontract, residential electric work. And so I mean, he literally does what he wants to do. That fucker's traveled more on his own free will, and then I have another brother. He travels with the storms, and what he does is he tries to beat the insurance adjusters. So when he travels, literally, he watches. So during tornado season, he's literally right behind the storm, so that way he can go and say, hey, let me assess your damage, and he'll fill out all the paperwork, dodge the adjusters, and do it free adjusters work, submit that, and then once he'll probably get maybe 40 or 50 jobs, and then subcontracts it out to a small contractor for like a 30-70 ratio. Right. And that's all he does. So there's swagger in it. You just gotta be willing to hustle.
I went down to the gist of that way. So when I was consulting and I was helping out the home improvement companies, for me to get like some real world experience, when Panama City happened down in Florida back in like 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I went down there to actually, see if I could sell and, kind of get involved, just so that way I can know firsthand. What I ended up learning was that when these storms happen, you'll have people in these home services, they don't work at all until a storm happens. So if a storm happens, let's say twice a year or once a year, they may make $300,000 to $500,000 just in the 2 months that they actually went to the store. And I said, oh shit, this is crazy to make that much money. That right there is what really like opened my mind. Here I am in a corporate office, dealing with corporate bullshit. And you got people out here that's living like that, So part of it is being unaware. Part of it, you got to go out there and figure out what's needed out there. What are people doing? You got to talk to people and figure out what's going on out there. And I'm so thankful and grateful that I went down to Panama City and see it for myself. It was sad to see people going through those types of things, because I walked into a lady's house and you can literally look up and look into the sky. So, people are going through trying times, but even in those trying times, there's massive amounts of opportunity for anyone who just takes some time and learn about it first. You got companies like, I think it was called Service Master. I think that's like one of the largest ones, where they built the business. Literally, the whole business model is around chasing storms. Whatever services are needed, that's all they do is chase storms, and they make millions.
My assumption is, listen, I hate to be rude about it, but when a motherfucker's hungry, has ambition, once it gives himself a goal, say, hey, I want to be at this point in my life, fuck trying to get settled,
got individuals that are like 6 months. I'm sorry, dude. Excuses are excuses. You either, if you're hungry, you're gonna go find food to eat. If you're not hungry, you're gonna bitch that you don't got a steak at your plate.
Yeah. And I love dealing with home services people. That's about as real as you get. And being young at the time, it was just if I had to do it all over again, I would have went into the trades because the people as a business owner, the majority of these guys are small businesses. They kind of operate off the model, I'll meet you where you are. If you're hungry and you really want to learn this, they will invest time in you, whether you went to school for it or not. If you show up, you fill out a job application, they're going to judge you on how integral you are. The job application really ain't going to matter. They don't give a damn because even if you learn skills somewhere else, they're going to have to retrain you on their methodology and how they do things. So if I was 18, if I wasn't playing football and I decided that I didn't want to go to college, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went right into the trades. Because by the time I turned 22, 23, 24, I would have been making 6 figures and, probably would have started my own home services company. You got in California, because that was one of my territories, you got one shop that might sell everything. So the culture of home services on the East Coast is different than the West Coast. On the East Coast, you might see someone who does HVAC, they may do plumbing or electrical. Shit, out there in California, you're doing roofing, siding, paving, plumbing, foundation. Like they sell everything out there in California. And you'll go out there, and these business owners, they're humble, they got mad respect, they take care of you. And they just want somebody to figure out, like, hey, how can you help my business be better? I walk into $40 million operations, $80 million operations, and they're constantly trying to figure out how can I get better? How can you help me grow and things of that nature? So it's just, I love home improvement, and I wish more people would get involved. I'm actually working on getting involved with it as well. Is Anthony?
Hey, Stuart, I want to touch bases with you on your project. Check the police budget, especially when it comes to like parks and recreation or any programs that deal with children community. I was volunteering with one of my local communities for like a boys and girls program for our lower project communities. And when we started digging into it, dude, you have to go to the police because I wasn't aware of this. I'm sure you are. Maybe I'm just preaching nonsense, but we found out that like a lot of your community finances or additional funds is delegated through the police department for additional community programs for youth, anything in regards to youth community. And so with Atlanta, check your section's police budget, and you might have to go through them if you're trying to get grants.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I was actually gonna head down there because I stay on the north side now. So, but my heart is on the east side. So I was just gonna walk up in the police station and tell them who I am and what I was looking to do. But that I think your route will kind of help me out as well. I'm gonna start looking online, seeing if I can find some budget.
It's about find out what the budget is. So get a FOIA. So I would say hit them up with a FOIA first because when you go in there, they're gonna bullshit. They're gonna send you to like the liaison or the servant that's good at saying politely. She's saying get fucked, but she's not gonna use that word. So I would go in there. I would submit a FOIA first for that area, so that you actually have the digits, and then when they submit you to their liaison, I'm speaking on what we had to do. Because we got that polite go fuck yourself mentality, and so we hit it for you, and we said, hey, this is the margin that we need for the community program. This is what you submitted for your digits for the community. We're gonna submit to our city senator, our house as well, and also to our governor. And that we're not able to utilize these funds that are delegated to, because it's all delegated to the police department, because for some fucking reason, I don't know why.
Is it delegated to Erica Kirk as well? What happened to Charles Kirk?
Amen. You okay? Amen.
No, I swear to God, you people need to make it common sense to the rest of us and the rest of the world. Like, we need to hear this. I need to hear.
He's up on the pup there, amen. But yeah, delegate. So hit him for you first. That way you go in.
And she talking on no talking. What's happening with her? Like, does that make it?
So that's what I would say. That way you can present the data and be like, hey, this is our community, and this is the margin that we're looking for. And they usually backtrack really quick. That's how we was able to progress forward in our community after 7 attempts. Just so you know, short.
Okay, thank you.
So, amen. What country are you from?
I'm not Perkin.
What? You're not talking?
It's Kirkin, I'm not Kirkin. Like Erica Kirk. Like,
Okay, hold on. No, it's all right. Hold on. My question to you is, what country are you from?
I'm from Britain. I'm from the country that you asking from the help.
Okay.
Where the help coming from? Yeah.
Okay, so you're from the United Kingdom, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Great Divorce?
I ever heard about the Great Divorce. Who got divorced?
The United Kingdom and the 13
Who got
colonies.
divorced? Who was the Great Divorce?
I'm trying to explain it to you. The 13 colonies and King George III, who was part of the United Kingdom, we divorced that country and became the United States of America. Do you know the difference between the two countries?
Yeah, we understand that. You got divorced. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So let's go with that.
So we divorced ourselves from
Okay, and then you got rid of us. What that mean?
Yeah.
What that mean?
What that means is we don't look at our lives the light of other individual Americans. We let other individual Americans do what they do. So for you to come up on the platform and talk about other Americans, which none of us ever met, you talk about the Kirk family like we all know them personally. We don't. So my question to you is, how do you explain who you are?
Oh, wait a minute. So you do not know the people that come from your own country. You do not realize that the problem that you already have. The rest of the world is so stupid that we are the ones that are pointing out the fingers at you. Are you a bit delusional?
I'm gonna go back. Hold on.
Go ahead. Go and tell me what a delusion.
No. I'm just having a conversation with you. My question is.
I'm just having a Kit Kat with you. You know what a Kit Kat is, right? Okay.
All right. So let me make sure we're on the same page. Okay, because I'm just trying to make sure. You told us all that you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm no delusion.
So let me ask you a question. Currently, who is your king?
Charles.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just said. King Charles is your king. Could you answer for us, all of us, as a subject of the United Kingdom, could you please explain to me your right as a subject of the United Kingdom? How do you operate as an independent human being?
What does that mean? How do you wait. What do you mean? So do I have the ability to calculate calculate with the United States of America? Do I have the rights to go around the rest of the world? Like, what does that mean? Do I have the authority to do my own bullshit? Like, what is the question that you answer? Is this an empty threat?
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand. You come up on the platform talking about someone that you never met. I'm trying to find out about you.
I talk about America. No, I talk about you, individual. You, sir.
Wow.
You picked up, sir. You. But you also, yeah, you black person, right? You as a whole black person. I know I'm not calculating you, but for some odd reason, you want that red, blue, and white, and whatever, right? That's your flag, right? Somehow, that is your thing. That is your personality.
Yeah, that is our flag, and we're proud of
A
it.
flag is your
We're
personality.
Americans, and we're fucking proud of it.
To be an American,
European ground. You can't tell me we're not.
Wow. Guys, did you hear her talk about our flag that way? Am I busy?
yeah, because I thought our flag was the same color. So you can fly our flag in our country. You can't even hoist on Main Street. You're fearful of it being offended.
We're talking about the rest of the world.
Hey man, what's the color of your flag? You can't even fly your English flag or your jack in public places because it's a law not to offend fucking immigrants in your own country because they find it offensive.
It comes from all the other flags too. It also comes from another flag. Another flag calculated for another flag.
Smart English person.
See the stupidity?
I think, hey man, stop by the pub on the way home. That's what it was.
At least we know how to drink responsible. You see,
parliamentary government with a figurehead of the crown who has no real power to judge domestic issues. You don't have responsibilities. In fact, you don't have a choice. And now you're kowtowing to immigration status because you're afraid of actual terrorist attacks in there, rather than take a focus and actually protect your own interests. So again, you should just sit down and shut up because America's been protecting your sorry asses since World War II. We rebuilt you. We helped you get fucking established a foothold, and again, you haven't actually presented anything significant to the world outside of this. You've been a fourth world, third world country on and off since the fucking 60s. Like you haven't been anything useful except cause us problems in which we have to clean up the messes.
Amen. What third world country did you? Hold on a second, Amen.
Hold on, Edward, for you to give some lecture to her. This is a drunk fucking Brit.
Yeah, she's British. But what third world country are you from originally, Amen?
Great Britain.
No, but I think he's from somewhere else beforehand.
He's from a fifth world country and migrated to a third world country.
So I'm guessing she's like Somalian or something?
American.
Hold on.
Listen,
Shut your slit pipe, you fucking shut your slit pipe.
From the West End. Her accent gives West End vibes.
So are you from Somalia originally?
And played in another country. It's okay, Victor.
Alright, well, you know, I'm just gonna until the liquor wears off, you just go ahead and stay in the audience. Amazing. I've been
2027?
I've been listening off and on, in spurts, but then I hear this bitch yelling and it's oh wow.
I feel like I was on an episode of Monty Python.
I don't understand the people from England. They're not even a second world nation anymore. Like China and Russia fill that vacuum. England, you're a third to fourth world nation. Europe as a whole, maybe, but you did Brexit. So you are now most assuredly fourth. You are behind China and Russia. You're not a power player. You really don't provide real significant benefits outside of, moral support. I mean, we do exercises and we give you favorable trade deals, but really, in all honesty, your existence is
kind of mood. And you created most of the problems around the world in which we face today. These are long-standing issues like the Middle East are a direct result of your fucking greed-mongering ways and thinking we got to make the world Britain. And in reality, we should have just shot you bucktooth bandits way back when.
Yeah, what I don't think she understood the Great Divorce. We still stuck back there.
Yo, Ron's kicking the shit out of the U.S.
I like Sword. I really was. I really was, but she missed that whole point. The reason why we divorced Great Britain. I mean, we divorced them for a reason, guys, because they were not doing well.
Right. Well, we divorced them the first time, and then we bent them over and made them our bitch the second time. And then finally, after World War II, we're like, all right, you guys are really struggling. We don't want you to be like fucking a shithole country. But again, they've sunk themselves. Their own policies, their own currency, their own internal domestic policies pretty much crushed them. To the point where I don't give a shit. Like, have a king, have anything. But your impact on the world is nothing anymore.
Amen.
Dude,
it's not putting fucking beans on toast. That's fucking disgusting.
She's a third world Somali whore her and her fucking people are being floated by the British taxpayers. Like, what? Don't even give her to even consider her British is a fucking insult. Like, really?
Wait, they put beans on toast? Is that what they eat out there?
Fuck yeah! They conquered 90. Wait. They conquered 90% of the world for spices and couldn't figure out how to fucking use it. They're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they traveled all the way to my parents' country with boats, and they didn't know how to make money off those spices. Isn't that crazy? What a smart.
Their national dish is now tikka masala, chicken tikka masala, because for fucking whatever reason they can't come up with their own. Nobody wants to eat their shit. It's goop, by the way, is what they would fucking do. Oh God.
Yo, Brad, how are those $2 million fees to port pass to the Strait of Hormuz? How are those?
Fucking great.
You said $2 million fees?
Yeah, IRGC's toll booth now.
Yeah, like the IRGC is going to see that $2 million.
They are.
Who paying the? What they
Everybody that wants to run oil through the Hormuz is paying $2 million.
No, they're not. You should actually look a little deeper instead of going to TikTok headlines, because again, it's already been debunked.
You're fucking.
So wait, Rico, you saying they charging people to
provide the link? Provide the source and the link.
There's many you can Google. Just type it into Google.
I knew it.
All right, what should I type in?
Type it into Google.
What should I type in?
Fucking retard. Just type up how much.
You actually say retard. I don't know if I'm higher than you, and you can go and XLP is going to win at the end of the day. But you really, nobody's paying the IRGC.
IRGC.
Rico, what do I need?
I just Googled it real quick.
Just ask Grab who controls Hormuz.
What should I type in, Rico? I can Google.
Just ask Grab who controls Hormuz. It's really that simple.
Who is Grab?
You don't know who Grab? Come on now, really?
He's using an AI out of Twitter to like tell him his answers instead of actually.
You use all these
guys don't think for themselves.
Some interesting answers.
I told you, Instagram stations. Guys, that's all they do. They just take their Reddit post and say, "Oh look, we're losing."
That's not Reddit.
Wait. So what is the claim that's being made that we're losing? What?
That Hormuz, IRGC runs Hormuz, and they're charging $2 million a tank to get through.
Yeah, actually, Grok is Reddit because it has a built-in Reddit API, so it actually reads off of Twitter.
I thought for the time being, the problem is that they basically with the drones and other shit they make it too risky for people to travel through, and so they're only getting past to.
No, but ships that pay in yuan are getting through.
Would they pay, or I think they're letting Chinese ships pass?
Yeah, they are.
But I think for the most part, everybody else is steering clear because they don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Anything.
Frankly, with a financial insurance problem that actually indemnifies them hold beyond their current insurance programs, which he's probably going to implement to help guarantee that transit. Italy is actually going to start jumping in and protecting in the Mediterranean to prevent any kind of fucking fire season.
They closed their airspace.
They didn't close their airspace, dipshit. We have a base there, you fucking moron. You fucking reject. You ever hear of Sigonella?
What did Georgia Maloney say today, you fucking retard?
You fucking moron. You piece of shit. They're probably dropped down your parents' legs. Because, quite frankly, you're a fucking idiot. Italy is cooperating. England, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt. All of these countries are actually cooperating with us. But you guys are fucking retarded. Just
you act like you're like a secretary.
Fucking weird.
You act like you're like a defense secretary, but you're like just like a shithead.
Trying to go off of. So again, you're just a fucking idiot incel. Go back to sitting there saying black people are dumb, and that's about the biggest contribution you'll ever make to life to prove how stupid you are.
But Italy did say that I know obviously we have bases there, like we have the naval base in near Naples, and we have army base near the fuck is that? Forget the name of the place.
Sigonella.
But they have
we have port bases there. We have nuclear weapons there. We have SOS bases there.
Not only that, but what came out in the news was the fuck Maloney, and it basically said that they cannot use the bases for strikes to Iran. So they would have to probably stage from Cyprus or some other place.
NATO is not putting up with this shit this time around. Like Spain's out.
Yeah, really. I'm so glad NATO's not putting up with it. So here's the funny thing about it. They were never using Italy to launch the strikes.
Yeah,
so that's the fun.
They probably using Kuwait or Jordan.
Yeah, we don't use it. So like this whole virtue signaling, like, hey, please don't blow up a terror thing. I guarantee you, Italy went, well, you can still use our ports.
Trump's begging Warsaw for that. Trump's begging
idiots like this will just grab on because CNN posted a headline and thinks, oh,
CNN's owned by your team, girl. They read.
And again, it's just, again, they don't read it.
It's owned by David Ellison.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck who owns CNN. It's fucking twat waffles like you that can't fucking read. But again, these idiots grab on, and they don't even realize we weren't even formulating battle plans off of Italy. We weren't utilizing
Trump asked Poland for a missile system because our dad got knocked out day 2. Like, we're getting our shit.
Rico, the guy that delivered the message from the Iranian parliament, his name is Aladdin.
And Warsaw told Trump to go fuck himself.
Really?
The THAAD system got knocked out like day 2, and then Trump needed
his system is not knocked out. Do you understand how the THAAD system works?
They got decommissioned like fucking day 2.
Basically what happened is
to a guy who wants America to lose. He's literally, that's what he wants. Because the intelligence, if you read intelligence reports, watch a little bit of European news rather than just the stupid shit here in America, and they will talk about things that they know. And they're saying that America is being very pinpoint accurate. And boy, it's hard to be accurate if all your systems are fucking taken out and you're begging Poland for
Okay, so why are
they were asking Poland for assistance.
Here's the deal.
They were asking Poland for assistance.
As you see charging tolls to cross borders, if that's the case.
Shit, Poland is happy to assist us.
No, they asked for the THAAD system, and Poland said, like, fuck no. Obviously, they face Russia, so they're like, nope, we're not doing this. So they refused to give up their THAAD system.
Well, let me read what this article says. It says the Iranian. Now this goes to what you say, Rico. The Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments Monday, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran. So, what do you think about that?
Sorry, see how
it speaks to. It's the Iran. Let me put it in the chat so that way everybody can read it too. But basically, the guy Aladdin came out and said that they was finna start charging as much as $2 million, and then
IRGC running a toll booth.
Hold on,
like only brick ships are getting through there.
Let me read the whole article so that way you can see. So, I need to scroll back down. All right. It says Iranian, and this is the last paragraph in this article from Yahoo. It says the Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran.
It's called the lipstick on the paper.
Well, we'll see you in the brand and WTI.
Oh, now we'll see.
We'll see.
Guys,
We'll see if it's reflected in bread prices. So here's the deal.
Brad. Literally, there's an open source satellite imagery company that's been instructed to restrict and delay its imagery. And you can go and look at the Daily Mail and any other outlets that have actually looked at this open source, right, not controlled by the governments, but the governments have committed to restrict it because they're saying it's for operational security reasons, right, for getting information. But really, it's embarrassing because they're showing all these, THAAD or whatever type of other radar installations and fucking missiles and aircraft that are being fucking hit that the Iranians are doing and doing with precision and accuracy. And they're probably doing it with like a $50,000 drone and taking out $1 billion weapon system, right? Which is going to take years to replace. There's a finite amount.
So how many systems? How many weapon targets have they hit? How many targets have they hit?
You guys all fucking cheered on Diego Garcia and fucking got shot down.
Let them go. Let them go.
Like, this is ridiculous from these guys. They're all these, like, fucking incel fucking wannabes. And now you got the Irish fucking wannabe IRA guy coming on here. Tim fucking guy who got fucking booted like 8 million times.
He's a British man. He's from Northern
Ireland.
Ireland.
Yeah, that's right. He's the British Irish man. A British man living in Ireland.
This nigger doesn't even know what he's talking
He's Northern Ireland.
Again, like, you guys
Those are the people the IRA wanted to kill.
Yeah, these are the guys who tried to give it
Yes, back to the topic.
Yeah, so again, these guys made like one fucking apartment building, and then all of a sudden it's like a failure of it, but they don't talk about the 21 that were fucking shot down. What is your... I don't know. What is your mama's? I can tell you what your mama's vagina tastes like. I'm sorry I didn't leave you a fucking moron. I'm sorry I didn't do that. I guess maybe I should have probably not did anal with her. Again, fucking hey. Yeah, really? What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, you British fucking faggot? What are you gonna do, wonky? You're gonna go order beans on toast and think somehow you have intelligence? You're gonna fucking give me some red pill fucking theory that you're like, oh, satellite imagery shows me this. Even though you've never served, never read a satellite report in your life, you can't fucking do anything.
You've never served?
You've never served. You've never served shit except for fucking serving your ass up to every faggot.
No, M did serve. What the fuck would he know?
He served what? He served what?
He served in the
fucking mess hole in the fucking shop.
Wait, what did he serve in? Oh, wait.
He served in the UK at the Navy. I think, were you the Navy or Army?
You're in the fucking rear with a gear, Brad. What the fuck have you ever done?
Oh, yeah, what? You're sure about that, bitch boy? You were fucking, if you served, you were a fucking cook. You ladled beans on toast. I ain't gonna shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't gonna do fucking shit except for fucking grave my balls as they drag across your face and fucking make you fucking wet inside. The most moist guys on here happen to be you and fucking this dipshit over here. So go on and tell me some more of your fucking bullshit as far as your fucking experience in the Middle East, because you ain't read shit. You don't know shit. You can't even explain what the THAAD system was. You didn't even fucking understand what it was. And you guys again benefit off of my fucking blood, sweat, and tears and can't have yours. But again, keep gurgling, keep swallowing that fucking ball taste in your mouth. Those are mine. They clang when I fucking walk. They're brass. They ding dong while I go, rather than yours sounding like little marbles in a sack. So you got it.
You trying to out-talk a Viking?
You can't do shit, man. Again, these like wannabe IRA fucking red cell, incel fucking people are fucking dumb. These are like fucking retarded people and fucking planet. They have no facts. All they do is just fucking cry all day fucking long about how pathetic they really are. And then at the end of it, they want to cry some more about what didn't go on and who didn't fucking let them talk because they had freedom and they think they're smarter than everybody else. But in reality, you buck-toothed bandits are just sitting there fucking crying all day long the opportunity to do so. You don't have anything to offer the world. The only thing you could offer the world is really basically swallowing fucking some other guy's load so they don't get fucking pregnant. The best thing you can do is not reproduce, because I know there's no, I'm pro-abortion in this day and age because I want these guys, every woman should just be like using Drano and a plunger to flush them out with rotor. That's how bad these guys need to die out. They're fucking dumb. Like, how stupid are you? You have no sex, no news, no nothing.
In your ass, boy. That's right. So are you done?
You ain't fucking shit, man. You guys are fucking, the day you were born, the day you oozed out of your mother like a fucking cream pie was the day you fucking actually became the highest you will ever be. The best part of you was literally dripping on the sheets while they got done filming her fucking gangbang. That's the best you ever did. You know what, that was the most highest you could ever achieve anything. You don't have it. I can do this all day, dude. I got this shit. You got that? Nothing? You got nothing. And then meeting face to face, the best you got is you'll throw out the N-word. The best you got is N-word. That's the only thing you think you guys can say online. Oh, I'm going to say it and think somehow I matter and I have intelligence. Shut up, N-word. Shut up, N-word. But you know what? You don't have intelligence. Because you know what I know? What these guys don't know is that you're a fucking weak, feckless little online warrior. You've never fucking met face to face. You never fought in your life. You lied about shit. You got exposed on this app. You were called bullshit time and time again. You got fucking played out, even by the Irish, even by people in Britain, where you got fucking packed up. In fact, I believe that occurred in Jason Mewes' room. And you still fucking can't live that shit down. And then you came back under a different fucking character. And every time you do, you come back under a different character. Every time trying to actually think you have something intelligent to contribute and tell Americans what they ought to do. But you don't have anything to offer because you can't fucking do it. Like I said again, the best part of you, the highest you'll ever rise, is again a wet stain on the fucking mattress after your daddy fucking pulled out and went for milk. I'm sorry you grew up eating water with your cornflakes because daddy never came back home, but you don't have the excuse to be the feckless woman that you are. Anything more? Anything more you want to try to do? Anything else you want to try to do? Because you can't fucking beat me. You can't fucking stop me. You can't do shit, motherfucker. Because you know what? I'm bigger, I'm tougher, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm fucking richer than you, and I have all that. And the best you can come up with is calling me a fucking nigger. That's the only thing you can ever fucking do. And you think somehow or another that somehow gives you a claim to high intelligence. It just shows how stupid you are, how fucking dumb you are, and how fucking retarded you actually become. Because that's the only thing you can ever do. You know, personally, guys like you are so glad that we should reach through your rectum, pull your spine out, and beat you down. I swear to God, your mama should have been skull fucked until she was dropped on the carpet, and then she could have fucking went. Dude, you don't have fucking shit. You're a fucking wannabe rapist. You're a fucking pedo or some other shit. Because that's what fucking Jason Mewes fucking exposed, was you're full of shit and you're full of bullshit every fucking time. So again, you little fucking incel fucking pedo rings that always seem to get couched in Christian nationalism seem to be popping up as pedos all the time I turn around. And it's usually you bucktooth bandits that are fucking over there wanting to put your little beans on some fucking, and that's all you guys ever fucking do. All you ever do. You don't have a fucking, you're never going to talk, dude. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to do anything out there that's going to allow you to talk to Americans, because I quite frankly think you're probably the dumbest fucking idiot on here. So go back to chasing little kids in fucking Ireland or Scotland or Wales or wherever the fuck it is you're hiding these days, and go fucking keep going there until you get caught, because we know that you guys are nothing more than child rapists and fucking little wonky little fucking creepy fucks all the fucking time. You have that, you always will be. You guys are stupid to even control an empire. You lost to a fucking guy who went on a hunger strike and managed to turn around and say, get the fuck out of my country. Why would we listen to any fucking fucking idiot that came from Britain ever. You lost to a guy who did a peaceful fucking hunger strike, and you couldn't even beat him. The guy was 100 pounds. You expect me to sit down there and back down to some English fucking person? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this nation. Shut the fuck up. Go. Here's a good one. Go start your own room. Go start your own conspiracy room. Go start that whole bullshit again and see how long you last. You know what? I'm willing to bet you it's 10 minutes and you'll come back under a new name and new profile and you'll sound like this. No. The Fed system, it was gone. And the U.S. is going to lose everything. You guys are getting utterly destroyed by Iran. A fucking fifth world fucking nation. You guys are a third world, fourth world country to begin. Actually, Iran may be tougher than England right now. It may be tougher than you. I would rather see the Irish go against England, which is probably why you guys didn't want to go down there, is because you knew right off the bat you fucking faggots would get beat.
That's interesting. If the U.S. decided that they wouldn't protect Europe, would y'all be able to do it on your own?
No, they wouldn't. Living a bunch of too many
to be fair, France and you.
France and Poland probably could hold their own. The rest of the nation, England couldn't hold shit.
That's right.
Didn't they get Trump to fuck off by stationing troops in NATO? In Greenland, rather?
Nope. How can Poland tell Trump to fuck off on Greenland?
They put NATO troops in Greenland and then he fucks off.
No, that's not how it works. And Poland doesn't own Greenland. Dumbasses don't even know who owns fucking Greenland. It's Denmark.
Yeah,
let me give you that
country.
So again, we still have troops there. We have bases there. Did you know that? We pull into ports there.
Negotiating in
No, he's not. You're not doing shit, dude. Again, you're not going to have any prominence. I'm going to keep backing you up because the only thing you've said is the N-word, and you think somehow, I told you, that's all you guys got. That's your shock value.
Open source intelligence.
That's all you guys got is I'm going to say the N-word. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it because...
Okay, look, the potato nigger and the half potato nigger keep on arguing and screaming over each other, and we cannot understand what's going on. I tried to let it go, but you guys are just taking up all the space.
No, dude, I'm not letting him speak. I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna
You ain't going anywhere, dude. Except down to the goo. Except down to the goo. I can promise that shit. And off the app, I know that much. I know that account split. I know that. I know that. I'm not recording you, but I guarantee all those people in the audience already did.
Alright, I moved them down. It's just too much. We gotta keep going here. Unless you still want to play with them.
No, I don't.
Pause on that, by the way.
I'm gonna just play with his mama tonight.
Hey, didn't NATO send 13 soldiers to Greenland?
14. But the thing is, if you were, I know you served, right? If you heard America was coming to Greenland and you were in another country and somebody said to you, "Hey, Steffi, we're sending you and 13 other troops over there. Y'all are going to stop America." What would you think your value is to that country?
They're going to suck my dick or something? But I'm just saying, in Greenland, we've had troops landing. When they say, there's 30,000 troops, hello, we've had 30,000 troops in Greenland and on basis for the last 20 plus years? Maybe longer? For Brad, I'm sorry, Senior Chief, don't beat me up too much, but I think well over 20 years, we've had troops stationed in Greenland.
Shit, we prevented the invasion in World War II. We deflected multiple attempts by Russia during the Cold War to have basically footholds in that area. So, I'm confused. We do training out there all the time.
Don't kill me, Senior Chief. I was just so unaware.
And these guys act like there's something there. I know we do training because I was fucking there training. It sucks. But you guys apparently, all these incels who play Call of Duty all day seem to know, or some fucking British guy overseas who's on my Reddit forum or my Discord channel otherwise. But yeah, we don't fucking do work in Greenland.
Hey, Brad, can I say something to the
And literally serves in the Royal Navy, didn't he?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this is the way Brad is in the military. We dread the day you gotta have a conversation with a senior chief, because when you bring stupid shit up, senior chief puts belt to ass. So, so guys, understand how he talks. That's what a senior chief is. So sorry, Brad, I had to put that out there. A lot of people think you're just being an asshole, but no, Brad's a great guy. That's, you bring bullshit up, you're gonna get a belt to hat.
And it's always amazing, Steppy, that a lot of these guys, and I don't knock like the Mats for not serving or anything like that, but it's always amazing that you got these guys on here saying the U.S. is losing. Look at, you lost Gulf War, you lost Afghanistan, and all these stuff. And I'm sitting there going, did we? Are you sure about that? And they're like, oh, yeah. Where's weapons of mass destruction? They don't realize that they were already fucking there. We took care of them. We knew they were there. It was a nice little play on words for fucking CNN and MSNBC. But again, these news networks don't even bother to follow through. And then when they sit there and tell us, oh, yeah, you guys got your asses beat, America's on the way down, they don't look at our kill ratios. They don't look at how many of the fucking people we fucking decimate and send to Davy Jones. No. What they're doing the outbreaks on MSNBC.
They don't look at the KDR. Like, when they bring up, like, the one I hate the most, when they bring up Vietnam, they say we lost Vietnam. I was like, bro, we did militarily, and we did not lose Vietnam. And they go, yes, we did. I said, bro, we had literally 12 days of fucking bombing. They literally, 12 days of Christmas, some people will call it, and then at the end of it, they came to the table and said, okay, we're done. And then 3 years later, communists came back. And it's like the dumbest fucking thing when people say we lost Vietnam. And the same thing when they say we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not lose Afghanistan. We maintained a presence there, and we were basically subtracting a massive footprint. So Senior Chief, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so still, it doesn't change the fact that there's $2 million fees to get through Hormuz. And the IRGC toll booth.
One paid. There's not even, it's verified. It's just being reported that one is paid the $2 million. Number one. Number two, when we look at losing in America, we have a country who had a military. That country has no boat presence in the water. If you came to America, anybody who's parking their boats in the Gulf of America, who's parking their boats just off Miami Beach, who's parking their boats in the Hudson River, who's parking, nobody is. Okay? But we've got our boats surrounding them. Their boats are not controlling the water. The reason that they have control is because they do still have missiles. And the reason they have missiles is because they reported 1,000 missiles a month. And the missiles we used to shoot them down, we were producing 6 to 7 a month. So guess what? You guys that say we should have gone in don't realize that everybody going back since they took office said we need to go in. They all said they were a problem. Every president. Yeah, the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said it. She said she'd go and bomb their asses.
There's a Fox News link in the chat about $2 million a tanker.
And one has been reported to have done it. I just read that. So, guess what? The fact is this. You don't tell people, yeah, go ahead and go, because they do still have missiles, and they will strike because they're throwing a tantrum, and their neighbors are losing patience. But the reality is our planes are flying over there. Not a problem. They sent a Warthog in. You ain't sending a Warthog in if they've got some badass air defense. You're not doing it.
We sent the 31st. We sent the Tripoli. We sent, what do we got? Airborne going in, Stephanie. We got those. 2 carrier groups. Oh yeah, and various other attack squadrons.
I'm gonna buy some defense. This is gonna be a lot more.
Dude, the 29 Tucanas are in, and anybody knows what the Tucanas are. Dude, those are a single prop airplane that has basically, munitions 250 cal. So
all their missile silos and drones are on the ground.
It's gonna be no matter where they're at. Once they launch, we have them. That's the dumbest thing ever. We did capability studies. We even proved it with Diego Garcia. They can't do it. Like all of this stuff where the U.S. is losing, as soon as they pop their heads up and shoot, we have them. We know where they're at, and then we blow that shit to high hell. They can have it underground. It doesn't matter. We're hoping they shoot. We're asking them to shoot because we know that. And Bradley Cooper, who's the admiral in the region, who basically decimated their entire coastline and all of their navy, you clearly don't know any of that shit. You're just giving me Fox News headlines, and you didn't even read the article.
It was MSNBC.
Whatever, they're all the same. You're just reading fucking some article going by the headlines. You don't even read it. What was it? ICE read it and told you one is alleged to have paid, but they can't even confirm it. Oh my God. Oh, I read it. IRGC said they're fucking winning the war, and dipshits like you are fucking believing them. And I'm sitting there going, where, when, what facts do you have? And you gave me a fucking shitty headline and said, here, read it. And then when we read it, it still didn't prove your theory.
I mean, just look at the pump in the U.S. Like, how much you gained for gas in the past month?
We're not paying $5.07 like we were under Biden without a war.
Still fucking cheaper.
Here we go. I'm just speaking facts, Rico. You speak them, I'm speaking. You weren't on here complaining. I never saw you on here complaining that time going, we're paying $5.07 for gas. Why did we do it? Because of policies that he freaking did. Sure, you can say, oh, COVID, and you can say this and that, but yet they literally reduced the strategic reserves.
I didn't agree with Biden attacking fucking Russia.
Here's the deal. What did he do?
This isn't a red versus blue thing, you fucking idiot.
Rico, it's not red versus blue, you fucking morons. Quit being a fucking jackass. You are the stupidest motherfucker on here because you go to fucking stupid childish bullshit every time, fucking Rico. I'm talking about a conversation, but you fucking can't be adult enough to do it. What fucking policies did Biden specifically do that caused a problem? Because I can tell you, I fucking got a house in a goddamn state, not far from where it fucking happened.
Yeah, Biden was retarded. He backed Ukraine. I agree.
You what?
Biden backed Ukraine. I agree that was retarded.
What were the policies that caused the...
I'm not a Democrat, you fucking moron.
Hey, dumb fuck. You are really... Seriously, you come in here and you're like, we're losing. Marcus losing. This is what your talking point is. You act like... seriously, what you come across like, Rico, is a 5-year-old. I know you want to play that. This is literally you.
Hey, guys, can I chime in real quick, my guy? I'm going to address to the group. Little good positive note. This is a little fact for you guys to understand where the IRGC's air power is decimated. Okay, B-52 bombers are literally going into mainland. So understand this: they're dropping 70,000 pounds of solid ordnance. These aircraft that are big, sluggish. They call it buff for a reason. Buff as big, ugly, fat fucker. All right, because they're not built for the looks. They're not built to invade SAMs. They are built for a mission. So if we have B-52s going in there and fucking teabagging the fucking IRGC mainland, that means that we have complete air dominance, all right? We have A-10s in there coming in, and like I said, putting belt to fucking ass. We got Vipers in there. That's the new version of the Cobras. We got Apaches going in there, which are dominantly targeting fast attack boats, one-way drones, and they're doing a great fucking job, guys, all right? Dude, we even got the Spooks. Anybody want to know what the Spooks are? That's a C-130 with
basically with a 105 mil cannon out the fucking side of it, and two 30 mils on the side too, just basically playing laser tag with the IRGC. So that is to explain the dominance in the air that the U.S. has, okay? So please take that into consideration when you guys spout bullshit when the IRGC on your newsfeed says that they are winning the war.
Well, here's the better part on the naval front, Stepping. So we're aware that right inside the strait there in the narrow channel, we have the Roosevelt Buckley, Oscar Austin, and Thomas Hudner. These are destroyers. These are pretty powerful destroyers. This is why we don't need other ships there. But basically, our destroyers act like battleships these days. But what these guys don't realize is there's 4 other destroyers on the eastern side of the Mediterranean and 6 destroyers in the Arabian Sea, all with various strike capabilities. And that is separate from the destroyers that are circling the carrier groups that are actually running interference. So now you've got all these destroyers patrolling that area, and somehow or another, these assets are saying America's losing the war, but we haven't lost one ship yet. We haven't lost one. So these guys really don't know how warfare is. They've never been in the fight, and they, like, again, it just goes to show that these guys don't know either land or nautical warfare nor air outside of a fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll make this easy. I just looked it up. The U.S. has struck between 11,000 and 13,000 targets of the IRGC. That's contrasted with the IRGC has only hit 1,238 of their targets. 1,200, 1,200 compared to, well, we'll round it off to 12,000. And we're going, the U.S. wants to hit 16,000. So there's no way that Iran, just by the numbers alone, can claim they are winning anything. In a war, if your enemy is hitting you hard, you hit back hard. And if you can't, that's called losing.
Alan, how many missiles did they fire in the first day? Because I just want to kind of look at they fired thousands of missiles, right? And they sent in 30 days.
4,000 total. Yeah. I think it's 4,000.
But how many? What was the percentage of those that hit? Because we look like all these idiots, and I don't mean like impact from debris that was blown up in the sky. I'm talking direct missile strikes that actually hit. There's a percentage ratio, and I forget what it was, but I thought it was like 12%. Because I thought that was significantly low, considering the amount of power that Iran was claiming to have. But I know that they can't do anything against it, and their guidance systems are weak at best.
Brad, I want to throw something out there, and I hope you agree with me. So if all of a sudden, because there's threats now, they now say they have an intercontinental ballistic missile, right? So let's just say that they have that, right? Proven lie. Then they say, well, we're just weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. Then they make threats about saying we're going to have a strike that'll shock the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That seems like a nuclear weapon, probably, right? But every president said we can't let them. The neighbor said we can't let them. The UN says we can't let them get one. Everybody says it, right? Now they're making threats saying that they could hit America. But I want to throw this out there. If they did fire a nuke on an ICBM and fired it at America, do you think these people would be like, holy shit, we should have gone in sooner? Or do you think they'd be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran? I think most of these people, like Rico and everybody else, would be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran, way to show America.
I think Space Force will catch it before it even got to the atmosphere. I'm sorry to be naive, but Space Force would fucking take care of it before it even became a...
No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, we have interceptors, but the stuff Space Force deals with, like satellites and movements around the Earth, X-37B, right? Like, we don't I'm aware of, we don't have a Star Wars SDI like system around the Earth like Ronald Reagan proposed.
We actually have it on our ships, Marshall. We have a way to interfere with guidance systems, and then we have a way to interfere from satellites on there. And yes, Space Force has some weird capabilities. I will not make fun of Space Force anymore because they're the only fucking group of guys that scare me.
Well, this is a little off topic, but in my GOP county convention to get ready for state, we want a Space Force base down here. We've hosted 4 or 5 other military bases. Maybe considering SpaceX's launch point, what they did for the DoD, right? It'd be great to have Space Force down here.
I don't know. I'm scared of them. Those guys scare me more than and than any other group. And I can't make fun of Delta Force anymore because they pulled off a perfect operation. But Space Force, these kids are scary.
Did you hear about some of the reports from people that were there when they went into Venezuela that said that they used some sort of a weapon on them that made them disoriented? They were vomiting and stuff, and they said it seemed like the Americans weren't affected by it.
And the nose,
did you hear about that?
Was bleeding. Yeah, their nose was bleeding out of the ear, everything. Yeah, we heard about it.
This just tells us nobody here has a freaking clue what our military has. See, we have in America here, we have a thing that you could invent tomorrow, Rico. You could have something that free energy, so better than anything, 50% efficient solar panel, right? Guess what? The U.S. government says, thank you, we're taking that. You don't get to put it on the market. Guess why? They look at it as a national security thing. So there's things out there that have been done that we don't know about, that they've got. There's technology as hell. You can watch the show Future Weapons from back when, and it's amazing what's out there. And they're not letting you see what we've got. Listen to what some of the pilots have said they've seen in the air.
Marshall, sorry you missed it. We had 2 wannabe KKK light graper, guys who like to play tummy sticks. They basically were telling us how the U.S. is cooked and Iran is defeating us militarily, and they're just taking our ass. And so we're coming off of that argument.
Well, I want to speak to that. I'm in the defense industry, and I have a TS, so of course I can't speak to anything in that, in regards to descriptives. But what I will speak to is I do think our technology isn't being handled well, and we are exposing ourselves unnecessarily. We're showing our cards unnecessarily, which potentially can put us in a compromising position. So yes, we might have some cool stuff, but if we continue to use it irresponsibly, it's not going to be so cool. And also, we're not the big dogs walking around with the big stick anymore. A lot of people have big sticks out there.
Who has a bigger stick than us?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, there's China for one. China has a big stick.
And okay, let's interrogate that for a second. Let's look at their Navy. Do they have a big stick when it comes to their Navy?
Yes.
Okay. How does that make sense if they can't circumnavigate the globe, number one? And if number two, they've only been able to use Coast Guard vessels for regional enforcement in the South China Sea. How does that make them have a big stick?
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into details trying to.
Nobody ever.
No. Hold on. Let me finish my statement, and it will answer your question. I don't want to get into details for the sake of winning an argument, but I will say it's a reason that previous leadership in regards to military actions, we're handling the situation gingerly when it comes to addressing the China situation.
Okay, so
you do realize that most of us on the stage right now have had various clearances at one point or another in our lives, and so we're going to be able to tell you're kind of talking on your ass on that. We're well aware of what can and can't be stated.
Well, I mean, if you think I was using my clearance as a measuring stick, you're mistaken. Because They give them out ridiculously now, just like some people in administration was using Signal to communicate military actions. So the validity of a clearance, I'm just letting you know where I'm talking from.
The question, honestly, what you would have said is that China has an asymmetric area access, area denial strategy in the South China Sea through a combination of land-based missiles, bases on the Spratlys and the Parcels. That would have been an argument that they could shut down a strait that controls 85 to 90% of world trade at any one given time. You don't want to go into detail because it's not winning. To me, this is not winning an argument. This is interrogating your knowledge of something and figuring out whether you have the detailed knowledge to make said statement, right? Which is why I asked you about the Navy. Let's go to something else.
Well, irregardless, I'm not here to measure my accomplishments or prove. Let me finish, because I'm gonna land my plane.
Land that plane.
Yeah, I have no military clearance, and even I know that the Chinese Navy is no match for the U.S. government's for our Navy, and has no ability to travel throughout the world, otherwise called deep water ability. So, yeah, I just wanted to say, what you were saying about the U.S. government seizing technology. My dick was.
So is this a propaganda room?
No, it's not. Which is exactly why I said the proper answer to the Chinese having a bigger stick was the area access, area denial, which allows them to lock the said fleet out in the South China Sea, but which you didn't know. So you made an overwhelming declaratory statement about something which you don't have detailed knowledge on. Like, let's just move off the Navy for a second. What about Chinese Special Forces? Where do Chinese Special Forces rank according to U.S. Special Forces? And why do Chinese forces have a better capability than U.S. forces? I didn't ask the question to hear myself talk. I asked the question.
Who's doing the ranking? Are muting me. Who's doing the ranking?
I'm asking you. You're doing the ranking, whether that's because of your personal opinion or because you have looked it up someplace. What I'm trying to do is test your assertion that they have the bigger stick in the world.
I didn't. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
Literally, that they had the bigger.
No, I said they have. I said we're not the only one with a big stick.
Who has a bigger stick?
I'm trying to figure out how China's stick is large.
No, that was a question asked.
Whose stick is larger, really? Trump's or Xi?
You're breaking up.
My question is, why would you enter a room and say I work in DOD? Every person I've ever met in my life that does any type of civilian DOD interactions, they do not openly jump onto a public platform that has global access to broadcast of their DOD or have any affiliation. That's a red flag to me.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove or disprove that. My affiliations. That's not what I came here for. This is a conversation. What are you gonna do? You gonna attack my home or try to get secrets out of me? What can you do? What the fuck?
No, we're just trying to determine if we can have a good faith conversation with you, sir. That's just it. There's no hostility.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of hostility, and to have a good faith conversation is simple.
Yeah,
just have good faith.
All right.
That's all. Just have good faith.
Just admit that your first statement was detailed question. But I didn't ask you because I wanted to hear myself talk or because I wanted to attack you. I asked you because I was trying to get your background of knowledge.
I told you.
Answered it.
I told you my background in the terms.
You can just own it and just say you talked out your ass because Alan and Marshall both exposed.
Or you can
have good faith and just take my input.
And if I had good faith, I believe everybody is a multi-billionaire and that Rico actually has, like, you know, some kind of claim to fame, and that all these other incel idiots on here that tell me that black people are inferior to white people, somehow I would believe them. I don't have faith in people. I don't put my faith in people.
Can I pivot to the Rio Grande to go back to kind of the subject that you guys were talking about? If you PTR my picture, you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, he left. I wanted him to hear it, but anywho's, Marshall, do you see my PTR? Can you see that little? It's like a mini sub boat floating on top the water. And what it's an unmanned surface vehicle, and it's actually right now training in the Rio Grande region. So it's when you're talking about next level, what are our U.S. forces doing and whatnot? Just like, oh, we're worried about drone attack. I mean, they're already 5 years ahead of that, understanding the evolution of munitions. So I found this one to be quite interesting because it's not just an intel vehicle. It's not just floating around. It can go under, but it also has some disruptive or like neutralizing operations. So like that are very high tech. It can like do directional jamming of frequencies to a server of command control, and then spoofing the drift of the craft off course so people can't really track it. It does a subsurface netting, what's called a boom, and it just designed to create like foul propellers and waterways, rendering the craft dead in the water, like other smaller crafts, right? So if you think about a boat that's going to try to land, just a common fisherman's boat that's going to be used to lay mines in the water, then they can render that craft, non-effective. And then it also has like acoustic detection. It deploys hydrophones to pick up like motor categorization, allowing for early warning before low-profile craft enters visual range. So that gives like an automatic eyes and ears of seeing what actual threats can come around, not only beach or waterfronts, but also to help escort said, like, let's say, larger ships in and out of waterways. So that one came across my connections, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to hear the guy what he was talking about as far as like actual military procurement, and the Marine Corps is known for, they're the most deadliest. Sorry, Brad, but they are. Don't act new. They have a huge procurement program for non-lethal weapons. So when you were hearing about the discombobulator that Trump likes to call it in Venezuela, that is a form of like non-lethal weapons. So there's a ton of them that I could talk about. That my late husband, he was the procurement officer for non-lethals, which was weird because he just wanted to blow everything up. But the military is like way ahead of it. But this is just an example. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought of such a thing of what I have in my PTR, but it's quite interesting what they.
Sounds like you want to be EOD, Miss KK.
Oh hell no! We had EOD on the Cuban fence line. Those guys are crazy.
Have you seen the little they're like mini drone tanks they drop off in these, like, they can hide in like grass. They got a little scope that comes up. So not only can they use different radar systems, they can literally visually see incoming. And they've got little missiles and stuff on them, targeting systems. It's amazing the stuff that we've got. And like, it's so funny because nobody knows this, and they think like, oh, we're just going to go drop in like Vietnam and in Iran. And it's like, they don't understand. We won't do that until our military leaders say, we're safe, we feel safe doing that. Everybody thinks this is Donald Trump just roguely going in and saying, this is what we're doing. No, I listened to the guy who literally was there. I think, I don't remember if he said 20-some years that he was there running that. He was the one that was strategic planning for that area. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC he was talking. He's talking about the boots on the ground, and he's a big supporter of it. And he explained why, and there's many reasons why. But he says you take out these targets. Right now, what because our drones pick up those firings. But right now, what people don't like, and I wanted to ask him, the one guy said he had the DoD clearances. And those guys, there's a bunch of people. There's hundreds of thousands of people that work for the DoD and get clearances for different things, from hospitals to administration. So it's like, okay, we can take it all with a grain of salt. You might have that. I can tell you, I know for a fact that there's an outfit here, I will not say who is flying drones in the Ukraine Russia war. Guy that it's here. And I was like, interesting. We talked about it a bit.
Well,
Hold on. The reality. Go ahead. No, so I was going to say, when he wants to talk about the big sticks, the biggest stick of all is our Ohio class subs, and that's what we know of. Okay, they can hold 27 tridents. Oh, but our rules say we can only carry 22, so we do. We're the rest of them waiting on board our freaking ships to replenish them, right? 22. Inside of each one of those 22 are 8 warheads that are 40 times the size of what we dropped on Hiroshima. So one nuclear sub can literally devastate. Now, do we want to go there? No. But when we talk about the size of somebody's stick, that Ohio class sub is carrying the biggest damn stick of all.
Well, I mean, think about what we were able to accomplish just last night or today, which was we flew B-52s, refueled them in the air, dropped the munitions, and did a ring around the rosy to drop more.
Inland, don't forget inland, Miss KK. Deep inland.
Just south of Tehran. So they're not going to put a B-52 in that type of potential, harm and liability to get shot down if there wasn't complete control with it. But what started it first? Along the coastline, and then they creeped in further in and further in, and the reason why is like we're revealing their munitions of what they have or what they lack thereof. So if anyone is like ever have access to go to Marine Corps East or Marine Corps West, you'll be blown away. It's basically the largest convention for any type of military gears, where all the government officials go to purchase like the next generation of gear and everything. It's phenomenal. So when I went this year, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that does, right? And it's pretty incredible, but it's going to be interesting on what's going to be like the next stage of this.
Well, I want to touch bases. I mean, since when the Ukraine and Russian conflict started, America, and just like even our enemies, they observed the new era of fighting. I mean, we saw it with FPVs, drones, the way that they turned around and used a recreational object and then transitioned it immediately into warfare. I mean, so it transitioned the mindset of warfare completely. And so I like to address that America's military, all the branches, we're adapting to new intel, new obstacles, and we're seeing this currently with the operation that's taking place. Like Miss KK brought really good focus points when she brought up the subcomponents that they're testing out, followed by the B-52. A lot of our operations are very, we're direct, but we're very observational. I mean, we're not just going to send a unit out and not project a secondary reconnaissance. Like a lot of people don't know what after action reports are. Brad's filled them out. Miss KK's late husband filled them out. All the way down to a PFC level. Everything you do in a mission status or even in a training exercise, you have to redundancy do an after action report, and it's just to see the capabilities of observers. So they can go up to the chain of command, and then it gets delegated amongst how the transition parts are. So when people say America is losing the fight, then we grow as we fight. That's why the term adapt and overcome, because we partake, we identify issues, we project new solutions, and then we execute the projection. Sorry for my rant, Ms. KK. Thank you for letting me cherry pick up.
No, we don't have to keep the military talk. I think we kind of exhausted it. We can go back to what the mods would like to talk about. But yeah, Marshall, that's floating around your Rio Grande doing tests.
I haven't heard Leroy come on. What you guys do? Scare him away or something? I do miss hearing Leroy's opinion.
Who's Leroy?
Last week, maybe a week before, he was contradicting everything that was brought up actual.
Oh, that's his game.
Mr. Mack took off a little bit.
So does anyone know the results of the poll?
Right now, I see 131 votes, 86% yes for a safer election, 10% for no disenfranchisement, 6% for I don't know.
SCOTUS is going to argue birthright citizenship tomorrow.
That's going to be a compelling case. It's going to be interesting to see where it lands and what it pertains to, because I can't make a guess on it. Supreme Court, as much as liberals say it's all Trump Supreme Court, they don't always side with him, and sometimes they do
Which
differences. Birthright citizenship.
It depends on, from my interpretation, it depends on a couple of things. It depends on whether you read being in the jurisdiction thereof as encompassing everybody. It also depends upon how the win, please correct me if I'm going to get this wrong, long can the arc, I think is the court case. Those two things are going to be intimate in that, plus the rationale for the writing of the amendment in the first place. Which, if anybody's curious, you can get some rationale for the writing of the amendment off of avalon.yale.edu. It's a repository for old documents, and a lot of them are documents from American history. And so you can read up yourself. People can read up themselves on that if they're interested. I'll drop the website in the chat for people. But from my understanding, those are some of the key pieces they will be deciding.
How do you think the outcome will be?
I think Gorsuch, Barrett, and Roberts are all in pro 14th Amendment camp. I think Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas are in the 14th Amendment does not protect everybody, or that the birthright citizenship clause does not grant everybody citizenship. I would be surprised if Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit different, although she's not as much of what they call a textualist as Neil Gorsuch is. All that really means is you can be a originalist and a textualist, but a textualist means you read the document and what the document says it means, and so you then then take the originalist part of that, which is like reflecting on what they meant at the time, and you combine it. So I think it'll be interesting no matter which way it comes. But that's at least what they're arguing over. So if people are curious about reading not just the 14th Amendment, but some of its rationale, Avalon.yale.edu is a good place to start looking. It may not give you all the documents that you need, but it'll give you a start.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to the intention and behind it and look directly at it, because birthright citizenship was mostly in part for Asians, Black Americans, particularly Black Americans that were enslaved in this land, to be able to have legitimate status, and it wasn't intended to be an open door pathway for immigrants to just drop a kid on our shores and be able to say, hey, you can't send me home because I have a kid that's an American now. And I think and in fact, we even denied it to multiple groups, including Native Americans, until 1960, like later into the 1900s. So, I mean,
it reads Indians not taxed. I think that's the 14th, but I could be wrong. There's like a section of the amendment that reads Indians not taxed. And you're right. At the start of the country, when the 14th Amendment was written right after the Civil War, it meant a very specific thing. I just wonder how a textualist will look at it versus a strict originalist. But like Thomas is a strict originalist. He really goes back to like the founders and says, this is what it should be, this is what it shouldn't be. Versus like a Gorsuch looks at the text itself and says, what does it say? And if it's universalized, textualists in the federal judiciary are more likely to say the text means as written, versus somebody like Thomas, who's more likely to say the text means this very specific thing for this very specific group of people.
Well, I think Thomas will be against birthright citizenship in the way that it's been applied. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett might probably be against the way it applies based on her previous ruling, but I'll give her a 10% swing on that one.
Lito for sure.
Lito for sure. Roberts, that's a coin flip. It depends.
He's Kennedy.
Yeah, but you never know where he's going to really fall along the line. Ketanji Brown Jackson's going to go, obviously, birthright citizenship is the right of anybody who comes to the country. We know that's going to happen.
That's going to be interesting no matter which way it's decided. It'll piss a lot of people off one way or the other.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it also, and isn't the main thing, whether or not he even has the authority to do this? I could be wrong about that. So that while the issues of whether or not birthright citizenship was intended, I think there's also going to be arguments
about the president of his decision in the first place.
What?
There's a question about constitutionality of his imposition on an amendment in the first place. The administration will argue something to the effect of, we're allowed certain discretion in this particular part of the amendment, and so the federal government gets to decide. The court will look at that and say one of two things. You are to decide at your leisure, which gives the next executive the power to do that too. Or they will say, Mr. President, you have overstretched your power, you are not allowed to alter a constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment is quite clear. So it could go either one of those ways. But you are right, there is a question about whether he has the power to make the pronouncement in the first place.
But if they do that, that would be blatantly incorrect. Because they only reading the first third of a whole sentence.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if you read the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, and it reads, people are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means any place in the United States has legal authority, or at least that's traditional understanding, right? The administration is arguing in the jurisdiction thereof does not apply to those people who are not here legally. So it's a question which is in the gray and could be decided in the gray, but they will decide whether the president has the power to make pronouncements about constitutional amendments. Because sometimes the executive authority, the executive branch is given leeway in how they enforce certain things. So you can enforce the Civil Rights Act, right? But do you enforce it strenuously? Do you only enforce it a little bit? Right? Sometimes there's gray room in the enforcement power. And so that is part of the question, like whether he has the enforcement power to alter it in the first place.
No, I agree with that. I watched the hearings. You know, the people that are arguing the fact that if someone came from someone else and merely just had a baby, that, you know, that person becomes a citizen. You know, the people who are positioned were only arguing the fact that the 14th Amendment says people who are born or naturalized in the people who are born or naturalized, and then they skip to the end of the sentence and say are citizens of the United States. To me,
I think it was born or naturalized subject to the jurisdiction.
No, I know that's what it says.
Oh, I just think
it's okay. But the people that are defending, you know, the people who are opposed against Trump, they're only trying to cite the first third of the sentence, and then they skip to the end to say, are citizens of the United States. The problem with that I see is that, number one, the word "and" is in the first sentence twice. So at the end of the sentence, it denotes the two citizenship statuses that every American has. You have the United States, you have a United States citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And both of those citizenships are conjoined with the word "and." Well, if you apply that same logic to the first half of the sentence, you know, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means there's two conditions that need to be met. Now, I agree with that part. When I read the 39th congressional notes, the way they spoke about what that phrase meant was subject to the complete and full political jurisdiction. And they were talking about the slaves. So it would make it hard for one reason that the further you, well, that's one thing. And then I'll land here. Number two, I read the brief that Solicitor General Bauer put forward, and he listed quite a few books in there, a few of them that I had already read, but I'm glad I read his brief because now I found a whole bunch more. And one of the things that they highlighted was the last word in that first sentence is reside. And what he's putting forth is that the term reside does not mean what we think it means today. They use the term reside to speak to the law of domicile. And in the one of his sources is actually what I'm reading right now, the law of domicile. And that's like a whole thing as well that talks about the legal.
Put that in the chat so I can look at it. I love it. I like the books, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna put his brief in there as well.
Yeah,
because he has a lot. I mean, when I tell you, I've always been a fan of Trump, but his team, his legal team, man, those guys, their strategy is fucking amazing. It's amazing. They've taken this so far as to say, like, even on the first page says the question presented or the question proposed, something like that. And one thing that I ended up discovering that they highlighted is when it comes to birthright citizenship, we have a statute that already speaks to how Americans define birthright citizenship. And it has nothing to do with people born here. It has everything to do with, for example, a soldier who's stationed somewhere else. If they have a baby outside of U.S. territory, at mere birth, that baby becomes a U.S. citizen. Or if it's someone who stayed here, who lived here for 10 years, and like there's like some numerical qualification, like the person has to be 21 years old or something like that. And if that person, like a regular civilian, goes somewhere, has a baby outside of U.S. territory and possessions, that person at birth automatically becomes a citizen. So how they're talking about, how the opposers are talking about birthright citizenship does not coincide with, I think it's 8 USC 1401A or something like that. That's the statute that they cited literally on.
I don't know what the statute up real quick. I know exactly where to go.
Yeah. So when I tell you his legal team is so freaking awesome, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. I mean, it's just their whole approach and strategy to it all is just the best that I've ever seen. And they badass, man. That guy John Bauer or whatever his name is, he's solid. So I'm gonna put all of that in the chat.
You don't have to put the code in the chat. Just tell it to me again. 18 is it 8 or 8?
It's 8 USC 1401A.
Let's see. Birth abroad before 1952 to serve as parent. I'll just drop this in the chat so you can post it to the top. Which comes from Cornell Law School. They have a repository for federal code, which makes it really easy to look up. And that way everybody knows what we're all talking about.
Okay, then I'm gonna put his brief in that the law domicile book. I'm gonna put that in the chat as well.
There we go.
Up at the top.
Sweet, thanks.
Alright, so the law domicile book is in the chat. And basically,
I grabbed it. Thank you.
Okay. And basically what they're saying is there's essentially three forms of what could be classified as domicile. The one that would apply to the just people in general, which has generally been accepted. It all goes back to Roman civil law, where the domicile of the kid is predicated on the domicile of the parent. So whatever nation the parent pledges allegiance to, the domicile is rendered down to the kid. Now, one thing that Bauer highlighted in the brief was that I can't remember who he said, but whatever lawyer. So one of the strategies that the opposers are taking is that just solely applies here in America, but one thing that I can't remember who he said rejected it, but there was a lawyer that rejected the concept of just solely, and they took the position of if the United States decided to accept you at that point in time, that's when you can become a citizen. So in order for a parent, let's say from Mexico, to come to America and drop a baby, no, they have to go through the process and sever their ties with their former nation, be accepted by America and they mentioned Great Britain as well. And at that point, once you go through the whole naturalization process, then now you legally have a domicile here. So they like went deep into the weeds, and they actually cleared up a lot of things that I had questions about, because I've been following this ever since it first came out. But it wasn't until I read his brief, then I saw all of the books, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, the first
7 pages are just all court cases, treaty and constitutional stuff, old books from like the 1600s, 1800s, and just, yeah, his legal team.
And people excite me when I talk about Congress. I love history. Always a good thing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well.
One thing I like that you said, Bill, as you bring it up, is you read it, and it's that and then it talks about, giving up that allegiance to their other country, and the allegiance is all here. And that's the one thing I think that so needs to be looked at, is that, first of all, that and that allegiance, if we could literally say something to the effect of, if they're coming here with any intention, or, I don't know. I mean, with the illegal stuff, it's very different to me. I think, a lot of that wasn't intended that way. We know why it was intended in the first place. And that is to allow those that were born here. I'm forgetting the name of the one that, what was the claim that,
Wong Kim v. Arm.
In the original case, the Wong case?
The Wong case,
that
right?
could be, yeah. So, that's what I think, that when we go back and look at the intention back then, and that's going to be the thing they've got to play out in court, and that nice little word "and" in there, so it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out for sure. I wish it were on TV, to be honest with you, so we can watch them.
One way that you look at it is always with any law. I think, we talked about this a long time ago, Marshall, you and I talked about it. You look at the legislative intent of the law, and what was brewing, what was the different testimonies in the legislature, what were the speeches that were given, what was building up, and what was the intent of law. So when the 14th Amendment was written, that provision in the 14th Amendment was written by someone in Michigan, and you have to look at that legislator in Michigan and perhaps what surrounded when the actual statute was written, what was the legislative intent. And it's all the surrounding circumstances and not circumstances, surrounding documentation and how he presented that law at the time. And with any statute, you do that. With any law, you look at the legislative intent. So there's been argument as to what the intention was of that provision of the 14th Amendment. I did want to say something that's interesting in the alternative of what you just said. We have law in the United States. If you're a U.S. citizen and you become a diplomat for another country, you have to surrender your U.S. citizenship. So we also determine at what point, using the word domicile is interesting, at what point are you representing another nation and you have to surrender. So just the flip of it, looking at how we look at people that aren't U.S. citizens and we denaturalize them when they not just domicile, but they represent through government other countries. Just a side note.
Omar, I know she represents in Minnesota, but
no, but if she was representing Somalia in don't use her as example. Someone who's a U.S. citizen loses their citizenship. They have to surrender their passport and their citizenship when they represent another country, and that country's government to the U.S. That's our law. It's just the flip of it.
So I just put in the chat the sword. I just sent it to your back channel, but this comes from Digital Commons WCL American.edu. It's called the Citizenship Clause in Legislative History, American University Law Review.
And who's the guy in Michigan that was the scrivener of that part of the 14th Amendment. Do you remember, Martin? Must say.
Was it Trumbull?
I wanted to call it Bingham, but I'm not entirely
Yeah,
sure.
it was either Bingham or Trumbull. It was I think Bingham was out of Ohio.
This guy was Michigan.
Oh, let me look it up. I gotta save somebody. One second.
Must have been Trump.
You're in the Matrix. Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's in the
No, he's in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix. Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was Michigan. Like, what was brewing at that time? How did he present that when he was presenting this proposed law?
Yeah, that should be very detailed when you look at the gist of it. For him to present it, there should be a very detailed explanation of why. One would think, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. An old law, because you can find speeches that they gave on the House floor. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw that one at you.
No, you're good. I hadn't read this particular one in like 3 years, and at the time I didn't really know as much as I know now. So I need to refresh on it anyways.
And one other thing while you're looking, the term domicile is interesting because how we treat it from state to state is different than how it's looked at with residency in the United States. When we look at state to state, we determine, we look at driver's license, voting registration, car registration, home ownership. We go through a checklist to determine domicile, and we use that when we have conflicts of law. When you have different jurisdictions and what law to apply and where the person is legally domiciled. It comes up also in family law matters. But it's a different test for domicile.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is in the brief, they call out that an illegal alien doesn't meet the qualification of legal domicile. I haven't gotten to that part in the book yet. I've just only covered the part that talks about how the kid, the baby, its domicile status or geographic location from the parents. So hopefully this book also covers what Bauer is referring to in the brief when he was referring to illegal aliens don't have legal domicile in the United States.
This is off topic, but I want to tell Ice something. Bro, I just got me a couple ditch chickens. I've been listening to you guys, and I'm out pheasant. Got me a couple pheasants, spotted the ditch chickens. So thank you guys for helping me get a couple pheasants because these pheasants must be really politically interested because they came in during this topic. So I want to say thank you guys. My family appreciates you.
Where are you at that you got pheasants in?
I went up north between the North Carolina and South Carolina border.
Oh, okay. All right. I lived in South Dakota for a long time, and that was the only airport in the country where they sold guns, hunting licenses, and ammo at the airport on opening day. No shit. From licensing all the hunters that would come in, they literally, when you'd come down the escalators, both ways, as far as you could see, are just tables selling the licensing. I mean, it was just crazy. Guns, ammo.
Earlier, was it last week? I was hauling some livestock for my neighbor, and I saw them run across it. My country ass, I stopped on the side of the road and ran and knocked on the dude's door and said, "Hey, is there any chance I can come over next week and get a couple of your ditch chickens?" And he's like, "Sure."
once you've been hunting, you'll step on it before you know it goes, and then once you damn near step on it, it takes off in front of you. It scares, like from under your foot, it'll scare the hell out of you, But it's more fun to hunt, man. I don't know how it is down there. Up there, it was crazy.
Quail act the exact same. Although I imagine pheasants don't fly in coveys, but quails do.
Yeah. Partridge is another one. Partridges are a little bit more, fly in a group a little bit more, but pheasants are.
You better trust.
You better make sure you don't shoot a hen.
Oh yeah, you better trust the person you're going quail hunting with, because those fuckers, I think they purposely set up Dick Cheney to get his ass peckered, because they will literally fly in between each other. Yeah, in between the two hunters. But no, I just want to say my family appreciates y'all for politically bringing these ditch chickens in, because literally I haven't seen nothing for like 3 hours, and then this topic about 14th Amendment, they brought them right in. Thank you guys, my family. Appreciate you.
Anytime. Yeah, they literally put like all the things along the window with guns to safety, because you normally have your blockers at the end of the field, and everybody else is walking through the field flashing them that way. And they go up in the air. You wait until they're up above where people are at, but it is literally just an all-out bang bang and slaughter fest. It's kind of fun. I didn't do it for many, many years. I just did it when I was younger, but good times.
Well, at least I thought I saved it. I need to find.
I don't know. I'll send you a picture in a little while, Ice, but yeah, they're good size. I mean, let's just put it this way: they're going to be tasting real good in a couple days.
Gorgeous birds, man. They really are. You got a dog?
Let me ask you this, Abby, what do you think about this? So, in the 14th Amendment, the last sentence that talks about equal protections of the law, I'm thinking legal strength. Take a test. As long as you met the age limit requirement, you could receive a driver's license. Could the federal government take the approach that that would be a violation of the equal protection under the law clause of the 14th Amendment?
Oh, that's an interesting. The 14th Amendment basically takes the equal protection of the Fifth Amendment and applies it to the states. I would argue doing that is a risk to the health safety of the citizens. If I was a citizens group, I would sue if you don't have people taking driving tests. You're saying they don't take a driving test and they're just given a license?
That's my current understanding. They don't even have to take
Really?
They just get a
I would see all kinds of other issues with that. A citizens group for public safety. people are driving on federal highways and they're a risk. I mean, I would kind of look at it from that direction.
How would the insurance is the vehicle insurance insure anybody? Like if Sword, what you said was there's really no
driving skills, right?
Yeah. Why would the insurance like a vehicle insurance insure anybody in the state? Because I had a family member.
Your schools would go up immediately. They automatically would do that. So, for instance, like in New York, you've seen this as you move around the country, you'll see drops. Minnesota, oddly enough, is cheaper insurance than Texas. You know, but it's because Texas has a lot of drivers and they don't know how to drive. But if you were to give a bunch of immigrants licenses and then you saw a lot of damage occur, that risk pool does increase. Insurance companies will assess that. And for instance, in Minnesota, they will just jack the rates up. Like all the big carriers, the big four, will just sit there and hike up their rates. You'll have like people like one-offs or small tier companies try to stay within that frame, but the losses, it's the loss ratio, and no insurance company is going to operate at 140% loss ratio for incompetent drivers to have a license. They just won't do it. They'll force the state to capitulate, or otherwise you'll have very selective people being able to own cars. They may still have a driver's license, but a car ownership will go down because Minnesota requires insurance to own a car.
Yeah, I just can't see any way that you can give someone a driver's license without them showing, establishing driving skills. I mean, and I just see so many challenges to that.
Isn't the FMCA one of they stepped in on the state, just to provide usage of federal highways and interstates?
That's what I was because at that point, and there's Commerce Clause stuff. I mean, I just see all kinds of red alerts just went off when you said that. I can't imagine. Is that really what he did?
He pulled up. He did sign an executive order for all Minnesota residents to receive a driver's license. That I do know for sure because I saw it live when it happened. I'm gonna pull up the executive order now and read it aloud. So give me a second to pull it.
Was it that all illegal aliens could qualify for a driver's license if they passed the basic roads test? I'm not in Minnesota right now to actually know what that idiot signed.
I don't know. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up real quick.
Didn't DeSantis do something with the CDL licenses because they were giving them to illegals?
Yeah.
There's something like that. Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, that's the issue in my state is the registration for, you get your driver's license, you register to vote at the same time. And that's the problem, that the vetting system, because at that point, they're just checking a box and getting a registration. Now, if they actually go and vote, they've obviously broken federal law. If they go and take the mail-in ballot that they're automatically receiving and actually fill it out and mail it in, they've committed a felony. But you've got a bunch of people that have registered that way. We try to use one of the Republican approaches to this, and we've tried to get this through, is to use the jury pools as a second level of security, because you have to sign an affidavit that you're a U.S. citizen when you go in a jury pool. So it's a double way of checking after they do the DMV to check citizenship.
Yeah, and you know what's weird, Abby, about it is, I tell this to everyone. Everyone knows I'm in New York. I went to vote this last election, and when I went in to vote, it was incredible. I walked in, I said, I'd like to, I'm here to vote. They asked me my name, I gave my name, put the address, pulled out my ID. No, we didn't see that. Sure. So, yep, they said sign here. I signed with a dash. And then they said, okay, here's your ballot. I said, do you want to check my signature? She goes, why? It's not you? I said, no, it isn't me. She said, oh, okay. And then I went and voted. Then I left. As I was leaving, I asked the lady, excuse me, I put a dash. This is my driver's license. It's a different signature. She goes, are you not who you say you are? I said, no, I am who I am. She goes, okay, so then there's no problem, right? I was like, but how would you know if someone else came in and did it? She goes, well, you would have come and voted, and then we would have known that something happened. I said, yeah, but you wouldn't have caught that person. Well, I mean, here we don't have cameras, but in most of the other places we would have known at least who came in, and we may have caught them. And I'm like, why go through all that when you could just have an ID and look at the person's ID? She goes, because people can make up IDs. I was like, what? I was like, okay. And she's like, I know it's a sensitive issue, so I don't want to get into it with you here. I said, oh, okay. All right, no problem. And I just kind of walked out. I'm like, I'm in a firehouse. I don't want to argue with her. So I just said, okay. And I walked up. But I'm like, hey, am I missing something like in that experience? And then the other thing, Abby, is look to register to vote in New York State. Okay, just take a look. If you look to register to vote, register to vote in New York State, they ask you to say, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes, and they let you know citizens cannot vote, blah, 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 right? But there's no, they should enter your social, enter your thing to validate that you're a citizen. So the problem is that there's no federal, and this is the okay, thanks. So this is, a major issue. There's no federal database anywhere that says who is a citizen. And so there's no cross-referencing. Yes, IRS knows, or at least Social Security, they don't necessarily know everyone's citizenship status. There's not like one direct database that has every fundamental issue. And I think that's what we need to create. And that's why states are able to not get voter rolls, because their claim is, well, we don't know if that person moved because that person could be in another state. So we don't know. These are some of the problems. And with all the technology, we still have these problems. It's incredible.
With the I-9, and I'll just tell you this is specific to Minnesota. When I would hire somebody, I can tell very easily if the documents are fake. I asked the person I needed to about it. They came down, and then they were coming down again, so I kept stuff that showed it. She goes, it doesn't matter. And I go, what do you mean it doesn't matter? She goes, as long as they present it, you're good, don't worry about it. I go, so we're not actually trying to stop them we could be hiring somebody that's illegal. And she goes, yeah, but it's not on you at that point, so don't worry, because they provided the documents.
Exactly.
Just don't even worry about it. So there was zero accountability to the system. It was like, we're just going to go through, this is Minnesota. We're just going to not many
ICE, everywhere. ICE, it's everywhere, unfortunately.
It's sad, yeah.
And by the way, ICE, when you do that, you end up entering the person into E-Verify if it's their first job. And guess what now? When they go to other jobs, they're good to go. Isn't that incredible?
All right. I want to read this. I can't find the original text, but I'll read this. I was slightly off with the test part. So, but this is coming directly from the house.minnesota.gov. It says driver's licenses will be accessible regardless of status. Proof of legal residence in the country will no longer be required to drive legally on state roads. Mostly effective October 1st, 2023, the so-called, quote, driver's license for all, end quote, law will no longer require people seeking compliant driver's licenses and identification cards that do not conform to federal real ID standards to show proof of citizenship or lawful presence in the United States. Nothing in the design of non-compliant licenses can indicate the immigration or citizenship status of the holder, nor can state agencies and other political subdivisions use the license as evidence of lawful residence in the country or as the primary basis for investigation, detention, or the law also sets various data protections and restrictions related to identifying a person's immigration status or citizenship. Well, that makes sense. Before 2003, Minnesota residents did not have to provide proof of legal presence to get a driver's license. Under the law, foreign passports, consular identification cards, certified foreign birth certificates, and certified foreign adoption certificates will be acceptable primary documents to be used as proof of identity. The types of secondary documents that are expanded to include in part applications for asylum, student visas, deferred action for childhood approval,
deferred childhood arrival approval notice, and mortgage papers. The law includes a nearly $2.87 million appropriation in the 2024-2025 biennium for the Public Safety Department's Driver and Vehicle Services Division for implementation. I'll put this in the chat. So they just expanded what people could use to qualify for a license. They don't have to be a citizen.
I heard a lot of liability on the state from what you was reading. You know, like there's just so much internal liability. How would they even want to project that out?
So that's why I was saying, well, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought if there was a break, I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. I would ask, what do you guys think what's going to be said during the press conference tomorrow night? That's in the chat. But we can talk about that after the show. Sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
No, my thought there was, I was only half. I don't want to interrupt the conversation. I've already taken notice of the links that you provided and I'm going to look them up later. So please continue on.
KK, they're just going to announce that they lifted the suspension of the voice through the Apache over Kid Rock's house. So that's all.
Oh my God. Can you imagine though that happened to you? You're like, oh, there's an Apache helicopter right there. That's pretty bad.
I can't believe they actually suspended the guys. It's like, come on.
I mean, that screams America, like forever.
Yeah, I mean, any red-blooded American would be like, okay, that's freaking awesome.
You know, there's a fucking Karen that got upset because her purple hair got fucked up and she had to take it out. So there's probably a chief warrant officer going out to show his, to do a little flyby for the family. I had a buddy of mine. He was a 35 Stallion pilot, and he got literally wrote up for doing Duncan waving. Oh, it took a fucking Karen that thought that's not right, and he got in trouble.
I had the Blue Angels give me a salute. They were flying really low. I was out in our yard for the business, and I was up on a bunch of wood, stacks of wood, and they're flying over because they had a show the next Saturday. And so they were doing that one where everybody goes one direction, and then the one comes up behind and scares everybody, And I'm looking at the one, and he looks down and he salutes me, and my neck was jacked up, so I had to turn my whole body to see anything, right? So I'm kind of tipped back looking at him, and then all of a sudden the other one flies up behind me, scares the crap out of me. I turned my head, of course, because it's instinct. I'm grabbing my neck. The other pilot's laughing. But, yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you see that, that's an awesome feeling. Like, imagine, they need more of that.
I mean, when I was, when we would have children to work day, it's nothing more than a fun-ass feeling, when you can show your kids or your partner, why are you 2-3 weeks in the fucking field, or why are you doing this? But when it comes to air shows, I want to tell you this: how can a American who hears a fucking jet go by go to an air show and not get a fucking boner? How the hell do their nipples not get hard as fuck? And you want to go raw and be like, let's fuck it. I'm just saying, how? Dude, I'm just saying, dude, you got a queen fucking red, white, and blue, my guy, dude, when you see that shit. I'm just saying, dog.
My buddy's place is on the water, and there's some big buildings there. And this time, an F-22 Raptor. The buildings are, there's I think, probably has 2 parking lots between, so it's not like they were close. It's not like they're lined up real close. But it flew between the 2 buildings, and the people who live in the building said that scared the shit out of their dogs, set off all the alarms in both buildings. But, one gal, she was on the deck and said that it scared her because she was looking out, but she didn't expect it to come by. But like she said, this thing is just massive as it flies by, you know. And I'm like, how freaking cool! Nobody was mad, you know. They all thought it was really cool, you know, because I mean, these are our boys. This is you know our boys that protect us, keep us safe. So I love it. I love it that it's over the water.
If Abby, I think Miss Abby, she's out there by the Vegas area. Are you up by Vegas or no?
Yeah, I go to the air shows at Nellis. Oh my God, they're amazing.
You got the Thunderbirds. That's where they're hauling freaking all year long. During off season, you can perch up in the stadiums and watch them practice. Like, dude, I'm just saying, dude. Like when I was at 29 Palms, dude, freaking watch them go out there and just fucking do their thing, dude. Like, still, dude. Seeing a fucking Jets go, dude, you get your dick hard, you want to fight someone. I mean, maybe it's just a Marine thing, but it happens.
It's interesting. I always asked about those.
Oh my God.
I asked about
that
those.
Makes a lot of sense.
The Thunderbirds are, like stripped down. And I asked, like, if they had to, could they fit them out and make them military ready? No? I mean, they're amazing. It's definitely worth a trip to Vegas to go and watch the air show when they do it at Nellis. It's phenomenal. And, like, they have all the different state-of-the-art planes there. Or I should say planes, jets. It's pretty incredible. Let me see if I have pictures from it on PTR.
Oh, no, dude. I really don't know. I mean, that's not really, my place of knowledge. I'm sure Adrian, if you see Adrian on here, he's a guru when it comes to those aircrafts. But I'm just saying, gotta love a good air show. And by the way, recruitment, like anybody who's ever had to do a recruitment detail, if you got an air show coming, go there, dude. You can. That's the best time to get someone to join, freaking after seeing those jets go, seeing the air acrobats go on, dude. You got young, prime bucks ready to just, like, in a fucking rah-rah moment, that's when you go there, you snatch that ass and be like, hey, you want to go fucking kick some ass and take some names? Best time to be a recruiter is when an air show's in. Because, they're all hyped up and ready to go fight.
It could be fitted out for it, but it would take a little conversion. It would take some time because they changed it. You're going to take the weaponry and all that systems, all those systems I know out. So, I would imagine it would take a pretty extensive redo to get them ready for battle. But Thunderbirds would be, probably far more ones they would do it before they would do it with the Blue Angels.
I don't know. I'm more partial to the Blue Angels. Thunderbirds are, don't get me wrong, I like watching them, but I got a soft spot for the Blue Angels. My opinion, I think they're number one. Hey, you guys can call me anything you want, but I'm a Blue Angels guy. Thunderbirds, all right.
I'm looking. They said they can be used and updated, and then they would probably be reassigned, so they wouldn't be like for their regular sorties. That would be for an attack or something. It sounds like it's yeah. Let's see let me see if it says anything else.
How about you, Miss Abby? Oh, go ahead. I started.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for my pictures.
I was just going to ask Miss Abby, if you had to choose, I know you can say you love them both, but if you had to choose between Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, where does Miss Abby's heart reside?
Oh my God, I'm a Philly girl originally, and so the Blue Angels were, like, we saw them on the East Coast. That's a hard one. I'm used to
Blue Angels, my lady. I'm a Blue Angels lover. Just sorry.
Wow, that's I mean, do I have to choose KK? Can I have KK choose?
No. I'm going to ask KK the same question. You got it. Where does Miss Abby's heart linger? Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds?
My daddy
Sorry, I know it's tough.
Okay, my daddy was a Marine. So
Atta girl. You know where you got to go, lady.
I'm kind of going to go with the Blue Angels here.
Atta girl.
Okay.
How about you, Miss KK? Come on, tough questions, tough answers.
Oh my God, don't act new. You know I'm going to say Blue Angels.
Atta girl.
Even Fat Albert, when it takes off on the short run, when they hit those freaking jets and those light up on the sides, and that big old plane takes off so fast.
I was gonna say, Fat Albert has some ass, boy. They got that ass back.
Nobody would ever think that thing could get off of the ground when it was going that slow, but it goes straight up like a freaking rocket. It's like, okay, that's badass. No, I'm a Blue Angels guy. Definitely.
Okay, how about you, Pro? Pro, come on, my guy. How about you, Pro?
Talk to me, boss. What was the question? Sorry.
The question is, where does your heart lie? Are you a Blue Angels guy or are you a Thunderbirds guy?
To be honest, I don't even know what that is.
So you're Blue Angels. I got you, guy. You're Blue Angels. I got you. I won't lead you the wrong way.
I got one for you, Steppy.
All right, I trust.
Sir.
Warthog, keep it.
Fuck yeah.
I agree.
Fuck yeah. Anybody that says get rid of it needs a fucking foot in their balls. Literally. And a slap across the face.
I was talking to a pilot. She flew the Warthog and she flew it in Afghanistan. Or no, I think is Afghanistan. Yeah, I think Afghanistan.
Oh, dude, what's her fucking name? What's it called?
I don't remember. But she said that when she got the call, she knew the dangers because the Marines were like, they were down. They were going to get killed.
I got a story for you, my guy. I got a fucking story for you, dude.
So this gal says that she was like, as I'm flying, I'm starting to take heavy, I'm getting pounded. And she goes, I'm starting to decide, okay, gosh, if I keep going, this ain't going to go good because we're flying into more of them. They knew they were flying into some heavy coverage. But she goes, at that point, if I don't make it, all of them die. If I go and I can take out some of them, maybe they can fight their way out, right? So she says, I go for it. She said the sound of it just being her plane being hit was like she just knew 82nd, I'm going down, I'm dead. She knew it. And she flew, she did her mission, saved those boys, got back, she landed. She used to fly an F-16. I think it was 16 or 15, I don't remember what she said. But she said she got out, she was walking away, and she stopped, and she looked back at her plane, and she instantly started to cry. And she goes, I literally flew back in an airframe. All the aluminum, all the outer body was gone. And she goes, that thing, you could see she shows and she had goosebumps. And she goes, I'm not kidding, look. She goes, I will never step foot in another plane because that plane is the only reason I'm alive. She goes, what that plane took, it got me home. And I was just like going, we don't realize that that's a tank in the air, man.
Dude, so quick 20 seconds for you, my guy. Dude, the reason why my heart is for the 810s is so in 04 into 05, we were in like Helena, Iraq, which is not that far away from Baghdad. Maybe about, I can't give you the kilometer to the point, but dude, we used to call them in all the time. And dude, they would come in low as fuck, dude. Like we call them the grunts of the sky because we knew when you do a JTAC, they and you call in for air support, you always knew the 810s would get you. Always knew the 810s, no matter what, they would always watch over us. And so we used to either grunts in the sky, but we used to call them our guardian angels. Literally, like every time we saw one, we always say you're our guardian angels because they, no matter what, dude, I saw one come in at roughly 300 feet and just kept strafing. to the point where they were out of ammo. But just they stayed even out of ammo just to fly around, and just their presence would scare them so bad that they were not engaged the ground forces. So yeah, the A-10 Warthog pilots to me, they're guardian angels. They need to stay because and they're undertaught. They're undertaught because, don't get me wrong, you have 15s, your 18s, your 22s. All that shit's great. Don't get me wrong. They have their job. But for a ground force guy, the A-10s are literally our saviors. And still in this stage, if someone has an A-10 patch, dude, I'll buy the top shelf whiskey. You know what I mean? Fucking, dude, they need it. And sorry for my rant, but dude, A-10s all the way. They need to stay.
Yeah, I've seen there were some videos that have been put out. There were some that were pinned down. Some guys were in a building shooting at them, right? And you see the guys are videoing it with their cell phones, and you can hear it coming. And they just start kind of looking at each other, kind of giggling, And as it got louder and louder and louder, they're busting out laughing. And then you see it, and you just hear that brrr, and you see it light up going into the building. You see one of the dudes fall out the building, It just kept going, and they all got up. They're like, they're dead, I was like, you guys are pretty confident, but they were just laughing as it was coming. Like, they had no fear what was in that building anymore.
It's even better when the Iraqis and even the Afghanis were finding out that there were female pilots. Like, they were pissed, dog. Pissed. And so, yeah, dude, like, our translator made a comment. He goes, Marines and Army infantry guys, they said they're ignoring, but what they used to say, the female pilots, they used to get super mad because they were upset that a female was oppressing their movements. And so, the best psychological warfare you can ever do, in my opinion. Pepe, are you busy?
Here, what's up?
So, we need to know where your heart lies. Are you a Blue Angels guy or a Thunderbirds guy?
Blue Angels, because I used to live in Annapolis, and I would see them fly a couple years over my neighborhood.
Awesome. Looks like Angels is all the way here. I'm going to ask Ben. Ben, my guy. Are you a Blue Angels fan or a Thunderbirds fan?
Blue Angels, is it the guys that do the stunt with the airplane? Is that it?
They are the demonstration team for acrobats of the F-16 and the F-18.
I don't know the other guys. I've only seen Blue Angels, so I guess I'm a Blue Angels fan. I saw them in Seattle. I think that's what I saw. Yeah, I don't know the other guys.
Seattle, wouldn't you have seen the Thunderbirds?
No, maybe they've been there, but I only saw the. I saw the fucking laughing ice. Just want to laugh. No, I only saw the Angels. I haven't seen the Thunderbirds. I don't know who they are.
Well, thank you. How are you, Raj? What are you? He's on the phone. Miss Annie, are you there, Miss Annie?
I would have never, when I went to University of Arizona, you see Warthogs flying over campus all the time, and I didn't know anything about them. I thought, ew, they're kind of ugly. And my dad, he came down there, and he's like, oh, those things are nasty. They call them tank killers. And I had no idea that those things, the amount of carnage those things can cause on the ground. Pretty cool.
Miss Annie, are you a Blue Angels gal or are you a Thunderbirds gal?
I don't think she's there.
I saw her on mute. Welcome back, Matt.
Blue Angels.
Anna Group is in.
Blue Angels.
Anna, dude, we're Blue Angels all the way here. We're all on the same page.
Hey, Matt. So are folks suffering from TDS allowed to join this group? Because I asked it for myself.
You want more? You want to join that?
Join the house, yes. Folks,
Yeah, no, you're welcome here. We have plenty of TDS people that come in here, by the way.
Okay.
Kevin, you're always welcome. You know that.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Yes, okay. So now I'm gonna confess, I think I have now full-blown TDS. It was at the minor stages like last year, 2025. But it's
Were you?
Is TDS a TV station? TDS?
Not TBS.
I thought it was.
So Ben, when you say you had stage 4 last year and now you're at stage 5?
I was at stage 6 last year.
Oh, Lord.
Dude, even I'm on it. Even I'm like
TBI.
Yeah,
TDS.
you got a little FTD going on here.
Even I'm kind of like really sick. I think Trump fucking sucks. Like, the really thing he did is he closed down the fucking border. Like, ooh, what an accomplishment.
You see,
It's like the least he could have fucking done.
Ben, you see on my stages, I have diverse opinions. See that? Like, this guy does not like Trump at all. He hasn't for a while, I don't think, really. You go to politically correct, you won't find someone that will really be against the other person, right? Well, I guess Ben has been holding Kamala to the fire, right? Ben?
I haven't been on politically correct.
I thought you were over this. Okay.
No, I haven't been there.
Kamala was just working. She's a dumb bitch. I wouldn't vote for the Democrats anyway, just because I know how their party is.
Well, that's the issue, right? Like, we might be that bad, right? But, like, there's even a worse group. So it's like,
hey, Matt,
that's so...
Like Medicaid or some shit, so they can do their gay fucking war in Iran.
So Matt, what do you think about that? They're trying to defund.
What do they do?
Sort of health
I don't know what it is.
Fund.
Oh,
so they can fund $200 billion in war.
I have to see that link. I thought I heard that, but when did that happen?
No,
they're talking about it.
They're talking.
Well,
they can get the $200 billion for to fund the war in Iran, and that's like. Once again, this is kind of like what is super irritating about him is like we were kind of like, okay, he's going to focus on the people here at home. But no, you're going to take away like, I don't know, shit from like nobody wants to be on Medicaid. And like, you're going to take that away from the most vulnerable people to pay some stupid fucking war that only, what percentage of Americans approve of it? It's like 20-some%. It's super slow. It's super low. I mean, it's fucking mind-boggling.
I thought he said he already won the war and he obliterated the nuclear.
No, he said he's won a bunch of times. Like, what the fuck has he won? What did he win? They could still send fucking rockets and drones and give Trump the middle fucking finger. I mean, what did they win?
Listen, man, this is all about the long term, all right? You gotta
bullshit.
You guys are too short term thinking.
But now if they have any common fucking sense, they will build a nuke. I mean, that's the only lesson we've taught them.
They will never get near a nuke. They won't even get near there, I don't think, ever. I think Iran's gonna change. I know you don't think so, but I think it's gonna be a whole different. I think things are changing.
I think Marco Rubio is about to do an announcement or speak. I'll let you guys know if that happens.
Yeah, I thought that was tomorrow that Trump was going to speak.
Well, this is Rubio.
Mm-hmm. I love how they're all mad because Europe didn't. All of the NATO and European countries realized this is like just a waste of fucking time and just a fucking disaster. And they're like, yeah, dude, we're not getting involved in your bullshit. Go fuck yourself. And it's just funny, all the shit with the Strait of Hormuz. Tim saying oh, no, you should go secure it yourselves. And it's like, dude, asshole, why did you even start this fucking shit? I mean, what the fuck did they think was gonna happen? That's like their only. That's like where they could probably hurt the rest of the world the most.
It's so funny. Wait, man. It's so fun whenever edgelords like Pepe speak. They're like trying to. It's something new that they're saying because they're listening to like Tucker Carlson, and you admitted yesterday. It's like, oh, I'm listening to him and all sorts of things. You actually think you're actually edgelord. And you have something.
That's not what an edgelord is. I don't think you know what an edgelord is.
Wait. You're gonna kick me out of the room again. And you're gonna just have another menstrual cycle. But I have to say this: people like you actually think you're just saying something new, but you're not. President Trump has been saying this since 1980, before he was even president. And you guys, people like you are like, oh, it's the Jews. The Jews. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
All right. And you calling you a nigger and telling you to suck pipe dick with being an edgelord. I'm just okay. That's an edgelord. Me giving an opinion is totally different from being an edgelord.
When you were born, everything else like that, don't get so upset. But it's like, oh, it's the Jews.
What are you saying about the Jews, you fucking retard?
A Republican president has always said this. A Democrat president has always said this.
No.
People are
wait. I know you're not kicking me out of this room because you don't have a green badge. So
Ben.
Wait.
But you see the same things over and over again.
Number one, Ben,
it's so old.
I know what the fuck you are. I know what the hell.
And you don't know what an edgelord is. It's very shocking and provocative. He says very shocking and provocative things for attention.
It's not even shock at all.
That's literally what an edgelord is.
The American people elected him to be president of the United States.
So what?
Let him lead.
Yeah, I voted for him.
So people like you and people like Tucker Carlson and people like Megyn Kelly and all sorts of reprobates all of a sudden just change their minds and they're like, you really think the United States will let our podcasters and everything else like that? As you know, even President Abraham Lincoln had to win by the popular vote.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had to win by other votes and everything else.
God damn, I don't know why they like low IQ chimps like you in the Western countries. You're so stupid.
Wait. I love the fact when you get these retarded edgelords, bags, retards.
There you go.
Just come here and be like, oh, this is what the U.S. is supposed to do. He's the president of the United States, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Let him lead.
That's interesting. That's
Let
interesting.
him lead.
No. And the ironic part about that is that, what is it? It was the vast majority of Americans disapprove of this debacle with Iran.
Fake news.
It's not fake news, you fucking dumbass. There's a bunch of polls on it.
Put it in the chat, fake news.
Really? I mean, this seems like every few days there's a poll on it.
Like I said, fake news, bro.
What poll are you referring to? Sorry.
He doesn't even
they come up with ones every few days. Let me look.
You mean poll about the Iran war or the popularity? Is that what you're referring to?
Our military operation in Iran.
Yeah, it keeps saying like 29%. Only 29%.
It's very unpopular.
Yeah. So do you guys, Matt, still gonna win the Nobel Peace Prize? Or would he make do with the FIFA Peace Prize? Which one?
I mean, I think he'd be good with either one, but
I mean, he's trolling with that question, man. He's not being serious.
I'm not sure. He was given the Peace Prize by that lady, right? Ben, or no?
I don't. That doesn't count. I mean, you can't transfer the Nobel Peace Prize.
I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know.
No, you can.
But he'll take the FIFA or the whatever that is. Yeah, that one.
No, he's talking about people Peace Prize, which Jen Pardo credited last year to award President Trump because he didn't get a Nobel Peace Prize. Ben is falling for obvious reasons.
I'm asking you, is he going to get it this year?
Because, wait, Ben. Wait.
When you get time to do it, can you wait?
Wait. Let me land, bro. The only reason you're saying that is because you're trolling Trump because he didn't get a Nobel Peace Prize. And right now, you can't
Who the
find
fuck
me
gave
a
Achek a mod badge? This is crazy.
I'm not a mod.
That's right.
Maybe your clubhouse is fucking screwed up. I'm not a fucking mod. What are you talking about, bro?
So actually, does he deserve it this year?
I don't want a fucking mod badge because a mod badge will bitch to you. They're like, why didn't they mod you? Blah, 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 all the bullshit. I never want a mod badge ever in any room. I don't give a shit. I don't. I never asked for one.
I'm just curious though. Those who say
Bro,
Trump is
I've never asked for.
Oh my god.
Baby, I've never asked for a mod badge. Don't try to slide my name. I don't give a fuck about a mod badge. I can't be.
Okay, all right, fine. I admit I saw the poll result and it looked like a little green mod thing. My bad. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, I saw it too, bro.
Terrible. Bro, if I was a mod, I'll just drop myself or come back up.
Okay, all right, my bad. It was a mistake. Let's move on. But I'm
Patty,
curious.
how would you feel if the impeachment hearings happened? If you're feeling the way you feel about them, where would you stand with that if that went down?
The impeachment for what?
I mean, if the Dems win the midterms and they start impeachment proceedings.
I mean, it would be annoying. It would just be a spectacle. Their biggest criticism of Trump is just they fucking hate Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, good or bad.
Right, but there's probably a 99% chance they'll start proceedings if they take over. So I was just curious with the people that are kind of feeling down, if you would stand by him.
I think maybe he deserves a tarnished legacy, and every time people see Trump, they think of what a fuck up president he was. It's probably well earned.
So you would support the Dems on that?
I wouldn't support it. I would just say he dug his own grave. I mean, he could, and it might be that Republicans need to fucking lose, and really, I don't know what it is. It's just the shit that Trump promised. I feel like, and what he's been saying since before 2016, it's a lot of the shit, especially this thing with Iran, which is like what a lot of us were focused on beforehand. After he got, became president, like we were hoping he wasn't going to do it. But it's even the tariff shit. I don't even what the fuck stupid games he's playing. There's just a lot of shit that just seemed unnecessary. Even the removal of immigrants. It was just such a. I don't even know what the fuck was he doing besides causing chaos, sending out these uniformed people into cities like Los Angeles, where with the heavy, basically they're antagonizing the community. It's like, why didn't you just focus on efficiently doing your fucking job instead of putting on a show of force? And he's barely removed that many people.
Maybe because he doesn't know how to do the job. I mean, I think that's a simple answer. He doesn't know. I mean, he cares more about his ballroom that he's built. I mean, the thing that
bro, what the fuck do you know he cares more about? It's closer. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I don't know this you dumbass.
Listen, how about we listen to what he says?
Telling me about all the
I mean, Ben, the fact that you're still here in America, that means that he's failed. So,
Right? So here's the thing. Trump said that we're going to probably be done in 2 weeks or so, right? They just hit a massive freaking munitions bunker, blew that up. And he just said tonight, or earlier today, that we're having great negotiations with the people we're speaking with, and there's a regime change. So whoever he's been talking to is going probably why this thing is going to wind down. And I hope he does have something like that lined up. I hope that the Iranian people can then have elections and have their freedom, and women can go back to school and do their thing and not wear the jihad, all the other stuff. I hope all that happens, because you know what? If he's saying that what he said today and it's true, there's a whole lot of people on this app and across the freaking other party that are going to have to eat crow. Now, if he doesn't get things done, I'll say, you fail. Because guess what? Even people. No, you won't. Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
Can I ask you a question?
The fact is if he fails, he pulls out without eliminating their threat, he failed.
What Pepe was just saying, I just want to run something by you. Maybe I'm crazy. But let's say there's a support, and there's Republicans that decide that they want to support impeachment, and Congress has turned, and not just obviously you need the Senate to convict. But what if they impeach him and Vance and go after both of them and charges against both? The next in line to run the country is the Speaker of the House, which would be a Democrat point. Am I wrong on that? Can someone tell me?
Yeah.
Matt, just how that would fly?
Yeah, it's to keep Jeffries in line.
He would be our president, correct?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have the Republicans do that, not how extreme Jeffries is. So.
Well, but what if they, I mean, it would be a question.
There's only a few Republicans that will push back against Trump, and I don't even think they'd be dumb enough to do that.
Do you understand? That's basically what I just laid out. There's a potential that something like that could happen.
It could, but I mean, I can't help it if Trump does unpopular shit. I mean, that's like, what can I do about that?
I don't even know how do you impeach Vance though? Like, you do the same procedure.
I guess it would be the same procedure, right?
They do back impeachments.
Well,
what grounds are you?
Got rid of Agnew. How did Agnew just resigned, right? And Nixon appointed someone else.
He just moved on. Yeah,
he just moved on. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know of another VP, but I would think there's the same procedure, because remember they wanted to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, they wanted to impeach people in the cabinet. So I don't know. Constitutionally, I don't know the answer other than the third in line is the Speaker of the House, who would change and would be Jeffries.
Well, I mean, I think one of the biggest travesties is that there's perhaps if there's going to be an actual regime change, which I'm going to say I think that sounds like 99% bullshit to me. I guess he would have redeemed himself. Other than that, I really feel sorry for JD Vance and Marco Rubio that they got. That their name would have been dragged through the mud with Trump, and you can tell like Vance has been really fucking quiet since this started. And I do think that there's been what's been speculated for months is that a lot of the infighting you've seen on the right, what it ultimately has to do with is JD Vance. They do not want him to be the they don't want him to be like the front runner for the presidency in 2028.
Right, but if they're gonna find allegations, they're gonna go after the administration, including Vance. I mean, there's besides all the personal dealings, that they'll claim with Trump and his family and not creating the Chinese wall there, they're gonna go after acts of the administration. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out as a crazy possibility. I hear you, but just think about the fallout from that.
I mean, I shot you a message. This was about you can read that piece on the special forces. What one of them said, validated through a few people that I know that were the same as he was, and said it's an absolute truth, and you can go ahead and read it, and that's the way they feel about what you're
lose because he speaks like a loser edgelord.
Vance ain't gonna get the, he won't get it. It'll be Rubio or something.
Why do
you think it won't be? Okay, all right. Why do you say that? Okay, but I was asking him the fucking question.
You asked me a question.
No, I was asking.
Wait, don't be so horrible, Pepe. I'm trying to tell you something.
Oh my God! All right, so
Vance.
Ask the question once.
Wait. Vance is gonna lose because he's a loser edgelord like you and a fan. And he's gonna lose to Marco Rubio because
he's not a fucking edgelord. You don't know what an edgelord is.
Nobody wants to listen to insults like Tucker Carlson types and everything other than that.
Who's an insult? How many hundreds of millions does he have, or is he? But forget. He's not a bad-looking guy, I wouldn't think. He's got the celebrity part down. I'm pretty sure he can get. I don't think that's his problem.
Yeah, I said edgelord.
That's not what an edgelord is. An edgelord. I don't think you know what an edgelord is. It's a very specific type of personality. It's almost always. No, it's not like Tucker Carlson.
It's a Tucker Carlson type of special retard and everything else.
He's literally not an edgelord.
Have you noticed Vance is going down in the polls because his special relationship with Tucker Carlson and the fact that he has Tucker Carlson's son in his administration, all the thing.
That's not why he's down in the polls.
Specific reason. You watch when it comes to 2028. Vance is going to lose to Rubio. Nobody wants Vance because facts like you support him for retardation. That's it.
All right. Thank you for wasting several minutes of my time. But no, I was asking Ice. What is this information you were hearing about Vance?
No, it's not about Vance. It's about what would happen if they impeach the president and a certain section of people that would take exception to that due to their oath, basically. So if they feel that it was done basically for partisan politics, that there would be action taken. So
I don't even want them to impeach him, and I despise the guy. I don't want them to impeach him because I think it just look like a fucking charade. They've done it the first time, the second time, doing it the third time. He's just gonna look stupid. So they should just let him do his 4 years. And my biggest fear is impeaching him and having this idiot Vance go in there. I'd rather, even though I totally despise Trump, I don't want Vance to go there. I don't. So Trump, he can keep fucking up for the next 2.5 years, I think. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to deal with it and cope with it. But yeah, let him stay. No Vance.
I think it's just gotten too extreme. I just wouldn't want. I wouldn't want this to become the new normal.
Yeah, politics has become way too divisive. And the left and the right are crying. They're begging for a more moderate party to come along right in the middle right now. Both sides. And when they do the pollings, it's very heavy on the left. I forget, it was overwhelming. They wanted the party to come back to the center. And it's the same on the right. And most people don't want a far right thing. I would love to see people that can sit down and really negotiate and try to solve problems again, because right now they don't. We got a bad Affordable Care Act. Let's just leave it, because we're both going to act like children and not want to talk and try to resolve something and make something better, because everybody's going to claim we did that. Our side did that. Now, how about we sat down together as adults and figure out a way to make it work? There's nothing that the government gets involved with that goes well. From healthcare to jails to health. Freaking look at the laws they passed.
Hey, how do you guys feel about all the hundreds of millions of dollars that Trump's family is making? I mean, he's been in the presidency for about a year, a few 2 months, and his family has already made over closer to $2 billion. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, do you have proof that the income's been made? It's interesting. I think it's across the board, Ben. I think that you look at people like Ilhan Omar that all of a sudden is worth $30 million, or some of the squad members like AOC. Look at Schumer. Look at Pelosi and her net worth. I mean, I think it's both sides have increased their net worth while they're in government. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it's on both sides, and you have to call it out on both sides. Are you okay to do that?
Oh yeah, of course I will. But I think, yeah, of course I'll call it out on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some rotten apples. How did Pelosi get as rich as she got?
Insider trading.
How did Schumer get these people? How did Biden? So Joe Biden was a prosecutor. He didn't come from wealth. He lived in a house in Hocus in Delaware, and during his years in the Senate, okay, all of a sudden amasses like money, wealth, and then becomes a VP. So he's in public office and becomes a multi-millionaire. Explain, where's that money from?
But don't they wrong?
How's that happen?
How many books did Joe Biden publish? I don't know.
From books?
I
don't think so.
Because I know they advanced in $2 million when they, at least when they're at that level and publish books.
While he was in office, you're talking?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm saying. I don't mind you calling it out, but you gotta call it. It's like a virus throughout government, and definitely on the legislative side.
We sold the rights to a future memoir for $10 million. It's a fancy way of saying here's some cash for something.
What year did he do that, Ice?
Let me see if it's got a year on it.
Because he got wealthy, I think, before he did memoirs. I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Look at the salary you make as a member of Congress or a senator, and then tell me how you...
Yeah, it's like 150 or something.
Right. How do you amass... How do you get a beach home in Hocus in Delaware, or how do you get the big house, not in Hocus, the big house in Hocus, into the beach house in, Rehoboth? Like, how'd that all happen? Where'd that money come from? I don't mean to shut you down on what you're saying on Trump, but I think it should be a more global question.
Yeah, I just think that Trump and his family is a little too blatant. I mean, they're striking multi-billion, not even...
They had great wealth. They came in with wealth and businesses. Elon Omar came in with what? How'd she all of a sudden get worth $30 million?
So do you think that...
Sold the memoirs in 2025.
Okay, he sold his memoirs. He had wealth beyond $10 million before 2025. That's my point. Where'd it come from?
Are you talking for Biden?
For Biden.
I don't know. I mean, I think Alex just said that he...
That's 2025, Dan.
2025 to be the money.
He had his beach house in Rehoboth and his big house in Hocus way before 2025. The salary of a U.S. senator all those years, I mean, add it up. If he was in private practice at a decent firm in Delaware, it'd be a shit ton more than that.
Abby, do you know if can the kids of the president make money? I mean, I don't even know how that works.
They have a Chinese wall that he has to separate himself from the investments and from the company, but they can make money. I mean, you can make the Hunter Biden argument that...
Exactly. So I don't think Trump is directly making money. I don't think you can link that to him in any form. I mean, I don't know where you can go find it, I guess, but now his kids are definitely making money, and that's not illegal. I mean, they can do that.
But you guys crucified Hunter Biden for making a couple, is it hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands? His son, Don Jr., he partnered, or he invested in a drone company, which at the time he invested in the drone company was valued at $200 million. Then, some way, he was able to get a $600 million contract with the federal government. Now the drone company is valued at $2 billion. His son is invested in Kalshi and advising Poly Market. They're building like hotels. And, okay, for example, Jared.
You know the funny thing is you can't prove it. The funny thing is you can't prove it.
Can you
That's why you must be quiet. No, but the thing is you can't prove it because I've heard this.
Donald Trump is not invested in a drone company.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time I've heard this before. The funny thing is you can't prove it. You can't fucking prove it. You just lie and lie.
Where is he from?
You're like a Palestinian.
Okay. You know, Sean.
You can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. You expect people to believe what you're saying. You can't prove it. Just put it in the chat.
A girlfriend, can you go stay with your girlfriend or something like that? Please. Okay.
Bro, get the fuck out with your thing and go talk what you want to do. But you can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. Put it. It's not true. It's fake news. It's false.
For $5 billion to invest in his funds.
So
fake news.
So in his defense, when he's talking about Trump and the money that they've made in office, so Trump was inaugurated on January the 20th. Let me see. So it looks like Trump did launch a meme coin.
No, not 20. He got not 2020. He said the 20th of January, right?
Yeah, January 20th. Yeah, 21st. Last year.
So what he's saying about as far as Trump family making like a shitload of money. So Trump did launch a meme coin a few days right before he took office, and most of that money went to, I think he may have some stake, or his family may own the World Liberty Financial Group. So that meme sold over 550 tokens. So when you're looking at those similarities and you're looking at all of this shit as like, and it's totally fine for them to make money, but if Joe Biden got in office, if
that's owned by the UAE, by the way.
Jesus, Mark, can you guys have this guy just keep quiet?
No, because you guys just keep lying, bro. You just keep lying. Tell the truth.
So if Obama or if Joe Biden would have gotten in office and promoted a meme coin or a Bitcoin that was sold through their financial group, it would have been a problem.
But Trump didn't do that. Trump never advertised it.
Trump
never, not one time ever did anything with it. That's the difference. We're saying other people can do it, other people on his behalf. That's the point. Otherwise, you're right. You'd be probably in big trouble. You can't just sit there going, "Oh, I got this meme coin. Everybody buy it at the like a press conference." You can't be doing that, you know.
So on the drone thing that he was talking about, his son bought in late 2024. He does sit on the board. They had defense contracts prior, and afterwards he had to remove himself from negotiations for procurements of any contracts with the defense companies. So that's where it's at. So they had to go in and bid and try to get it with negotiations without Donald Trump Jr. being involved. And people could say, well, he still gets the influence because he's there. Well, okay, let's see. Hey, I'm all with everybody. I didn't think Kristi Noem should have been paying herself for being in the damn DHS ad. I get that people pay themselves all the time for being in stuff like that, but in my opinion, there was things she did I didn't agree with. You don't give it to somebody just because you worked with them. If you're helping to start a company that you worked with before because you worked with them in South Dakota, you say, okay, well, I'd love to, but you got to be there. I'm not going to give you their price, but you got to be cheaper than them. Then I would have been fine with it. But the fact that she paid more to a company that she had worked with, I was completely against that.
Some of it.
If this company did that, then so be it.
Some has to be put in perspective too. Like some of the resort developments, in Saudi, there's 35 hotels going in one like of their master plan cities alone. And there's like every major hotel chain and developers going in doing golf courses and doing, different resort developments. I think from Ritz-Carlton and Hilton and like some of the companies out of Europe, big European hotel chains, the Four Seasons Peninsula, and just go through them. So for him to do a resort project there where many companies are going in. Like everyone wants to single it out. Oh my God, they're doing business in the KSA, but so is everybody else. So, at what point does his hotel company that his kids run have to not do business around the world because every country they work in could be construed that he has a relationship with them? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just.
Yep. I mean, in an ideal world, I agree. I don't think any family should be profiting at this point. They're there to serve at the pleasure of the people, really, at this point. And they call it a day. I agree. But, yeah.
But the whole family isn't there to serve. But I don't think that they should be allowed to invest into certain things. Once you're in, once they're there, let's just say once Donald Trump is elected, they should. This goes back for me. I've held this line for decades. If you're elected, you, your immediate family, and people who are close to you, which they can monitor all that, should not be making suspicious investments in defense companies. Sorry, it's a no. You have a relationship with this person, you could have inside information. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but you can't invest in these deals because they're your friend, your brother, your son, your daughter, your uncle is voting on a contract for NVIDIA to get government grants or whatever it is, So to me, no, they shouldn't be allowed. He shouldn't be. Nobody in Congress, nobody in politics should be. Anybody that has inside information. Hell, Martha Stewart went to freaking jail for it. Let's be real. And then you have politicians who we should hold to a higher standard in that regard. But instead, if you look at their path too, they've always made money. But if you look in the last decade, the level of money they made has gone up just astronomically. Through COVID was ridiculous. And I'm not saying one person that's across the board.
So another question, because I gotta go put my kids to sleep soon, to bed, to sleep. Do you think Trump's priorities, like these days, are what he actually campaigned on? Because a lot of times I see him talking about his ballroom, the arch he wants to build, like doing all the whole not America first, but every other country first. What else? He's not focusing on the grocery prices or inflation or everything he promised he was going to do. Do you think his priorities today reflect what he campaigned on?
I believe he's the same as every president before, and you have teams that are dealing with all of that. I love when these guys go on, and this guy was there with, he was just destroyed. I don't remember who it was. Was it, it might have been MSNBC. I remember the gal's face. I don't remember her name. But she tried catching him on something, and he just leveled her with the facts. And it's just like, they've got people working on all of that. We know they're going to take a short-term hit in these things, but, you got to look at it. You keep letting the bad guy keep building a force, they become more of a problem. So you take the lump in the short run. But damn it, I'll tell you what we need to do is get liquid natural gas going. Why are we not using it? It's clean energy. Way cleaner than coal, way cleaner than oil. We would be the freaking world #1 exporter of it. We import it. You drive through the Midwest and you literally see towers out in the fields burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, just burning it. That's how much we got. Now, look at the infrastructure and building it. How many jobs can be created? Hell of a lot of jobs. How much for people if they invest in it? In the infrastructure, that's where you invest first. Later, you invest in the gas, but you invest in the infrastructure building of it because that's where all the money goes in. We could literally have so much cash. They went down and asked the people, because where we export it, they said, wait, they say it's, or we import it. They said, well, why can't we export it? They say it's dangerous. What's the difference in the process? The guy looked at the person on the camera and goes, no way you turn the valve. And they go, yeah, but why is it more dangerous? It's not. He says the valve turns. You flow that way or you flow this way. The process is exactly the same. So that was a BS claim. Why has not one single president? Now, I'm going to say this. Trump said he was going to open it up, and he didn't. Why? Why are they holding back natural gas? Big oil? Probably. Or is there another reason? They want to get their mitts into it. But the bottom line is natural gas should be flowing. We should be exporting natural gas to everywhere around the world. Point being, where do you think prices would be if we had stuff like that to help?
answer the question, I don't think anybody even heard it.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear.
I said I didn't even know who you asked that question. My biggest concern is I just want this Iranian regime to go. It's been here for 47 years. It's terrible. I mean, I can look like people, my friends in the United States are like, oh, gas prices are like $4 in like, oh, California. But in Brisbane, in Australia at the moment, it's like $9 US. It's double. You know what I mean? So people in California are bitching about $4 and it's $9 here. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Europe, they pay by the liter. It's expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, like a gallon. A gallon in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, it's $9. Tomorrow it's gonna be $9.80 US a gallon. So it's like, oh well, yeah, so terrible. Everything is it's just so fucked up and everything else like that. But we're just like, bro, you gotta get rid of these terrible terrorist people. These people are sick people. They've been there for so long. So it's like when people are just like, oh, they're just like, oh, $4 a gallon is so bad. And I just look at my phone like crying. I'm just like, I wish mine was $4 fucking a gallon. You know what I mean? But it's like $9 a gallon. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me. So like these people, they don't even know what they're talking about, man. Now, and the wages are not so different between the US and Australia. It's not so much different. So they're like, oh, $5, $6, terrible. And I'm like, I'm at $9 soon. I'm gonna be at $10 a gallon. I'm saying it in American terms because that's how I won't say in liters because then you won't get it. But that's dealing with. So what the hell are we supposed to do about it? We want people to go away. I don't give a shit. If I have to pay $13 a gallon to get rid of the Islamic Republic, I'm gonna pay $13. $14, $15, I don't give a fuck. These modern day Fugazi, they have to go. These are sick people. They gotta go. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if the fuel goes to $20 a gallon. These sons of bitches, they've gotta go. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me or not, but that's the way I feel.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we gotta get tyrannical. I have friends that are Muslims, and they're not in any way extremists. They're very cool, down to earth people, no different than me. Right? They're not going to be. They don't get down on their, carpet and pray 6 times a day. Any of that. They're just people. Now the extremists, they're the problem, and they are a small percentage of it. But that right there is a driving force of it. That's where a lot of resources come from for them. That's where a lot of the explosives, the technology that they use, all of that comes from there. And so to get rid of them, it's worth it at all costs, because here's the deal. The last administration raised our domestic terrorism alert to the highest level ever because they knew what was inside the country. Now, you don't just raise it because you just think it's a fun thing to do. You raise it because you have intelligence that says we could have a problem. So they raised it. And it's still up there because we know it's out there. And we've had a few different already. That's minor. If they decide to all of a sudden go off one day, it'll overwhelm the system. Imagine, they can start attacking schools. They can do whatever the hell they want. Little kids ain't gonna be able to fight back. Then you attack a bunch of different schools in one city. Where does your emergency services go? There's not enough fire department to go to all the different schools. There's just not. Right? These people, they've said it for 47 years. You said this, AJ. 47 years. They said death to America. Number 1 is death to America. Number 2 is death to Israel. They said it. When people say it, they want it. Look at it in boxing. When somebody keeps saying, I want to kick Mike Tyson's ass, Mike Tyson finally says, well, let's go. Right? Eventually, you have to try to pop the bully in the mouth. And you do it before people pop you in your mouth.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I only wish that
U.S. citizens could, have a deep understanding of this regime if they knew that what kind of radically maniac lunatics they dealing with. I'm sure they were all, rooting for the war, and they were asking to end this regime ASAP. But the problem is that these guys never lived under their, rulership, and they never lived in Iran, and they don't understand that what his ideological regime is like. And when they say death to America, death to Israel, it is not just it's not just chanting. They are actually practicing it. That's their wish for the last few decades. They've been preparing for this. They put a clock on the it's in the main square of Tehran, a countdown clock for the day that Israel gonna be wiped off the map. And practicing it, they funding all the projects, spreading all their terrorist organization bullshit and everything all over the world and all over the region. So this is something that they need to understand, and and they should know that they are not just. They should know that they have a lot of oil money and they spend it all for. The majority of the oil money goes to their ideology, goes toward. They're fighting with the U.S. and Israel. That's why people in my country, there is the poverty, and there are a lot of poor people in Iran right now, especially in Sistan, Balochistan, Kurdistan, in the border cities. We have a lot of poor people in those areas. And we're talking about a country which is has the third reserve oil in the world, which is second or first in terms of the gas. And it's one of they have a lot of mines, they have a lot of gold and lithium and everything. The country is very rich. But all that money, where does it go? It goes for the good of Iranian people. It all goes to what they dream is. What is this radical, lunatic IRGC and the regime ideology? That's where all the money goes to. They don't even care about their own people. They are recruiting kids right now. They're recruiting 12 years old for IRGC so they can be in the streets. And if there was a boots on the ground or a ground invasion, they can, use them to fight against US, or even if there was a call for Iranian people to come to the streets, they can use those kids to shoot at people. This is what the world is dealing with. But unfortunately, what I see is that a lot of Americans have no idea.
No, I agree with you. I happened to be living in Europe at the time when we had a conflict going back and forth with Libya. I literally had to run from my home because of a bomb threat. families have lived through chaos for a lifetime. It's just almost normal. I'm not saying it's not scary, but it's different when it happens the very first time. It's damn scary, and I don't want it here. The ideology is very scary, and it's here. And the sad thing is, we can't sit and dwell on it. We got to enjoy our lives. But the only time, I don't know how you say if it's Dana or Dana, but when it strikes and it hits home is the only time that it's going to make any sense to anybody. And then the question is going to be this, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, but the question is going to be like, well, why didn't we prevent this? Why didn't we stop this?
Exactly.
We should have won. Japan, go and how many Muslims are allowed in Japan? And when they are, they're watched very, very closely.
They won't do it because people are fucking cowards. The politicians care. Like, if you look in Europe, right, they care more about not being considered Islamophobic, and they care more about the votes of a bunch of terrorist baby makers, and it's fucking disgusting, really. And people are too comfortable too. In general, I mean, if there was like a scarcity of resources, then people behave way differently.
But Pepe, there is a scarcity of resources. This is why rents skyrocketed down here. I know what.
Oh, when I say no, I get what you're saying, but in other words, people would have to be made to feel very uncomfortable, and in other words, it hurts. That's like the level. Having to have roommates and deal with a bunch of other shit and not being able to own a home. All of that sucks, but it's not something that's going to make you like hurt, like in day to day. That is that kind of shit where people really get fighting to start.
Yeah. I've had friends that came from Bosnia and they were just young kids. I didn't believe it. Talking with their parents, 8 years old. My friend had to strap up and freaking fight a war. I was like, I didn't tell him I didn't believe him. I never did. But hearing his parents talk about it, can you imagine what that had to feel like? To be a mom and know that your kids they gotta go. Why? Well, they're gonna die one way or the other. They might as well die fighting, right? It's crazy to me that we are so sheltered from all of that in this world. 12-year-olds in Iran. 12. The 12-year-olds here, they're on their freaking PlayStation, That's it. Their cell phone. They would know the first damn thing about strapping up and going and trying to be a security force.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing that they need to understand. This regime, Iran is a rich country in terms of all kind of resources, okay? But they even sold, they were selling the soil of Iran to the Gulf countries, the Persian Gulf countries, to use it to fund the proxies. All the resources in the country, they look at it as a source of funds for the proxies and for the fight against the U.S. and Israel. That's the way they look at Iran. That's why whenever I speak, I say the regime, Iran is an occupied country. The Islamic regime occupied Iran and took the Iranians as hostages.
Where are you from, if you mind me asking?
From Iran. I just left last year. I lived in Iran for 40 years. I worked for more than a decade in Iran. I worked with the government and in different institutes, but then I was like, the system was so corrupted, I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. So now I was watching, and I don't remember if it was, I flipped back and forth between multiple stations, but I believe it was on CNN. They had somebody that was hit from a bomb in a hospital that they were talking to over there in Iranian, and they were
that every time that we hear the bombs and stuff, it's very scary at first, but then after a few seconds, we start like cheering, like, oh, thanks God, one more motherfucker is gone. You know, that's the way they look at it, because they're attacking IRGC bases and the checkpoints and stuff like that. So when they hear those sounds and stuff, they you know, at first, of course, it's a natural, you know, human behavior that, you know, be scared. They are the same as well. But then after like a few seconds, he told me like every single time after a few seconds, we are chanting, we are cheering, and we are happy that, okay, thanks God, the war is not stopped, and they still hitting these bastards. That's the thing. I mean, my wife's brother also, he lives in Tehran. He says the same thing. I spoke with a couple of friends back home. They have the same, you know, idea as well. They also have the same thing. So most of the people that I speak to in Iran, they are, you know, cheering for the war, and they are hoping that this war will, you know, have I mean, at the end, they're hoping that it will result in toppling the regime, and they don't have to be dealing with this IRGC and the Islamic regime anymore. So that's their hope. That's everyone. That's the majority of the Iranian people's hope right now.
Yeah, I spoke with a gentleman, but he was a linguist for the Marines in Iraq, and you know, I just asked him a couple honest questions. I said, you know, I don't want any politics thing. I'm not going to tell you which side I feel. I just want to know your opinion as an Iraqi, what you thought. They loved it. They loved that we came in. They wish we would have never left the first time. They have family members that got killed because they came out and celebrated. Now, their relatives, he said, didn't get hung in the streets like some of them did. But he said some of them, one of their family members said that they all came out to cheer as American troops rolled through, and some of their friends were hung from light posts. When they came back, the forces saw it, and he's like, no, it was true. But he's, you know, for him, it took 7 years. I want to say it's like 5 or 7 years to get him out. And it was another friend who broke it down to me and said, oh, about his dad. Well, his dad evidently was the one who told us he's in that foxhole over there. So he said for all of those years, they feared they would find out and kill because they would have killed the entire family, you know, because there were still people there who were part of that regime who were held allegiance with him. So they feared for that until they finally got him out. And they said that it was because they had to, you know, verify this. These guys told you where this man was. You get him out. I don't care if you got to send him to get him out. It's better than being there, you know. But just to me, it's amazing that we can use these people for the positions we do, and then we don't get them out when we need to. You know, we leave.
Yeah, I mean, we have the same situation in Iran right now as well. As I told you, the internet is cut off for more than 30. Since the first day of the war, they cut off the internet, and it's been more than 30 days that the internet's been cut off. What kind of what kind of government does that to its own people in the middle of the war, when they need to get the alerts, when they need to, you know what's going on around them? They fucking cut off the internet to their own people, so they have no idea. I mean, if for example, if you go to the older generation, like my parents, or you know, those one who, because the young generation right now, it's very hard. It's either they have to pay for very overpriced and expensive VPNs that they use to, you know, bypass the filtering in Iran for the internet. So very few people, the minority of people they have access to internet right now. But the majority of them, which I say more than, I think even in Netflix, you can see the stats. So only 1% of Iranian have access to internet. 1%. So the majority of people who don't have access to the internet and they don't have satellite dishes and stuff like that, they have to hear the news from the Iranian state TV, which is all lie. Based on their state TV, they are winning the war, and in few days probably they're gonna come to US as well and invade US as well. That's the propaganda in the TV that they selling to their supporters, and the people. Just yesterday they announced that we had attacked. We launched a missile to I think Kuwait or one of the U.S. bases because we killed 400 U.S. soldiers, including more than dozen commanders. This is what was announced in the Iranian TV.
Oh, jeez. Yeah,
I know.
Gives them a whole disillusions them.
I know, but I have the video. Actually, the IRGC speaker man, he came to the TV and he said that all the U.S. bases in the Middle East are destroyed. The U.S. soldiers are running away. Please send us the if you in this region in the Middle East, anyone knows where the U.S. soldiers are hiding or where they ran away to, just send us their coordinates so we can, shoot them. I have the video. It's all in Farsi, but I can put the link in the chat if you want. It was short. It was the official speaker of the IRGC. This is what they're selling people in Iran right now. So, what do you accept from a regime like that? They're terrorists. What can I say? They are not human.
But yet we have people in this country who believe that regime over ours.
So Dana, where are you? Are you Persian?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm from Iran. I lived in Iran for 40 years.
Oh, cool.
During the Mahsa movement, a couple of years ago, it was 3-4 years ago.
With the hijab?
Yeah, for the woman life freedom movement.
I remember.
Yeah, I was in the streets for every call that was made with my wife. We were there, we saw them, we saw how they shoot at people. They are brutal.
Do you think that I can't tell if it's propaganda or not, but I did see that these a bunch of Chechens are supposedly gonna help. They're gonna fight for Iran, and they're gonna, I guess, going there. I don't know if that's true.
I heard that, but what I heard was that they said we are willing to come, but we have no confirmation that they've been deployed. So, but I know that from Iraq, around 200K Hashdu Shabi, they came already to Iran a couple of days ago, and I think Israel also attacked their camp as well in Iran. So I hope they are all dead. But yeah, for sure they policies, and they don't have. That's the problem. 11 years old kid was killed in one of the strikes that was made in the checkpoints, and her mom was very pissed off. And of course, she was crying and shouting that, because of the shortage of the man, the dad took the son, 11-year-old old son, to the checkpoint to help them. And the mom was very mad at the dad was dead as well, but she was like, why they took my son, blah, blah, blah. And she was shouting and crying. They don't have many support. They don't have many, troops and supporters at the moment. That's the thing. They don't have enough tools. I hope the war ends in a way that it's good for everyone. For the US, for Israel, and for Iranian people. I hope it ends that way. Because for sure,
I just think that really it would be amazing to be able to have a positive outcome for the people there. Genuinely in my heart, I think that would be amazing because it would do a lot for the entire region to show, look what can happen.
The thing is that if we have a democratic regime in Iran that's reflect the majority of people beliefs and ideas, we're gonna be the best friend with the US and Israel in that region. We're gonna be your biggest ally in that region. Because Iranian people love Western countries, especially US and Israel.
That would be amazing. Just the security on that alone. Having another potential nation within Israel, or relationship like with Israel, I think would be awesome. Obviously, being at peace with Israel would be awesome.
Yes.
Talk about stabilizing the Middle East altogether.
That's what we are hoping for as well. Actually, I can ensure you the majority of people, Iranian people, are hoping for peace to happen.
Hello? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm just like music shit in the background, so I
my phone.
My studio headphones on.
Well, I reached 24 hours again. It's at 7 o'clock right now.
Very nice.
So another 24 room. And
fucking running room sucks, dude.
It's just hard.
Reach your phone all day.
It's hard, man. It's hard. I don't know. But we lost Beaver, one fatality. So I don't know what to say about that.
Oh, weird. I don't think he even. What did he even say?
I don't know. Well, he got into it with Monica a little bit early in the morning. That was it. I don't know what else.
What do you guys name Clint or you lost?
Count got suspended.
Suspended, yeah. He can't log in.
Okay, guys, thank you for having me, guys. I have to go. God bless America and God bless American soldiers. I hope all the best that
end of this war for everyone.
Dana. See you around.
So it's me and Mr. Matt and Mr. Ice and Pepe for the weekend, y'all.
Yeah. Can't get rid of the stupid phone thing. Ugh.
Is Artemis going off today or tomorrow? To the moon?
I don't even know. When are we going to the moon?
They're supposed to be launching to go around the moon. They're going to go do some tests to, suppose the way it's said, they want to make sure their bodies can take it. And I was like, didn't they take it back in the late 1960s, early 70s? But yeah, they're supposedly taking off.
What's going on, Mr. Resistance? Oh, he must have left. Well, no, freaking.
Hello, how are you doing?
Bring it back 1 second.
Where did Resistance go? I saw him pop up.
Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How are you doing, everyone?
Well, the way you're saying hello, I thought you was trying to remix Ape.
How are you doing, everyone? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yep.
How are you doing, everyone?
Good. You?
And I just want to commend you. Those God tier trolls.
Who?
Commend me for what?
I wanted to commend Anne for her God tier troll.
Dude, Matt, I was gonna tell you, I want you two homeless people fucking fight right now.
That's awesome.
Give them money, Snippy. Give them
I
money.
wish we could see it on video.
Mug fights.
Like it's like I don't know, it's like a crackhead versus a fucking meth head. I'm kind of decided on like casually dropping a baseball bat to kind of see who's really gangster.
Wait, one's black and one's white.
They're both white.
Oh, you said crackhead method.
Yeah, well, I mean crackhead and meth head. They're both fucking white. I just want to see who has the inner gangster. I might drop a baseball bat.
And $20. It was God tier troll, what she did in the other house.
Yeah, and dude, I'm positive, Rich. If I say, hey, $20 to see which one of you guys are gonna fuck, I guarantee you they'll probably fuck each other for $20.
We fight to the death. Sounds like Phoenix.
Why do you clip Beaver, Rich?
Who clipped Beaver?
You.
I wouldn't clip Beaver. Beaver hasn't done anything to me. No, I wouldn't clip Beaver. I have no reason to clip Beaver. He doesn't fuck with me.
Now, I do miss the good Beaver days.
He's probably been hanging out with a communist too long. That's probably what happened.
Who's the
Rich?
Who's that?
Beaver. What's Nippy?
I was gonna say I miss the good old fashioned Beaver days. You know, especially in the winter time, you could jump up. It'd be nice and hairy and warm. Beaver lives matter.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I like Beaver. I mean, he's went a little weird with the whole Beaver shit. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I'm watching
Kid versus Matt Kid fight right now. I'm paying it.
And you gonna stay on mute?
Let's see if we can hear it. Can you hear them yelling?
What?
Aren't you giving us play-by-play?
I said it was God tier troll what you did, Ann. I commend you. I tip my hat to you, sir.
What was the troll?
You kicked everybody from the house.
I did not do that.
Who did?
Baby?
It gets better. The plot thickens. Wait, how is he able to do that?
I have a new house named after me. It's called Make Matt Cool Homeless Again. I don't know if you guys saw it.
No, I didn't.
The BB started it. I'll get a picture of it.
Seriously?
I asked him earlier, I was like, since you're not in the fucking President Trump house, why don't you just fess up to what you did with making me a mod? And he's like, bro, can we just fucking move on?
That was some sleazy shit just to get like, just to try to get like, cause like he's not somebody who usually gets people in rooms, but that's like super sleazy, you know?
Well, he said his justification, we don't have to listen to fucking anti-Semite fucking Pepe anymore. And I was like, all right, whatever.
So he always lets me in his fucking room.
Yeah, but he brings you in there because you bring people, but he doesn't want you to like get anti-Semitic and shit. What I try to tell him. Yeah, try to get.
I don't know what just happened.
Check BTR. Check BTR.
That's what I'm
I
listening
think
to.
that's like, he was like, what, I did it for all the women that are mistreated, and, you know, I'm pro-women, and, you know, women shouldn't be talked to like that.
He calls them bitches and whores.
You guys should be thanking me. And
he was calling Stinny a fucking whore and all kinds of
we got say it right, Stinny.
He was calling Stinny a bunch of names yesterday and kicked her out.
And I'm like, so what makes you think that you have the right to like take over someone else's house? And
Bro, he blamed it on you, man.
You also said I talked shit about Monica. I never did anything of the sort.
That would have been deserving.
No, but I don't do that, so.
Yeah, he was like reading Monica, what he said, a back channel or something of you saying something.
Oh, Monica was screaming, crashing out earlier about me. Will somebody fucking kick this racist motherfucker? Blah, 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 blah. Like, shut the fuck up.
I don't think I ever said. Originally I thought Monica did it, you know? Like, I thought she was doing stuff, because she said the first words out of her mouth were, well, that it's good to have competitive rooms. So it made it sound like she was pro what happened and all that. I'm like, what the hell, dude? What's going on around here, you know? So I'm gonna go with that channel. That's one thing I probably.
Yeah, earlier he's like, you know, fuck it, we don't have to listen to fucking Pepe anymore and his anti-Semitism. And I was like, yo, it's like, since you're not in the house anymore, just like this episode. He's like, bro, can we just move the fuck on? He's like, all right, let's get back to the Iran situation. I just left the room. Who's Jennifer?
She's the white liberal chick.
Oh. Steiny said that BB called her a cunt.
Yeah, no, I think he was abusing her too.
Yeah, of course. It's BB. It's the champion of women.
People are so fucking retarded on this app. I
agree. Matt was being a faggot earlier. There was all the gripers on stage and he wouldn't let me up.
Wasn't it? You could get around.
No, it was the Groypers I was interested.
What I think is funny is though, is you remember how everybody would have like fake outrage about shit, but it's just like these, like a lot of the people on this app are like the sleaziest pieces of shit that would like do and say the worst things. I don't know. I don't even think I can have normal conversations with them. And there's people here that's like, I know that they joke around or that they're just like slimy pieces of shit, and so I'll troll them. I mean, why not?
Everybody enjoyed you in the gay sex shit, though. We all thought that was really funny.
Like, they're gonna call me gay and Mexican. I'll play into it. I don't think. What? Why?
Yes, I do take it in the ass in prison. I'm a faggot. I do suck dick. My butthole looks like a fucking grapefruit. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I pretty much did.
But it's like, fine. I'll be a fucking like whatever you say. Fine. The only reason, like when you troll like that, it's just like, so if they call you those names and you like completely own it, it's just like what else can they attack you with? Like nothing.
Yeah, that's a psych thing from Chillism. When they're like, you bro, you're a faggot, and he's like, I am a faggot. I do suck dick. What about it now, motherfucker? They don't know where to go from it. He's like, I do love sucking dick. I will suck your dick.
And poor Abby, whenever we're talking about Iran, she has to hurry up and change the conversation. Have you noticed that, Matt?
Oh yeah, it's such a trying to switch the topic. She's like,
well, what about the baseball?
She's like, baseball. I was literally just gonna say that. She's like, well, how's baseball doing? Like, it's funny shit. And like nobody switches either. They just keep going.
I feel bad for her because I'm like she's a right winger, but she's like Zionist, and so she's like trying to get along, but she doesn't want to hear it.
Totally. She comes in at a really bad time.
Mostly because it's 24.
It's what?
I'd say because it's 24/7.
But that's what most of the rooms are about. In the hallway.
Yeah.
Did you go over to Adam's house today, Rich?
Yeah, and he wasn't kicking me. And then he mentioned it publicly. He's like, well, Rich, you haven't been kicked from this room. You haven't been moved out of the audience. I'm like, yeah, it's really fucking different. I said, since you used to fucking block every one of my accounts and kick me from the room constantly. And he's like, well, we don't do that here, Rich. You're fucking loud.
We don't do that here.
Yeah, I know when it's Matt and fucking Adam's modding and I get kicked from the room, it's probably
it's Adams. It's not even.
Yeah. That's how I kept testing it. I would intentionally wait until somebody like BB, even when BB and I were having our shit, I would wait till BB would leave the room and it would be like you, Adam, and BB on stage. And then BB would leave, and I'd come up on stage and I'd magically get kicked. I'm like, oh, okay, now I narrowed it down to Adam.
Well, I would get the DM, like, he's like, Rich is on stage, and I kick him. I'm like, what? Maybe too late.
I've never really had an issue with anybody. I mean, like, the only one that I get really good at, there was this kid on Rico earlier, who just popped in every time. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, shut up, stop being an idiot, like, that just annoys me. And then, like, Ben Wannabe will come on, and he's just so anti-Trump that you can't even, he's just like, you're just a Trumper. No, as a matter of fact, like I said, if he pulls out and he doesn't do what he needs to get done, I'm not going to be supportive of that, not at all. So it's like, I'm not one who's just all going to jump in on one side. I'm not that guy, but I am conservative in a lot of my views, and I just firmly believe in them. But like, man, when I like someone like him comes on and they come out with some, theory like earlier today when he was saying that Trump is mentioned 1 million times. Yeah, we're asking, and two Democrats said that. Okay, but I posed it to him and I said, okay, so there's millions of mentions. There's all this evidence of him raping children, like you keep saying. Why didn't the DOJ charge him? Why didn't they? There's not one charge from that list. and they had it for 4 years. And then they want to say he's trying to hide his name, like the Democrats don't know what's on there, And so when they get into that stuff, I just get annoyed right away because it's like, stop being an idiot. Like at some point, you got to realize the reality of it all.
Well, I think it was like a month ago. I was in chillism, and I ended up getting up there miraculously, and someone was talking about something about Trump fucking caught sucking dick or whatever. I mean, I jumped in. I was like, well, Trump probably got that Gawk 10,000. I was like, if it's true, the motherfucker, got the best one. And they were like, what? You fucking hate Trump? Bro, I got kicked in the fucking hallway. I was like, dude, they're dropping the N-word and freaking all this racial shit. I jumped in with a joke, and next thing you know, I got kicked the fuck out. But, yeah, I can't understand Clubhouse. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It seems like every 10th person that comes on just wants to fucking troll. At least Rich will be just straight up, just for like, yeah, he's a goofy goofball to have in a party with you. So I appreciate you, Rich, and Pepe as well. So everybody else, yeah, I don't know if they're taking it serious, but that's just where I look at it.
I've always wondered people's motivation, like why they come online to do it. Like I think it was really weird. It was like the pandemic started, and then I would resort to just like replying to people on in Facebook, like there'd be a news story, and then I would basically end up just responding to the stories, and I would troll quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie, and people would get mad and fight with me, and then it was like, then I went on Reddit, and then I remember there's this thing called like Omegle, because I saw these videos for it, so you could just like type in these random words, and you'd match with people that wanted to talk about one of those topics. And then I did that, and then I heard of Discord, then I went on Discord, and then Clubhouse. And I thought it was super cool. I remember 5-6 years ago, all of a sudden, there's so much stuff going on, and politically things were pretty rocky, and I had some pretty strong opinions and things to say, and it's just all of a sudden I could not fight with people, but debate people and say what I wanted to say, and including if it's offensive, because I have to hear a lot of shit that I find offensive. So fine, fuck these people. I'm going to be offensive to those people. And it was it was really fun at first, but then it gets old. It was I would have to come up with a topic, and then I'd kind of think through my head, what do I want to say? Just all of that shit. But then it's just
you just crash
boring.
out.
I don't crash out that often. But do you remember how intense that?
Wait, you don't crash out? Shut the fuck up, you faggot. Shut the fuck up, you chimp nigger.
But do you? Okay, well, ask Matt if he remembers, or Ian, when the White America rooms were open 4 or so years ago, that. You had people that were straight up black supremacists and nationalists, and people just super strong views that were opposite of us, saying horrible shit, saying they wanted us dead, they want all kinds of crap. And so you got all of these people that had very strong beliefs that were in between, but also on the extreme ends. And that was something I really liked, is having the extremists on both sides in my room. Just as it's just I'm curious, how do these people interact with each other? And what's kind of funny is that the extremists tend to get along with each other, at least in my opinion. The extremists, the black extremists and the white extremists, get along with each other far more than they get along with people that are somewhere in the center. And I think because they understand each other and they intuitively know like what lines can be crossed and can't be crossed. They're mentally they're people from different race, but they're like psychologically kind of oriented.
Yeah, they're both the same retards. That's what you mean.
No, it's a different. They're both aligned in a way. Yeah. So
Pepe, can I ask a question? What was the presidential election that year running up to this last presidential election? I imagine it was probably crazy because even on social media platforms, just in the comment sections were diabolical. So I can only imagine what a open mic platform on Clubhouse would have been like.
It was crazy. Like Clubhouse was kind of crazy back when it was like a lot larger. You had a lot more drama. I wouldn't say it. We just had. Well, I guess if there's more people, there's more drama. But it was just. The really fucked up thing about Clubhouse is it turned super toxic. Like super toxic. The biggest rooms on any given day, up until like maybe 2-3 years ago, were rooms where they were like basically doxing somebody. Or somebody was giving personal details about another person, or somebody got shot for talking shit on Clubhouse, or just stupid stuff like that. And now it's like, people don't really do that anymore. At least
Didn't
that I know
someone
of.
kill somebody on Clubhouse?
It's happened several times.
When in the tell us the case.
Well, what's funny is you're Persian, right?
I'm not Persian. Yesterday.
I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
Okay.
No, well, so there's one notable instance where.
But even if I'm Persian, what's the problem?
What? Because it involves.
I'm not Persian. I'm Arabic. I'm Arabian.
Okay. No. I thought you were this guy.
What's the problem?
Nothing. What I was saying, there was this guy in here earlier named Dana that is Persian. I thought you were him.
Okay. No problem.
Tread lightly, Mr. Arab. Tread lightly.
I have a question. If Trump changed the constitution and he run for presidency in 2028, would you vote for him?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going to bend the fucking rules for one man. He's fucking retarded.
Okay. And my question that I asked last time, what do you think about Trump when he danced while the war is still happening in the Middle East?
I mean, I guess he had an event he was at. I mean, I don't know. It's not. I don't necessarily. I doubt that was something that was scheduled after the war started. But
he's scheduled to dance. He was scheduling to dance.
Back to the story. I want to hear the context of someone someone being shot.
Sure.
Nobody wants to hear this.
Yeah, because it is a case. Tell us the case.
So, okay.
You're Arab and gay as well.
Okay, so
Louisiana room.
Yeah, I'll get to the Louisiana room, but there's this one. All three people that ended up dying were Persian. So there was a Persian language room where these people met, and so there was a Persian guy who was a truck driver who met a woman who worked in tech in Seattle. And
that was crazy. This one.
And I guess they had. I don't know if they were just friends, but I've talked to some of the Persians on here, and they kind of said, "Well, no, I think there was some more going on there, romantically." I don't know, so I really don't know, but I guess he was kind of like obsessed with her. She ended up getting order of protection against him, and he ended up driving to Seattle and then shooting her and her husband. And then shooting himself. All three are dead. Louisiana, this is crazy. These people used to come in my rooms all the time. So I would open a room with one of my troll titles about black people, and then they would. So all of Alabama I love the Alabama black people for some reason. They're like they're so much more like down to earth and humble compared to like black people from let's say other parts.
The rest of the niggers,
Yeah, amazing. I didn't say that, but anyways, so there were several shootings. Like they were filling me in on.
But this case is just for personal reasons.
Bro, interrupting him's not gonna help.
It's not something political.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Muslim faggot.
Yes, it's not for political. We're talking about Clubhouse. We're talking about Clubhouse drama, not political drama. But there was so there's this one girl, and I remember her. She would talk a lot of shit. I don't think she was like involved in like illegal activity, but she was a troll. But she was trolling the wrong people, and they shot up her house. She didn't get killed. And long story short, so then this girl, she had a boyfriend, still talking shit. So one of the guys from Clubhouse, he rolls up on her. He starts shooting at her and her boyfriend. The boyfriend had a gun. The boyfriend shoots back. Now, the guy from Clubhouse that shot at him got killed by the boyfriend shooting back. However, the boyfriend that shot him
go to sleep.
Also ended up getting the boyfriend who ended up shooting the shooter from Clubhouse ended up dying from his injuries too. The woman got shot, but she lived. There's a woman in Washington, D.C. who shot her.
I apologize. This stupid sand nigger won't shut the fuck up. Go ahead,
Shut up. Who shot the other person?
Jesus Christ, he's telling a story.
A guy from Clubhouse.
Shut up, sand nigger.
He's answering the question.
Yeah, I know. God damn it! Don't moderate.
Yeah, stop, sand nigger.
He's stupid. He's taking your rule.
The guy who shot her. Okay, Rich, I can't respond to him because you keep on responding.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
neglect him. Just neglect
him. So this woman that would say bad things to people on Clubhouse. It was a guy on Clubhouse that ended up shooting her and her boyfriend first.
Okay, and then the boyfriend has a gun and he shot towards the guy from the Clubhouse.
Jesus Christ! Ask the question.
Shut up. Who shot the other? Who like?
I think he's the one that's trolling you, Pepe.
Shut up, Liam. Shut up. You are stupid. Okay. Who injured the other one first?
So the guy from Clubhouse shot the boyfriend first, and the girl first.
And the girl got killed.
Bro, 20 questions, Jesus.
Squiggle line. Hey, Mr. Squiggle line, can you just listen? Quit asking.
I'll tell you what.
Shut the fuck up.
You can Google Birmingham, Alabama shooting Clubhouse app. You can Google it.
Yeah, Google it. Stop asking questions.
And so like it will have the details. Gosh, there was a woman that was talking shit. There was a woman in D.C. that was, goddamn, dude, Rich, I'll have to remove you if you don't stop. Like, holy shit. But there was like a woman in D.C. talking shit to another woman in D.C. Because, often you have rooms that are regional, kind of like the Louisiana one. And they ended up, this woman came over to her house and just shot her. And that was it. There's a bunch of other ones. And there's a lot of fights because there was Telegram and Instagram, but the Telegram one had the more graphic videos, but it was I forget the name of it.
Squiggly line dude, hold patience. Pepe, I just want to bring some noticeable information. From what your story said about the Persians, those Persians had more fucking balls to pick up an arm and fight each other than the Iranian people do in their own country. Damn. Fucking Clubhouse Persians are more fucking toxic and willing to fight for something on Clubhouse versus in their own country.
They're more brave than the Arabs, too.
What do you think about that, squiggly line dude?
they are brave than the American people who cannot open the Hormuz Strait also in the Middle East. Why do you think that Trump and the American army cannot control the Hormuz Strait?
Well, they can if they wanted to. Hold on, he asked me.
He's taking over your role.
Why do you gotta keep asking questions? Seriously,
So I would say this. Look, here's the problem. So you've seen certain problems, like whether it was Vietnam. Could we defeat Iran if we wanted to? Obviously, but that would mean you have to send in a lot of Americans. There will be some casualties. It will cost a lot of money. Is that going to be popular whatsoever? No. What we've done so far is very unpopular in America.
Yeah,
and so we are not going to. Are we going to go in there? Are we going to go in there and stomp them full force? No, we can't.
These squiggly lines. Are you rooting for America?
Actually, it's because the Americans themselves, they don't want.
Did I say Amelia?
What the fuck?
Squiggly lines. Are you rooting for America?
I have the right to.
No, I was asking the guy who was just speaking. It was his turn.
Why you are
we were asking squiggly Arabic line guy.
Give me.
If he's rooting for America,
man. Give me moderator. I will.
Oh yeah, you'll kick me and then I'll be gone forever, right, man?
I will not kick you.
Okay, hold on.
I will stop you too.
Amelia hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, let Amelia talk. Go ahead, Amelia.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, and he started. Oh my God, your mother is Sharmuta. What the fuck? He's cursing me.
His mom is a dirty Sharmuta.
Liam, talk about his.
Yeah, she fucked Amelia last night.
Oh, no, come on.
All right, that's enough. I'm trying not to send you to the audience. You gotta let her finish.
Everyone will hate you.
Camel to start working. Do you clutch start a camel to go to your neighbor's house or something? I don't know.
Where from, Liam? You are lab. Do you know what the meaning of lab? You are lab.
Just so you know, Stippy used to carpet bomb all your people.
Lab, big lab.
Yeah, I used to put my ball sack on your people. My God.
Shukala, Anshula, Habibi. Quiet.
Amelia, go ahead.
Yeah, I said that Americans, they do not go to war because they are against what is happening right now. So that's why that there is no Americans fighting Iranian right now. It's all about missiles and.
Stop. Shut up.
Wait. Who's against the war?
She said we're not fighting in Iran. We haven't dropped 6,000. Hit 6,000 targets.
No, hold on. Let her speak.
What the fuck? But most of the Americans, they are against the war right now. They are not Trump. They are not with Trump. Most of them.
9 million people. 9 million people
balls.
Oh God.
But what she's saying is correct. If you look at the polling, it's like there's a 23% approval rating for the war in Iran. I'm talking about people across the aisle. So it is unpopular, and even amongst us on the right that thinks this was fucking retarded and stupid. And I would not let any male family member of mine go into the military for this stupid shit.
What about female?
No, absolutely not.
Why not, bro? What the fuck? Aren't you about equality?
No, I'm not.
Straight up, bro. Women don't deserve rights. I agree with you.
But, I
deserve rights. Yeah, continue.
You said, Amelia?
I said your mother do not.
My mother straight up told me women don't deserve rights.
Yeah, my mom's dead.
You guys can't just. So, Amelia, what neck of the woods are you from? Your accent.
Iran.
She's a diaspora Iranian, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I'm Egyptian.
Where do you live?
I live in Egypt.
Oh, you don't live in Europe.
Oh, Egyptians live in Egypt.
That's the Coptic language that they try to destroy and eliminate.
Who is Liam? I would like to know who.
Okay, Liam.
This guy is where are you from, Liam? You asked her and she answered.
I do want to let the Muslims in the room know that I personally am a crusader. I do think we should take back all of the lands, whether that includes our holy lands.
Which lands?
Israel.
Well, school lands is a homosexual.
Stop.
Shut up. Okay, now you gotta go to the audience. You just don't know.
You gotta let them talk, bruh.
So I'm against all lands that were Christian that have been bastardized by non-Christians. So all of North Africa.
That was Jewish land first.
I want to take over. Hold on, guys. Chill out. So I personally.
Enough.
No, now bad.
Okay, so the thing is, if we're gonna go with
I want to take over North Africa. Okay, Turkey would also become Christian again. Israel would become 100% Christian again. Syria, yes, all of it needs to be Christian again.
We'll kill you before we go back to the game.
You can't do millions of us.
You can't do
And you should give the America to the native people again also. If you cleanse again, you want to give them.
No. I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to them.
You're going to give it to them? Okay. Give it
yes, in the form of a slave colony. Yes, absolutely.
You will give their land to them?
Yes, we're going to give the entire Middle East back to the Jews.
Okay, come to Egypt and if you come to Egypt, I promise you, we will give you the land.
No, you won't. You will
give it to you. Come on.
No, you will be sent back on the camel you rode in on. Just kidding. You still take your camel too.
Amazing. We'll give you a big land, a very big land, a very big, strong land. Don't worry. Come on.
I told you, Squiggles.
He's gonna give it to you, but you know what? Pepe, I think terrorists like you deserve the death penalty.
And I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Look at this angry. He said I deserve it death penalty. Look at this angry Jew. Wow. I thought you guys were a religion of peace. You Jews.
No, Naphtali's a fucking Arab.
They passed the law to kill Palestinians.
Naphtali's a fucking Arab.
Oh, Naphtali's an Arab.
Yeah,
why are you dick sucking for
Arab? Is he an Arab? What's going on there?
No, he's cutting a watermelon. You don't get it.
He's just trolling, bro.
Watermelon. He's got 29 friends. He's cutting a watermelon.
Welcome.
The biggest problem we have, hold on everybody, the biggest problem we have, okay, is that there are demonic people, evil people, non-believers, people, okay, you're going to have to go down if you do that one more time. So please don't do it. So I'm trying to do the Lord's work here. And so do we have people that have lost their way? The only way we're going to have peace on this earth is for everybody to be Christian and accept Jesus as our Lord and Savior. If you're unwilling to do that, well, then I cannot save your sorry ass whatsoever. I'm sorry.
How about Jewish people?
Jewish people
under
need to
your
be
feet,
saved.
under your feet, or where?
No, they can become Christians and be one of us.
If they refuse,
my lost Muslim brother, you can become one of us if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
You pay the jizya.
We all accept. If Jewish,
and we will subjugate you.
Shut up. If Jewish people refuse to be Christian, what will you do with them?
Well, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't answer that right now.
You should answer. You are the Lord now. You said you are the Lord.
I'm not the Lord. How dare you? How dare you? That is blasphemy. Like, how dare you?
No, I'm just like joking. If you have the control of the land and you take over the land and you have all the people,
and you know it's not
some
the
Jewish people.
The RTC is falling to
some Jewish people.
That's not the
Jews will need to accept Jesus Christ to be able to put a church.
Some Jewish people.
No, all of them need to accept Jesus Christ.
All right, okay. If you had to choose one or the other, Muslims or the Jews?
Well, hold on. And look, what I want to do is I want to go to Iran. All of those mullahs. I volunteer to do this. I'm going to shave all of their beards. I'm going to make them nice, well-groomed Christian men, and we are going to. We're going to make them
also. Like Christian have beards.
Some of them do.
Some of them do. Your nuns. They
Okay, you're welcome. Come to the Egypt and
we're gonna do the same thing to the
you're
students.
welcome. Just take like
It needs to be a Coptic empire.
book it and come and do whatever you want.
Pepe, you guys can barely take over.
We're gonna welcome you, baby. Just come.
Habibi, come to Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the Christian men.
Cairo.
This is proof that Jesus Christ is king and that our religion is the true religion. Since the time of Jesus, we have dominated every other group of people because what we do is holy. We have dominated the Muslims. We've dominated the Jews.
Yes,
We've
come
dominated
and
everybody.
Come. Just come to Egypt. Just book a ticket and come to Egypt and we will welcome you and you can do whatever you want.
Christians all day.
You know, Christian people in Egypt will welcome you so much.
Oh, of course they would.
So much.
Unfortunately, the Jews in Israel, when they turn that Star of David into a nice cross, they're not going to be happy with it, but we're saving them. We're going to have them accept our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Christian people will be happy with you. You know,
Have you ever watched the Arabs
there is a guy
drink the camel pee and bathe in it?
That's because they need to find Jesus Christ. It's the only reason they drink the camel piss.
Pepe, the camel starts missing, and they put their hands together like they're cupped in water, and then they pour it all over their hair and stuff like that.
That's very unholy. Very. Maybe they need an exorcism. Maybe they need to take a trip to the Vatican. I don't know, but we will cure them.
Camels? Wait, guys, I want
You guys drink camel piss. It says in your sunnah that they want us.
Amelia want to talk. Shut up, Liam.
Yes, Liam, if you're on.
Yeah, but she's a foreigner.
When it comes to Egypt, tell us how.
No, I love the Arabs. Jesus taught us, unlike you animals.
Jesus, bro. Jesus
Okay, unlike all of you animals. Hush. Unlike you animals. Hush.
How much?
Unlike all of you. Okay, I gotta mute everybody. It's you animals. Look at this. This is what happened when you don't have Jesus in your life. You don't have control. You can't stop. Now, Jesus, we are all God's children. Jesus wants us to love each other. And I love you people, even though you backwards camel jockey diaper heads don't love us. And even though you tiny hat wearing, conniving keebs don't like us, we're trying to save you. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to do.
Just come to Egypt.
Israel could slaughter you guys for us, so it's not really a big deal.
Well, they're gonna slaughter you soon. Don't worry about it. Try to go there and try to speak against
Oh, okay. So Israel can slaughter us.
fuck you up. They will fuck you up.
Israel loves Pepe.
Do you think they're gonna do if you're a Christian or not? They're fucking Americans. They're gonna fuck you up.
Look, the Israelis love Pepe because Pepe hates Muslims.
What about you, Lama? Did you take your wife to swinging club before?
You mean he is a little
I'm sure you did before, right?
angry racist?
يا مودريتور في واحد بلبوس على البانل يا جماعه.
Okay, you guys need to stop speaking that demonic language in this room.
Okay, Phoebe, can I ask you something? How much can I pay you and you become?
You want to suck and
You cannot pay me. I'm a child of God.
You have a price.
No, I do not. No, I don't. Unlike you Arabs. You dirty Arabs have a price.
Bro, he wants your back.
Most of Americans, they sell their soul.
You ungodly Arabs. You still to this day chop each other's heads off on the fucking street. You guys have ungodly consumerism. You buy flashy brand label shit. Yeah, you like to show off your sports cars. You can spend the most amount of money on a license plate with the first number. All acting like you're a pious Muslim. But what you end up doing at the same time is you have exceptions for yourselves where you guys get to do booze, you get to do hookers, you get to shit on the faces of OnlyFans whores. But you guys are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
Phoebe. You have a tiny cock, I'm sure. That's why you're so angry.
I have a much bigger cock than you people.
You have a fucking tiny cock, man.
Okay, let's sword fight, bitch. Let's sword fight.
No. I'm not gonna do
My
that.
dick's a lot bigger than yours,
I'm gonna do it
bitch.
with your lady, man. I'm gonna do it with your lady, not you, of course.
No, she won't.
Why would I fucking do?
How can you have your short little tiny dick with the fucking quarter-inch cubic turtleneck end up penetrating my woman. It's not gonna happen, dude. It's not gonna happen. She probably left. She'd be like, "Oh my God, are you trying to drill me? Are you like a little Arab trying to drill me for oil? Oh my God, that's so cute." And it wouldn't get in.
Did I touch you?
Please, we are not built the same, sir.
Did I touch your G-spot? Yeah, PP.
We're not built the same.
Angry, man.
Just relax.
Wait, you're not built the same.
You look like very angry. You look like have a weak.
Just remember, the male G-spot is the prostrate, guys.
I believe he's jealous of Arabian people. You can't be Arabian.
Super angry like that.
Yeah, but you Egyptians aren't Arabic, so like I'm embarrassed. What? The women have unibrows naturally. Their women are hairier from Europe. They're like, what is there to be happy about? You know what's funny is Arab women try to look like European women. Because European women are obviously a lot more attractive. No, ew.
Arab men have little dicks because that's why they fuck goats.
Ew.
If you come to Middle East and Israel kick your ass,
you wanna come and visit Egypt?
No, we don't accept the Christian.
I know they don't accept Christians, and that's where
Pepe into Israel.
Jewish people.
Yeah, the Crusades were against the Jews and the Muslims. Okay, I'm not naive enough to think that the Jews are our allies, because at the end of the day, you cannot be a true ally of mine if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Well, that's your choice. You choose whatever the fuck you want.
No, you're not, you stupid, dirty Arab.
Christian in Israel to
Why do you have a false prophet? Why do you have a false prophet? That is so demonic. That is so disgusting.
Why are you so angry? You're gonna be so.
You need to accept Jesus Christ.
Lammy, come suck my cock.
Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, faggot.
And then Pepe is gonna jizz all over your face.
Lammy, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love this.
He wants to fucking go, guys.
See, look at this Muslim. He's saying gay stuff. He's talking about how a man will like the taste of his cum because
fucking idiot.
You are literally demonic. You are demonic. The Prophet Muhammad has put demons inside of you. Just like he put demon cum stains on Aisha's dress. You filthy fucking diaper head.
Muhammad is burning in hell.
PD, where are you
Why
from?
do Arabics fuck goats?
I'm from Arizona.
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
You're not gonna say Arabs.
I mean, a goat is about just as hairy as an Arab woman, but slightly more attractive. Why wouldn't they fuck goats?
Overheat in Arizona. So much people. Where you live? Phoenix or what?
They love fucking little boys too, Pepe.
Well, fuck Phoenix.
What's up, pussy? You gonna come here? You gonna show us you pull up?
Fuck you up if I can.
Oh, you really? Oh, wow.
It's crazy.
Oh, no, you fucking up. I'd love to see you pull up. Tough guy.
Give you your address. What is your address? I'll come for you.
What is your address, foreigner?
That's 6139.
You calling people foreigner and
I live in Washington State, you idiot. You think I'm fucking afraid of you?
Nobody's gonna be here. Well, that's fine. I don't threaten people on the internet that you pull up to their house like a fucking retard.
I started to hate Arizona because people like you. If all the Arizona's residents are just like you people, then fuck Arizona, man. I fucking hate racism.
Fuck you. No, you know, Arizona's largely a lot of Mexicans here, and they're also Catholic. They'd also take part in the crusade.
When did Arabs become a race? How is he racist?
Yes, I smell his ass from here.
When did Arabs become a race?
He doesn't wash his ass after he shit. Yeah, he doesn't wash it.
You guys don't wipe your asses after you shit because Allah forbids it. What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, you know what's really disgusting is that you people have. Okay, hold on, diaper head. What I'm trying to say is that you guys just imagine this. I'm trying to put a picture in people's life because most of us we don't have these gross, dirty Arab genes, and so imagine they take a nasty, steamy shit. It smells like, you know, of course they were eating hummus. Yeah, lots of all of this.
I'm sure you did.
All of this gross shit, falafel, all of that shit.
I'm sure you did.
They take these steamy shits, and of course it sticks all over their ass hairs because these people are hairy as fuck. You know that's why they smell. Their breath stinks. Okay, and imagine all of this shit is like caked on their ass hairs. Like these people are disgusting. These people are so unholy. They need to go into a church. They need to wipe their ass with toilet paper, and they need to get on a pew, and they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. You filthy fucking Muslims. You know, you people are dirty. You people are dirty. You're backwards. You need to find Jesus Christ.
You are.
No, shut up, you dirty fucking you Mohammedan. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Last time you did do.
Shut your fucking mouth, you dirty Mohammedan.
Your last shower probably was 2 months ago, right? Your last shower was 2 months ago. I smell your shit here, you fucking idiot.
No, we smell a lot better than your people.
Dude.
Where are you from? Dravin.
Okay. Why are you so angry?
Where are you from, Dravin? You dirty diaper head.
I'm from fucking Washington, you idiot.
You're from Washington?
You wanna come to me?
Where are your parents from?
You wanna come
No, I'm asking your nation of origins.
Where are your parents from?
Where are your parents
Where are your parents from?
Yeah, my parents are born here. Where were your parents born?
Right? Where they came from?
Yeah, well, I mean, you speak English with an accent, so obviously your parents are born here.
Yeah. How many languages?
You're a Rocky dude?
How many languages you speak?
There's only one type. There's only like two
languages. How many?
Hold on, you dirty ape. There's only two types of Rockies that are cool, and those are the Chaldeans and Assyrians. They're the only people that are human beings that live. Yeah, all of you dirty Shia and you fucking Sunni Muslims who don't accept Jesus, you guys are filth. You guys are fucking disgusting. That is why the Christian world went into Iraq and we crushed you within days. And all of your Muslim, all of the Muslims across the world did nothing about it. They just watched us Christians do the work of the Lord, and we dominated you people.
So
where's your just and merciful Muhammad? He's nowhere to be found. One of his Jesus Christ is king.
I have a question for you, seriously, man. Do you think using this language, speaking to us, you're gonna invite people to Christianity and they're gonna fucking?
No, I think you're going to hell no matter what. So I don't really care.
No, I think you should speak this way to everyone. Just arguing with you, fucking idiot.
Man, he needs to be fucking learn how to study.
He needs to wash his ass. He probably didn't wash his ass in his whole life.
Why are the Arabs getting so
mad? Like the other fucking Americans.
Okay, you shut your filthy Arab mouth. You know what? This is the thing. You know what's really funny? Is the Persians had warned me about you people. I'm talking about before I even knew anything about Islam. They talked about how, like, you know, basically Arabs are monkeys, which is true. The Persians are a lot smarter than you people. The Turks think you guys are monkeys, which is true. They're a lot smarter than you guys too. Now, what's really funny is we can look. What is the Gulf Arab states? Nothing. They innovate nothing. They have oil wealth. That's all they have. They innovate not a goddamn thing. The Persians are actually rather industrious and can invent shit and create shit. Same as the Turks. But you have you fucking monkeys with oil wealth. You people are stupid. You are dumb fucking people. Fuck you.
Guys, don't speak in name. Holy shit. Have you studied math, bro?
Iraqi soldiers are pussies.
What Iraqi? Idiot. Who's you talking to?
You have trauma from
Iraqi. I'm pretty sure his mom would have a different opinion about
that. Do you support the war that's happening in Iraq?
No, I'm absolutely against it. I'm not for this Jewish war.
That's good. Then we agreed on something, man. Let's.
You know what, bro? Fuck you and your eyebrow.
If we are agreed on something, that's something that's you know, it's gonna make us speak about something, you know. So
Pepe, how much do you love Egypt?
I love the Coptic Egyptians. Everybody else can go to hell.
The Muslims.
You love what?
Bro, I can lay down to the pyramids.
What about the Sunni Muslims that are pedophile prophet?
Shut up, stupid idiot.
Who you love? Who you love again? Say again.
Pepe, how do you feel about
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
Don't say how do you feel about Prophet Muhammad?
Do you have any Christian Egyptian friends?
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
Do you have any Christian Egyptian friends?
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
Do you have any Christian Egyptian friends?
I've talked to
Draven is Egyptian.
Have you ever visited Egypt before?
I would never go to such a dirty shithole.
Well, you still love. You just said that you love.
Yeah, but they're Christian. They're my brothers in Christ.
Why would you?
Big for Ashura.
Do you know that we have one
He will hide you.
Do you know that we have one of the oldest churches in the world?
Yeah, the Muslims are taking over.
Why would you?
They're not colonizing.
Why would you? Civilization. Christians and they live peacefully. But they probably live peacefully more than Americans here.
What were the options you gave the Christians there? They can either leave, pay jizya,
They live freely, man.
or they can have a duel.
Yeah, we were making
That's
you
why you speak
pay
like idiots, man.
fees,
Like
yeah.
other.
No, that is literally what happened. Like, it's so fucking retarded.
You speak nonsense, man.
Yes, it's not nonsense. Yeah,
This is something that's actually been litigated. I've been in rooms with the Egyptians, including cops. They absolutely they agree that, like, yes, they're under Islam. They were given
Yes,
three
right.
primary options.
Because
Like,
we are strong.
Hey, Jizzy, a converter guy. So Pepe, how do you like if you had a time machine and you could go back and visit Prophet Muhammad? What would you do?
Didn't speak. I don't know.
What would you do, Pepe, if you were face to face with Prophet Muhammad?
He would be like fucking slave.
I would call an exorcist. I'd call an exorcist.
He's fucking afraid to give me his address. This idiot, he is afraid to give me his address, and now he's speaking against Muhammad.
That's what fucking
You're a fucking coward, dude. He's a fucking coward like you, man. He's a fucking coward.
That's from
I'm totally scared of his own shit.
Shut up.
You can
I will give you my address. My address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue,
I don't give a
Washington,
shit.
D.C.
It doesn't sound like
I'll show up at my house right now, bitch.
for me.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and I live in Washington, D.C.
Your mother is with you?
She's there right now at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Fly there right now.
Okay, thanks. We'll visit you.
Fight me, you faggot.
It doesn't sound like
When you
correct.
shoot stand there with a knife for a gun and scream Allahu Akbar.
Is your mom married, Leona?
Okay, I want to say a prayer,
1600 Pennsylvania.
guys. Dear Lord Jesus, I'm sorry for making fun of God's fellow children. You know, which please don't say that word in the presence of Jesus while I'm praying. But I am praying that you save these wayward people so that they will accept you and that there can be peace on this earth. Amazing. All right.
Oh, I'm saved. I'm so fucking saved.
I'm praying you to heal Sadie.
I'm so fucking saved, baby.
See how peaceful?
You just saved me, idiot.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that was me being nice and not saying anything insulting, right? Yeah. But then if this was Muslim, it'd be like, because you guys don't use musical scales, okay? You just do retarded shit, and then it would have like this guy with a lot of reverb speaking in Arabic. And then all of a sudden, it'd be like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Then all of a sudden, it'd show a guy dressed in black, covering his face. And then it would show a guy in orange. And then it would show, like, him taking a blade in 4K, slitting his fucking throat. And, that kind of stuff. And then it'd be like, that's what they would do. We are not built the same. We fight in the name of Jesus. We fight in the name of peace and justice. You fight in the name of barbarism. You fight in the name of being
I did hurt you feeling so much, baby. I did hurt you feeling so much. That's why I'm sorry.
Child raping, woman beating, pieces of shit.
So we have a question for you. Who
do you have a sister?
The Native people. Do you have the British people didn't kill the Native American?
No. Most of the death was through disease. Most of the death was through disease.
It is their land, and you will.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the Aryans. Okay, my grandfather is French. Okay, and he fought in the French-Algerian War. He stuck many Arab dicks in the dirt by shooting them dead.
Hopefully he has been killed.
I have family members that served in the global war on terror and put many of your dicks in the dirt. Okay, we are fighting the holy war against you unholy.
I'm sure your grandfather
diaperheads.
is burning in hell now. He's burning.
No, he's not. Yeah, because he doesn't believe in the Prophet
You just said
Muhammad.
that he killed people.
In a word, dumbass.
Dumbass.
Yes, against infidels that did not. There are apostates that believe in this false
I know you
prophet.
think he's not in fucking hell, you fucking idiot.
No, you guys are literally infidels. You like to call everybody else. That is you. You are apostates. You are
that he's fucking. He is in heaven.
Yes. Unlike anybody in your family, because you're a dirty Arab, Muslim.
Let's let
me speak. No, we killed way more of you people, you fucking faggot. Shut up and let Steppy speak.
Ignorant bitch.
I put my address in the chat. I bet you want to show up.
What? What did you say?
I put my address in the chat. I put my address in the chat.
Steppy was in the military for many years. I don't want that smoke.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
You're not gonna fuck anybody else.
No, I'm gonna come for him. I'm gonna give him a
Okay, show up, tough guy.
I did have a question though. I did have a question. Y'all is so with the we see what I hate to say it this way, but the Islamic folks are trying to do. Do y'all think they're gonna take over America?
Who said that, Sword?
No, I'm asking.
You asking who?
I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
Are the people who practice, I guess, what would be considered radical Islam? Do y'all think they're gonna take over the United States?
Who cares about radical Islam? Who talks about radical Islam now?
I'm asking.
They don't believe in radical Islam because these are radical fucking donkey fucking Muslims themselves. Shut the fuck up, baby. You shut the fuck up, you fat motherfucker. Shut up. Fucking shit my cock. Dog me. Shut up. Fuck you, goddamn camels. I'll make you give that camel a fucking
fucking idiot.
While it's in your mouth,
as well. Fuck up.
It'll be upgraded. It's your input in your ass. Suck my fucking dick.
Fuck you, fucking idiot. What makes you think, Sword, what makes you think that we believe in radical Islam?
I didn't say you did.
That we hate Christians. Do you think that we hate Christians, Sword?
I started with asking you a question.
Yeah, what is the question? Because I didn't understand. This fucking idiot PP need to shut up. Go ahead, Sword.
What you say, Darsh?
I'm saying, are you African American?
I think it's getting dipped down by the American military.
We're not African American, of course. We're not African American. We are from the same continent.
Why did you guys were the number one cause of deaths of African Americans was literally the Arabic slave trade. What the fuck are you talking about, you piece of fucking shit? You guys don't treat black people as the same in North Africa. Like, this is so goddamn stupid.
Give me your address, people. Give me your
address. You piece of shit.
I'm not
I love how you try to casually make this inroads with this blood gentleman.
Give me your address.
So I can give you some background.
You know what's funny? Here, I'm gonna make an observation. You know I said earlier, people talk about how the Arabs are monkeys. They're literally, no, you guys are literally subhuman in comparison to them, which I do think is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. The Persians are much more successful than you guys, much more. They're much older than you guys. But you know what's funny? It's for like the last week or two, we've been having nothing but like mainly Persians in our rooms. And the Persians are so much more eloquent, well-behaved, nice. They're a lot less violent. They're a lot more normal. You people act like monkeys. It's like the difference between Persians and Arabs.
Just like you.
It was like I was in a civilization that was civilized. No, I went into into a fucking zoo. You dirty fucking Arabs. I think they're right. You guys are monkeys. You guys are monkeys.
You're from the desert. That's the first thing. And second thing, people, do you even have a nerve to look at yourself how you look like? Fucking idiot. You keep mocking these people, everyone. Do you have a nerve? Shut up, PP. Shut up. What the fuck is that? PP. Do you have a nerve to look at yourself how you look like?
You look like monkeys in your hair.
Rate yourself.
The Turks make you guys look like a bunch of retards.
Rate yourself. From 1 to 10, rate yourself, PP. From 1 to 10, rate yourself. Come on.
Rate myself
You keep calling everyone monkeys and everything.
I'm being too, but I am still better than you.
Do you think that you're handsome?
I am a handsome man.
I just want to say I'm not a homosexual, but I would fucking off at mom.
That's the funny thing is he's like, do you think you're a handsome man? But the reality is that like I don't know, I can't see this guy's picture, but I've never had a problem getting women. That's the funny part.
With no dick.
But unlike you fucking 5'7" Arabs, okay, with hair all over your bodies, to trap the scent of the odor, the nasty fucking odor, you stinky fucking people.
Are you gay, PP? Are you gay?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Who the fuck looks at an Arab man that says good boys? Never.
Pull down. I have a question. Why did you guys did like that thing which is called Jim Sweep?
Called what? The gyms? What is it called?
The gyms?
It's called I think what he's saying is, I can translate. Hold on. What he's saying is that I'm not a homosexual, but I would fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass and I'd come and say it.
You mom has been How many type person fucked your mom there?
I'm gonna fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass.
Who are the biggest bunch of faggots? Was it Alexander the Great or was it the ancient Egyptians? I don't know.
Did your mom visit?
Just kidding. It was the ancient Egyptians. They were the biggest faggots in the world.
He actually thinks that everybody gives a fuck about it. He's like,
PP.
Who's letting this Indian man talk?
Are you calm now? PP.
You don't think everybody cares. You know, Draven, it's past Ramadan. Why don't you go blow yourself up for Allah?
He's a sub-Saharan African from Sudan. He doesn't speak for us Christian, even though he's a brother in Christ. So I pick him over any of you savages, you savage Mohammedans. You guys are demonic people. Do not like it.
I think there's an Arab guy raped you while you were young.
No, Arabs here, Arabs are a lot smaller than us. They can't fight us. We dominate Arabs. We've always dominated Arabs before. Yeah, you're fine.
Even the gas in your mom car.
No, that gas is God given in land. Arabs did not invent gas. Arabs did not invent gas. That is the problem with Arabs, is that they have a God-given natural resource, just like being the most retarded, least innovative people, and they have money because of that. So you guys are not like the Persians. We're actually smart.
Oh my God.
Baby, I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead. Yes.
You said that Persian and Turk are stronger than Arabs. My question is why or how Arabs have beaten Turk and Persian and turned them to Muslims.
You guys did that. You guys did do that to an extent, but at the end of the day, they're their own identity. Just like how it's like asking how do we turn people into Christians? Okay, it's much like asking how did we turn people into Christians. However, if we were to look at the Western European Christians in particular that have dominated the globe for the last 500 years, nobody denies that. Yes, there's a specific groups of Christians, unlike, let's say, the Filipinos, which are not very powerful Christians, or Mexicans, which are not very powerful Christians, but Western European Christians can clean everybody's clock. And the Turks are Muslims, as well as the Persians that are Muslims that are much smarter and much better than you Arab Muslims.
But they became Muslims because of Arab. They changed it now. Arabs changed it. Arabs changed the religion. How come you say?
You have an inferiority complex because you're dumber than the Turks and the Persians. It's not my fucking fault, asshole. Go cry to somebody else.
And they're even stronger than the Christians in Egypt because
that's why you guys are pieces of shit. Amazing.
That's why you're a piece of shit as well. I don't know why you're so wild people till now. Hey guys, 1 second.
You have
100 What's up, man? Okay, so everyone, if you guys can do me a major favor. Yes, a big favor here. Okay,
let's talk, man. Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, appreciate it. So one of the things I would like to find out, if you'd like to put in the chat, what countries are each one of you from? Number one. And number two, this is very important for all of us.
They're all from Egypt.
Yes, we're all from Egypt.
They're all from Egypt. They all follow each other.
I'm not from Egypt.
Everybody shut the fuck up and let Edward finish. God damn.
Okay, because guys, I will start dropping people because we can all talk. I mean, for me.
Sure, go ahead. I swear to God, I'm fine now.
Okay, so what I like to do, because I don't know what language some of you speak.
Arabic.
Arabic, Egyptian. Okay, hold on. Let me finish, please. I like for you to put it in the chat so that I can read it. What country you're from? Do you speak Egyptian, Farsi, Turkish, whatever? So I can learn, okay? Because I like learning. Okay, it's just a whole different approach, guys. I've been to 54 countries around the world.
What is it exactly you want to learn, Edward?
Will you shut the fuck up and let him finish? You goddamn
fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Fucking stupid. What the fuck is wrong with you? This guy, this fucking heat, man. It's fucking. Go ahead, Edward.
Okay, everybody, let Edward, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Let Edward finish his fucking point. Everybody, off their. Okay, Mike. I mean, Edward, you're gonna have to go off your mic. Let him finish. Once he's done, he'll say he's done.
Yeah, I will tell you I'm done. So this is what I like because some of you I've never met, don't know you, haven't seen your name before, don't know, because some of you do have the language, I don't know if it's Farsi, I don't know if it's Aramaic, I don't know if it's Arabic, because some of you are writing in that particular style. And if you want, you can back channel me, and I can actually copy and paste it so that I can actually translate it into English. Because, again, what I want to learn, okay, is how do I dwell on planet Earth with people that are not like me, they don't have my same morality, they don't have my same government. I just want to learn that, if it's possible. But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. And if you want to just DM me, that's all right. And I'm now done.
No, I think I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
I'm talking.
We're going to start with the major wars for Egypt. Guys, hold on. Let one of the Arabs. Okay, Darsh, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to moderate the room. Darsh, you can speak. Darsh, I'm trying to give you room to speak and only you to speak, and you're protesting me. Okay, so stop.
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Darsh. It's your turn.
I'm gonna give you a sheet that you can call it for Maxi, my friend. No, it's just.
Okay, you can come. You gotta go to the audience.
You know what? Like a man, stop dropping people down and
and just listen.
Wait, no, he's over talking you.
Edward is from different place and he has no time to talk. So we give him a chance. That's it.
Yeah, but he can talk after you. I'll bring him back up. But you need to speak Darsh. Everybody just shut the fuck up and let Darsh speak.
Okay, straightforward. We all are from Egypt and we speak Arabic. Mr. Darsh, would you please drop that asshole down, please? Okay, we are Egyptian, Edward, and we speak in Arabic, right? And I don't know what kind of learning you're looking for.
Hey, Edward, I was just going to chime in and let you know. If you're going to
Edward gets to me back channel. Thank you. No problem, bro.
If you want to talk like a proper way, just
let him finish. We're doing turns right now.
Okay, so Darsh, I actually been to Luxor, Alexander, and Cairo. We do like your country. It's been a fascinating time when my wife and I was there. So I do appreciate you sharing that with me. So learned a lot about the actual pyramids and everything else. I'm in the death care business, so the pyramids being mausoleums have really helped me learn the different parts and different things that you hear about the Egyptians. I learned a whole lot of different things. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
No problem, my friend.
What's your favorite thing?
Angry over us, like.
Look, hey, us next, dude, my guy. Edward, if you're gonna learn Farsi, learn it from the Kurdish. Alright,
Exactly.
Kurdish instead are not fucking Sunni Iraqis.
I'm sorry, Persian are super busy right now dealing with more important things, like rather than sitting here on Clubhouse.
Well, I really wish something that people learned from Edward to be respectful to people and stop fucking mocking Muslims and Arabs and fucking
that's
the thing, guys. You guys,
the problem, PP. The problem.
You're calling me PP. You're being disrespectful like that. Opinion.
How do I call you? What is your name?
It's Pepe.
Pepe. Okay, Pepe. So did you see how Edward is speaking?
Can you listen?
I mean, I think this is that was a decent way.
Would you please accept the mic for Manzi, please? His friend of ours. He didn't mean to interrupt Pepe.
Okay, Nancy can speak. All right, I brought Nancy up.
Raise your hand, Nancy. Raise your hand.
I invited him up.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Edward. Edward, you said you wanna know if we are matching with your molarity. I would like to ask you, what's your molarity?
Oh, it's a good question.
In brief.
I'm saying again.
Not having sex with a 9-year-old.
Okay, actually, can you go now? We're trying to have a serious conversation.
That's not Edward, by the way. That's not Edward.
Edward, when you talk with us, you said you want to know from which country, what language we talk, and you want to know if we are matching with your molarity.
For me, I'm married to one woman. Our children are both married. I believe, this is me personally, again, just my own opinion. I believe in no substance, no abuse. So if I don't take the substance, it can't abuse me. So at 62 years old, I've never tasted alcohol, never smoked a cigarette, never done a drug. I'm not going to come on here and use the different language.
Is killing the children and the innocent people, is matching with your morality?
Guys, bring many up.
Okay, hold on.
Would you please, Emilia, give him a chance?
Hold on. I don't know why you decide to ask me a question that was different than the question I was answering. So
he's trying to get you on a gotcha when it comes to Israel. That's what he's trying to do.
If you don't want to answer, it's up to you. I don't push you to answer, but I just ask you a question. You can answer.
I don't push you. I want to ask you.
And if you want to ask me a question,
you fucking gay Somali and shut up.
Okay, you guys are funny, man. I go on mute and I let you guys answer the question.
I mean, you don't want to hear from a gay Somali, so please.
First of all, war is ugly. I don't care who's doing it.
I don't talk about war. I talk about
Excuse me.
Okay.
You can't answer for me. You can't answer for me. Okay. Okay, and I'm not going to answer the way you think you want me to answer. I'm going to answer the way I answer. Okay.
You're right, Edward. Please, yeah, give him a chance.
Okay.
Please do it.
So for me, I think anyone, anyway, losing a child or their homeland or their country is not good. Okay. At the same time, because I am a believer, there's a scripture that says there is a time for war. Why is there a time for war? Because there are evil people on planet Earth that do some evil things. Now, whether I like that or not, because I'm only 62, when I arrived here, everything was already here. So I got to go with the laws of nature and nature's God. And unfortunately, sometimes men need to be removed from the planet.
me because I'm not speaking to you in that tone. Okay? Please. Okay, you don't have to agree with anything Edward says because I am not your savior. Okay?